didn't even realise the microphone was on. I could have been saying anything. Just sat here silently. I'm gonna turn this off now. Alright, listen up, nerds. It's no longer time for fun. I forgot to take the safety privacy camera. There's a physical barrier on the camera. I wanted to turn the webcam on and then I'd be like there and the green screen would be behind me, but I forgot to take the... Oh, I forgot to slide the little safety catch off the webcam. The square returns. You know what? Keep it. That's fine. We'll just go with that. We can get rid of the DVD logo. You don't deserve that anymore. Countdown timer, that's gone too. I've got a cup of tea. Let's just start again. Hang on. There we go. It's not the same, is it? It's not. It could have been like an immediate bang. Now we're starting. Now we're beginning. But no. No, now we've all fucked it up, lads. Energy's off straight away. Chakras are unaligned. We're all making mistakes immediately. You're all caught up on YouTube. This feels like major spoilers. Oh yeah, so we got the Gladiator plate. The Savage Gladiator chain twice yesterday. In 2 runs, it dropped twice, which I think is incredible. That is absolutely amazing. The fact that we have seen that, that's incredible. Yep. The grey square shifted into me. Now let's go back to work, guys. Let's do this. Who wants to... Right, it's Blackrock Depths time. It's time to grind. Anyone who are grinding they Blackrock Depths? Your RNG is blessed. Yes. Right. Okay, listen. My brain just nearly went... You know there's that kind of comedy thing where you say, who up something they something? You know, if we're grinding dead mines... We're like, who up deading they mines? You know, the joke like that. That's how you formulate the joke. We're in Blackrock Depths, so I nearly just said, who up blacking they depths? But that is a different type of website. So we're not going to go there or say that, because that would not work. Could a fellow millennial become unionized? Yeah, you can, absolutely. Let's do this. Let's get more people involved in it. We've immediately started. The stream's on a downhill slope from here. We're pretty much in freefall. You missed the grey square. So do I, at this point. Hello, I'm here from your YouTube videos. Prepare to be disappointed. Alright, the YouTube videos, they're great. The Twitch stream, average at best. Right, anyone up for BRD runs? Didn't mean to put that in caps locks, but I'm going to. It's there now, it's happening. DPS BRD, let's do it. And CD Mage, also DPS BRD. Right, in that case, we now just need tank. Don't shout, I'm sorry, that was entirely my fault. Okay, tank and heals needed for BRD. We've got two DPS straight away. We now need tank and heals. Who's tanking? Who up tanking the heals? This is my plan now. I'm happy to heal, but what level? 48 plus? And Hope Grey is tanking. Sweet. Hope Grey is always tanking. If Shifa... Can you, like, inspect... Ah, too low. Gotcha. Don't shout at me. I might start liking it. Goddamn. Frost Mage here. Arcana, unfortunately, we just need 1 tank now. You're so proud that I went Warrior. Thank you. I'm enjoying Warrior. I get to wield 2 swords, which is twice as many swords as 1 sword. I mean, I say 2 swords. Currently, I've got 1 sword, and then I've got 1 fat, misshapen sword. We now just need 1... Oh, yeah, 1 healer, sorry. Yeah, we need 1 healer. We've got the Paladin. We now just... Hope Grey's tanking. 1 heal's needed. Level 48 plus... Hang on. 48 plus... Ideally. There we go. Good morning, nice sweater. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. The stream just started and I'm already yelling at people. WoW has changed me. I am different to how I used to be. We are no longer how we were. I'm a new man. I've changed now. In Classic, are you able to swap specs out in the world, or is that a retail-only thing? In the Burning Crusade, you can have 2 specs. I have not yet bought access to my 2nd spec. I currently have a Fury Warrior, which is a 2-handed DPS dude. I might go into a protection tank in the future. That might be my new plan. You sound as happy as a man with 2 knives. I am indeed. Dual specs 50 gold. Well, we will get there. We will get there eventually. We require a healer for Blackrock Depths. Anyone? Heals for BRD. Anyone? Does anyone wish to heal Blackrock? I can heal if needed. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Get involved. Did I sleep in that sweater? What I do in my free time is up to me. You aren't allowed to go and ask these questions. You can't just ask a man if he slept in a sweater. God. Okay, should I meet someone at the Summoning Stone? Alright. I'll head to the Summoning Stone. I will meet you at the Summoning Stone. Maybe I won't. I'll have to fight that guy. That's a level 51 elite. I'll head this way. That's a level 49 non-elite. Much easier. Will you raid at 60 or go straight to TVC? I don't know. I think I'd like to raid at 60. I would like to raid at 60 in order to understand what it is, you know? Because people keep telling me about how great it's going to be and how fantastic it is and how fun, and so I've immediately died. This is... It's a good start. We don't need to worry too much about being... Start as you mean to go on. That's an important way of looking at it. So what's just happened is... Some of you might be looking at me and thinking, Josh, you've died. We need to get you attunement. What is attunement? People keep saying I must become attuned, but I do not know what that means. Started playing Classic thanks to you. I'm sorry about that. A little bit overwhelmed, a lack of direction. Any tips you can help me through the questing leveling experience? Lynn, pick a direction, run on it. If you find a quest you can do, do it. If you find a quest you can't do, don't do it. That's literally it. It's genuinely, it's designed to be kind of overwhelming. It's designed to be a lot going on. It's an attunement for the raid. It's what you started yesterday. Gotcha. You've got to go to Winterspring, haven't you? You've got to go to Winterspring. What I would suggest, seriously, if you are struggling with what you are, with what you're doing, use CurseForge to download some add-ons. And the add-ons that I would suggest are Questy, which helps you find where quests are and what level they are, and Liatrix Maps. And the reason I like Liatrix Maps is because if you hover over an area on the map, it gives you a level range at the top. So it shows you what level that map specifically should be, in theory, taking you from and to. So if you go to Red Ridge Mountains, you know that it's pretty much giving you quests from level 15 to 25, and then Questy will show where those quests exactly are. I think that's a great way of giving players direction without playing the game for them. You need attunement for Molten Core, Onyxia, and Blackwing Lair. Gotcha. Right, well, I'm going to go and meet in Thingy, because I'm dead. Alright, thanks, Dad. You're welcome, Lynn. You're welcome, son. Josh, my man. Kane, my little chatter who lives in my computer. Winterspring for the quest, and then we'll take you through Lower Blackrock Spire and Upper Blackrock Spire. Those are necessary. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Sounds A-okay. Oh my goodness, is that the Cedia Mage in the party? It is indeed. Cedia Mage, are you preferring... Do you prefer to be called CD or Cider? Cedia Mage. Cedia Mage implies that there is a CD Mage somewhere. And you are, in fact, Kaida. Still CD, please. Gotcha. CD Mage. CD is also a streamer. Are you streaming right now? Are you live right now? Literally right now. You're not even streaming right now. What are you doing? What? How are you? Why dare you have fun? No. No. Work. Make content. Content person. That's what we all need to do all the time. Monetize your fun. This is not your hobby. This is our enjoyment. All right? You're a content creator. You belong to the audience. That's the deal that we made. It's the deal that we all made. Okay. Now, can I jump down there? All I need to do is not hit that very specific, very tiny gap in between the two bits. made it. See, I'm basically, that's what we call a speed running stratagem. I am a pretty good speed runner. I can do things very fast. Damn, he's good. Thank you, Mike. I'm glad that you noticed. It's true. It's very true. Now, I see that I'm assuming... Oh, I thought one person was already down here because there was a little arrow on my map pointing to someone, but when I cursor over the arrow, it just says corpse. So, that's me. Josh, we need a wetness check right now. There is a level of damp. Oh, by the way, I've written my TEDx talk. I'm giving a TEDx talk in the future. My TEDx talk is genuinely called Are Ghosts Wet? Not even lying. That is straight up the name of that talk. Right, let me sit down for a moment. Let me recover. As long as the boss doesn't aggro on me again, I'll be okay. Perfect. Looking forward to it. Thanks, so am I. Basically, the nature of the talk is that physical third spaces have been reduced over the years, and therefore digital third spaces have risen up to take over them, and many communities are forming around digital third spaces, such as YouTubers, Twitch streamers, Reddit posts, online communities, stuff like that. But those digital third spaces, because they are not policed by people in real life, and they are not refereed by people who are actually physically there, human interaction is becoming warped within them, and the idea is that people are seeking approval within digital third spaces, and the way that you seek approval is by getting the other members of that space to say good or bad things about you. And one of the ways that's achieved is by consistently, effectively, performatively hating things that that third space hates. Inju says that you are currently high. Inju, are you taking the drugs? Inju, are you on the drug? Do we need to have an intervention? So what do we hate coming in here? Honestly, dry ghosts. Add stone. Josh, where'd you go? I died. Returning now. You had 8 teeth out yesterday. Wow. You are on the drug. Okay, fine. I now know if I ever need to buy you anything, the answer's going to be soup. I'm hoping they were your teeth that you had removed. You didn't just order somebody else to have some teeth removed. T-Rad, you smoked 1 weed after the gym today. T-Rad, you're basically going to super hell. I can't believe that you would just come in here and admit that. I'm going to call all the police. All of them. And you will deserve the punishment that you get, including Sting and the police. You will have every single member of all the world's police forces and Sting trying to arrest you. The thing is, it's very difficult to escape from Sting because every step you take, every move you make, he will be watching you. That was quite quick. I made myself laugh there. Okay. Sometimes I tell jokes and even I think I'm quite funny. Oh, goodness me. There we go. The fashion police, they'll be there too. All the gays. They're going to be straight away there. You need to be sending out an SOS. That's what you need to be doing. Sting will intercept it. Send a message in a bottle, he'll get it. Run to the desert, he'll find it. Alright? No matter how long you run, you could run away for a year, he will be all 4 seasons in one day. Inju, but now I can smile at people again. I can meet people at events, and the weirdest thing about me will be the wheelchair and the cosplay. I mean, and the personality, obviously. That's up there. I think people will notice that before anything else. In a good way. We care about you deeply, Inju. We just want you to be happy. Oh, I'm really fucking weird, yeah. Oh, you really are high. Fantastic. Also, that's a super cool minion, good lord. How? What? What is that minion? That's badass. I've never seen that Warlock minion. That's really cool. Okay. Is that a wet ghost? No, that is definitely a dry ghost. Good lord. Josh hires the best mods. I don't pay anyone. I'm still mad I had to race past you at MCM after the dark room. The dark room is always good, though. MCM is always bloody busy. That's fair. Nah, John's always bloody good at the dark room. We love John. Right. So, who are we waiting for? We've got CD. We've got... I'm going to make sure that I'm pronouncing this name correctly, okay? Right. Okay. Okay, hang on. Is your name pronounced Cement Eater? I'm hoping it's pronounced Cement Eater. It's Cement Eater. Good. Because my brain straight away went Cement Eater. And you will not tell me what to do with my mind. Alright, come on, Tita. Right, we've got CD Mage, Vigrioth, Hope Grey, I can pronounce that, and Tita. Let's go. Are we all here now? I think we should all be here. Brilliant, we're all here. Okay, let's mosey. Who's tanking? Tita's tanking. Right, the old Tita tanks. I joined for stream and hear Seaman Tita. What's happening? Okay, Peng, you're gonna have to just kind of roll with it at this point. Just kind of get it. This is... You're joining the party halfway through. Some people are already drunk. There's a game of pool halfway through. People are playing darts. Someone in the corner is singing Wonderwall. It's not an easy process to get into. You've kind of got to just throw yourself into the vibes at this point. So let's go. We ready? Some people just need to go to the Shorts channel immediately and just kind of catch up on the vibe. 20 minutes on the stream. This is entertaining. Is it though? Is it entertaining, or is your bar for entertainment just really low? We have to occasionally ask that of ourselves. Like, it could just be that actually, this is terrible and we've come to expect less. I have arrived with news. While retail has Kata time walking, does anyone yearn for the Dead Mines? If you are playing retail, you can go and do the Dead Mines again. Beautiful. Bagnera, nice, I found the party I was looking for. We are very much a chilled out vibe. That's the vibe we have going on right now. I mean, yesterday we had a discussion for 8 hours about whether ghosts are wet, and I do think that discussion will continue today. I think that will be the process. That will happen. Right. It might be bad, but it's real people, so it's good. Yeah, I mean, it's this or AI. You know? It's this or Family Guy clips and Subway Surfer and somebody cutting kinetic sand with a hot knife. So, your choice isn't... You've not got a lot of choice, let's be fair. When is the TEDx talk, by the way? Future. In the future. And when that happens, I will let you all know. Right. Now, my warrior is not spec'd as a tank. But I wouldn't mind speccing it as a tank. Oh my god, why? Why would you do this to me? Right, okay, hang on. We're running in, just run in. Yeah, this is all you've got right now. Remember back in the 90s and the early 2000s when it was just like 4 TV channels? This is the equivalent of that. Retail has a significantly different Dead Mines. Good. You can tank when we do 10-man raids. That's my plan! Okay. Right. Who? Hope Grey, you be tank. I will babysit. Good. That's what we need. Hope Grey, I'm just setting a target onto you of the square because you are the tank. Because tanks are squares. Josh, you can click Questy Header to hide it. No, I mean, I click that, it'll show it even more. See, now it's not showing. Now it's showing. Now we put it there. Okay, anyone need water? I think we're good. I like this dungeon. I like this a lot. We'll do... We'll do prison, we'll do arena, we'll see how we go. If he's tanking at 60, does he not need to start collecting more tanking gear? I mean, Apostle, I've already picked up... Let's have a look. I picked up the Stone Shell Guard shield, which is not terrible. And I'm going to start picking up tanking gear as and when I find it. I am also, to be fair, wearing a bit of tanking gear. Like, I've got the stamina-based helmets and stuff. I've got some stamina plate shoulder guards. We managed to get the Savage Gladiator chain yesterday. So it's not like terrible tanking gear. Time to get a third Savage chain. Can you imagine? It could happen. Set Romper, so I heard you hate retail. Yeah. This is Fury tanking gear, that's what this is. Angry tanking. Look out for pieces with plus defense rating. That is my plan. Josh or anyone got a summary of the Moist Ghost situation? It's just kind of happening, to be fair. It's just kind of happening. Vibes. Alright, let's see how well we can do. Let's check our DPS. Alright, DPS check, here we go. You know what? DPS ain't terrible. It ain't terrible. Is the wet ghost debate still going on? It is, of course it is. It's never going to end. It can't end. It's my TED Talk. You came for the content and stayed for the fact that finding other content is hard. There's probably going to be an 8-hour video. There will. It will be the mega cut of every single time I ask that question. We're going to have a full mega moist ghost cut. The moistest ghost. Who does more AoE damage, mages or warlocks? That's a question. Because I would assume that mages do. Until warlocks get the special kind of seeds of everyone dies attack. Paladins. Paladins do not do the most AoE damage. You guys are good at standing there and being punched in the face, which we all appreciate, don't get me wrong. It's a lovely thing that you do for all of us. Warlocks at 70, mages at anything below 70. Okay, gotcha. Mages got more AoE spells. I see. Once I'm recovered, I'm happy to sort the thing we talked about. Yes, that works. Pally does have good AoE too. Okay, right. So you did quite a bit of damage there, Hope. That's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Those numbers are wrong. They lie. That's just cool points. Yeah, CD, go for it. All right, come on, CD. You've got to be able to. Plus, I'm only a single target attacker guy. You forget this. All right, I'm just a little guy. Just a little single target dude, that's all I do. Come on, CD, full sweat lord mode. We need you full sweating this fight. If you haven't got it, then I'm going to cry. I'm going to do a little cry. You know what I might do? Is replace attack on my bar. I'm being silly, of course I'm not going to do that. Berserker Rage is useful. Blood Rage is fine, it just gives me... I suppose Blood Rage is okay. It just gives me a little bit of stuff, doesn't it? In fact, what if I changed Blood Rage with Execute? That's a good one. Because getting 10 Rage just isn't really enough. If you sweat more in life, is your ghost wetter when you die? There is a great video by Adam Ragusa on YouTube where he talks about the tragedy of a man called Jamie Lane. Jamie Lane was the singer and the writer of the song Cherry Pie. And he discusses the fact that that song, despite becoming incredibly famous, ruined his life because it became the only song people knew him for. Now, Adam Ragusa posits that you cannot choose what you become famous for. You must simply choose how to deal with the fame that you find for whatever that thing takes off. I did not enter this world deciding to be the wet ghost guy. However, it seems the world has chosen me. God damn it. Okay, yeah, but like that's just one enemy. We need to be doing like smaller things. Maybe we should just all be paladins. Maybe we should do like a full... See, those numbers are wrong. Yeah, they're wrong. They're straight up wrong. Okay? Tita has spoken. Do I have any thoughts on insights on how to cope with a 9-year relationship suddenly ending and you losing your cats forever? If I had a shiny penny for every message that I've got recently asking me my advice on how to deal with a 9-year relationship ending, I would have 2 shiny pennies. So, I think the answer ultimately is there will be people in your life who know you better than I do. And there will be people in your life who are better suited to help you. You do need the support. And I don't think I'm always ready to offer that support to everyone. Because I can offer empty platitudes. I can say, oh, it's going to be fine, don't worry, you're part of the journey, you'll get through it. But ultimately, you do need to find someone close by, whether it be a friend, a family member, or a therapist, who you are able to chat to. Oh, but you paid for a sub, so I owe you my advice. That's true. That's very true. I know that people sometimes ask that question as a joke, but ultimately the idea is genuinely find someone who knows you better than I do. You know what? I'm doing pretty good. We're fighting our way through Blackrock Depths. We're getting some drops. We're getting some experience. The chances of us seeing the Savage Gladiator chain again is basically 0. But if it does happen, I will immediately play a druid. Yes, yesterday we got 2 Savage Gladiator chains in a row. If a third one drops, I will just straight away play a druid. First of all, it has to be a 1 in 6 chance of getting the correct enemy. And then, which we haven't got it, see? Then there's like a 1 in 7, there's a 17% chance of it actually dropping the thing you need it to drop. If it happens by a lottery ticket, nah, see, we're not doing this one. Not happening this time. I will never make promises. You've done it 10 runs and never seen it. If you get it a third try, you might cry. It won't drop it from this. It won't drop it. It can't drop it from this. Unless we get the actual cool... We got the Spiderfang Carapace. Is that just straight up better for me? Hang on. Just give it a minute. Right, so it's 567 armor. It's plate. Creates attack power by 26. Improves hit rating. That's good for tanking. 19 strength, so more strength. 14 stamina, more stamina. It's not purple, that's true. It's not purple. It's good, but the Savage set's pretty decent. So, maybe we just, I'll greed it, but I don't need it. Hope Grey gets the loot because they need it. If you're going to wear it, then wear it. 19 strength is 38 attack power, though. It is, that's a good point. That would have been a good choice, but I think the Gladiator strength... It's the fact that it's purple. Like, I like that. Being purple is good. Purple makes it better. Also, the thing you've got now, let's have a look. Hang on. Yeah, it looks really cool. People don't understand that rarer items are just better because of rarity. No, the actual reason that rare items are better, this is true, is they are psychologically more powerful. People forget the awesome power of psychology. So when you get a choice, and other players have to see you in what you're wearing, always be wearing the rarest thing. Always. They're just straight up better. What happens if you're colorblind? Everything is just as good then. How's tanking and healing going, tanks and healers? I assume well. Let me know. I don't always understand the complexity of what you guys are doing, so you have to let me know if it's going well or badly, or... Yeah, if you look better than other players, you do more damage. That's just straight up true. Cement just said, I press buttons. Excellent. You know what? You press buttons and the tank ain't dead. This is working. So far, you are the best healer we've brought along with us. Love-hate relationship with the DPS. Oh, yeah, you love me, really. Don't pretend. No one's died yet, that's true. No one's died. I shall live up to my name and not eat dirt. Yes, only ever eat cement. I don't need a damage meter. The damage meter is the enemy's health. The faster it goes down, the more damage we're doing. I am part of a team. There's no I in team. But there is a me. Alright, we fighting them down here? Okay, we seem to be fighting down here. The damage meter is every enemy's health bar combined. If they're going down, the damage is working. There is an eye in Ninja Looter. There are... Yep. There are, indeed, an eye. We're still doing lots of auto attacks. I think after this I will probably level a mage at some point, because I do... Speak of that, we've got a cherry pie. Speak of Janie Lane and a cherry pie shall appear. There is T in team. There is a T in team. Both at the start and the first three letters. Oh, we are just... We're linguistics experts. I think my favourite word is the word Q, because it's the letter Q followed by 4 letters standing silently after it waiting. That's the kind of knowledge that you gain when you come to this stream. Has Josh watched any old WoW meme videos? No, I've watched... I'm aware of the memes. I've lived on the internet. I've partaken in the memes before. I know the Rage comics. I know the demotivational posters. It's not a joke. Alright, linguistics humor is it's not funny. It's not designed to make you laugh. It's designed to give you a sensible chuckle and make you feel slightly superior to other people. Do I open this lock thing? I'm going to. Right, I've opened it. Not sure what else happens now, but it's open. That's spinning to move a chain around. Now we all die. I don't know what happens. Should I not have opened the lock? Can you imagine if I just wiped the team? I have no idea. No idea why. Josh, if I ask a question in chat and you don't respond to it, is it bad etiquette to ask you again? No. No, what you must start doing is just sending more and more and more esoteric ways of asking the question. The Royal Mallet of the Bear. Don't think I need that. 126, whereas that one is 150. Nah, I'm good, bro. Right, what's the question? You can ask it again, that's fine. Just, I would rather you just ask it again than get annoyed that I didn't see it. I did not end up combining the two swords. No, they are still in the bank. Will I combine them in one day in the future? Who knows? Maybe. MZ says, ooh, what place is this? MZ, welcome. This is Blackrock Depths. Blackrock Depths is one of the largest dungeons in the game, from what I can tell so far. It contains about 18 bosses, and it gives you content from level roughly 49 up to level 60. It is a huge dungeon. Any good robes in Blackrock Depths? I can find out for you. I think there might be, actually. This is how many bosses there are in here. There's absolutely bloody huge. Yes, possibly. I think there's some good shoulders. There's those. As far as robes go, in general, I don't know if we have any... Are there any good robes? Is WoW Classic worth playing? Yes, absolutely. But there's probably some good robes somewhere. Emsy, you can come with us later. You're a level, what now? 47? 48-ish? Yeah, you can come with us later, that's fine. There's a good robe in Scholarmance. Scholarmance would make sense for a good robe, though, because it's basically about wizards. You're 47. Well, get a level. Grab yourself a level, do a bit of grinding, and then after that, we can drag you through Blackrock Depths. Looks like the Emperor has some. Yeah, we're not killing the Emperor, just so you know right now. That's the final boss. We ain't getting there. Is Inju being sassy? Yeah, Inju, just be sassy. Oh. No, I believe MZ was at DreamHack. How was DreamHack? Fill us all in. Give us the deets. What's the hap? Josh, what's my favorite anime? The moving manga, Chinese cartoons. I think my favorite is Family Guy. I just find that little alien really funny. Yeah, he's just... He tickles me. He really does. Corey in the house is great, obviously. Everyone knows that. That's like the standard answer. You give that. No, in all seriousness, it's probably The Simpsons. You had a really good time, played lots of games, lots of tournaments. I'm biased, but the best bit was the Just Dance. Obviously, of course it was. Let's kill this Doomforged dragon guy. You, stay still. And then let me execute you. Why can I not execute you? Just a dwarf. A headshot's just basically me spinning around and kicking. Family Guy isn't an anime, you're thinking of The Simpsons. Ah, no, The Simpsons, that's not an anime, that's a moving manga. Alright. There's a difference. No, my favourite anime is probably Ghost Stories. I just think it's a beautiful, beautiful show, you know? I think it's a brilliant, beautiful show. Hang on. Enemies are here. Robes of the Royal Crown, they do look really cool, that's true. Just don't let the fire guard thingy attack you too much. There is no single best anime. Incorrect. Ghost Stories. It's, you'll laugh, you'll cry, it'll change your life. The Lord's Breastplate of the Falcon. Do not need that. Josh, is anime real? Is anime wet? Is the question we should be asking ourselves. No, I saw Ghost Stories as just a gag. Yes, Zach, that's where the joke was coming from. My humor. See, The construction of a joke, especially with dry humor, which ironically is quite wet, is that I say something that is obviously incorrect, but I say something that is so incorrect that there is no way that it could be correct, and that is where the joke comes from. So when someone says, what is the best anime, and I say Ghost Stories, I'm joking because Ghost Stories is so bad that it could not possibly ever be the best. The best, of course, is the series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where they're on motorbikes. Your question was, you have a lot of anxiety about talking in chat for streamers because I never feel like I'm being worthy of part of the community. Do you have any advice or thoughts from a streamer's perspective? Everyone in the chat is absolutely able to type whatever the hell they want. Whether a streamer does or doesn't read that does not necessarily mean that you are or aren't worthy. Sometimes it can just mean that there's a lot of chat going on and it's difficult to keep up with everything. Every human being is worthy of a base level of respect, a base level of understanding, unless that person does something that is specifically about losing that respect, which you haven't done. Just be polite, be direct, be willing to make jokes and stuff. I've died in the game, by the way. You don't need to prove yourself worthy of being within a community. You can absolutely behave in a way that will, get you asked to leave. But in general, as long as you're just a polite, pleasant person to be around, make some jokes every now and again, join in with the in-jokes, chat to people, say hello. That's just general. That's just like a general hangout, relaxed vibe. What I think you're actually asking, if you expand that question, is it doesn't necessarily matter that it's a streamer's community or online chat. You're effectively asking, how do you feel comfortable within a social situation? That's anxiety in general. And unfortunately, part of that is almost exposure therapy, as in just being there more, just doing the thing that scares you. It'd be cool to see you improve as a warrior. That won't happen. Like, I'll get higher level, but I won't improve. Sometimes chat is a good place to be social, sometimes it's a bad place to be social. Some people want to just have this in the background, some people want to get into really deep conversations, some people want chronic yapping. Some people don't. I think that what you're talking about almost expands beyond it expands beyond just streaming and chatting to streamers in general. It becomes, how do you interact in a group? That's what it becomes. Let me just focus on this for a second. And after focusing on this, should be able to. Let's kill this guy next. There we go. Into what topic have I gotten myself? Suzu, welcome to the stream. Suzu, we're talking about when people have a level of anxiety about interacting within social situations, or online social situations. Because some people want to continue to interact. Bev, thank you for the raid, man. Welcome in, everyone. We're talking about how interacting with any kind of social situation can be, on some level, somewhat intimidating. And we need to work out how we can help people who do feel intimidated with that. Welcome in, Raiders. Everyone come in, grab a seat, sit down, pour yourself a cup of tea. Socially, I've loved these streams. I know several chatters that are becoming friends. I look forward to seeing their names in here every day. Inju, you babe? Aww. Josh, on a scale of 1 to 10, how wet am I right now? Trick question, half and half, 5 and 5. Top half, dry as the desert. Bottom half, sitting in a barrel of goo. Alright? That's how you always stay ready. You never know. It's not about an all-over level of wetness, it's about individual moments. Some people that have just joined the raid don't understand the in-joke that I've just said and think that's just a really weird answer, and you know what? I'm not going to explain it. They can learn, like the rest of you learned, that this is just how it's going to go. What's my favorite Pokemon? From a biological point of view, I'm not doing it. We're not going there, alright? We're not doing it. I'm not ruining my day. We started off so well. Wet ghastly. It takes about 30 minutes to learn every joke in this stream. Strangely efficient onboarding. Draft, listen. If I am going to make an entire career talking about the early game experience and about how the opening experience that a player has is very important for retention, do you not think that I'm going to add some onboarding to my own stream? This is why we cycle around jokes every 30 minutes. You stay here 30 minutes, you're pretty much on board. You know exactly what to expect from then on. It's not a difficult thing to kind of get into or learn. Cheers from Brazil. Gilberto, you're welcome. I'm glad you guys still have planes. Don't you worry, I've got you there. I've got you there. When can we expect a new expansion of this stream? I think a new expansion should come out roughly once every year. Once every year to once every year and a half. How does that work? The best onboarding process on Twitch. You'll hate it, but you'll be onboarded. You won't hate it, it'll be whelming. By the time you realize that you're already ingratiated, the learning experience of this stream is like playing Portal for the first time. You won't realize it's all a hidden tutorial until you start to do what you need to do. That's what's happened. Yeah, you can't watch this stream for a week, then they patch out all the bugs. Yeah, come back, it'll change. That's what changing the jumper is. It's a different patch. Josh, why do you hate the onboarding experience? I just do. Sometimes you just need to hate things, you know? Alright, I didn't realize that the... Hope, I did not realize you'd ran down to pull some stuff, but I'm glad you did. So, here we go. What happened to every class but warrior? They drowned. No context needed to enjoy the positive energy. I'm glad about that. First time here. YouTube didn't prepare you for the live stream. It should have done. YouTube's like 8% of what we end up getting up to. Alright, there's a lot more that goes on. The only problem with melee classes is that they only work within melee range. Range classes, you get to just stand further away and smack things with magic. That sounds great. We can do that more. Didn't mean to sit down. I meant to loot something. Emsy, are you currently streaming? If people want to watch. Hang on. Where's your stream? Why is it not live right now? What are you doing? Why have you done this? Why have you ruined my day? I was going to share your stream, and now you're not there. Day ruined. No, I'm still working. Just quit. Quit. Just tell your boss you have to leave. You do have Strife in your name. That's true. No one should be expecting positive vibes from this chat. Circling back to the topic of WoW memes, would you like watch a classic meme video we all know and you'd like if I post the link? Thomas, I would have to watch it off stream to check that it's suitable to watch on stream. I do not trust people just linking me random videos. But if you send me the video off stream via Discord, I'll give it a cheeky little watch. Did we ever watch the Savix video? It wasn't Savix that responded. It was... Oh, not Savix. Another streamer called Josh. It was... Who was it? We raided him. Zaryu, that was it. We raided him yesterday. Zaryu was lovely. There might be a bit of a bromance starting there, just so you guys know. Alright? Just letting you all be aware. That might be happening. Reaction streamer arc soon. Effectively, yeah. Yeah, it's going to happen. He was sweet. Do not corrupt Zaryu. He's nice. We seem like... I think we'd get on. I think we'd probably have a good time. I think we'd hang out. I think we'd chat. I think we'd braid each other's hair. I think we'd probably, you know, tell each other secrets, go for a sleepover. All the things that guys normally do. Which is honestly pretty standard stuff. Is Zaryu wet, though? That depends how well our date goes. Look, if you want a highly skilled, very knowledgeable, high-level endgame player who is pleasant to listen to and will engage you in the mechanics that he is going through, you can watch Zaryu. If you want a guy that has a harem of goats and refuses to wear a helmet, you can be here. There we go. That's the vibes. That's what's going on. Will we have a pillow fight in our underwear? Of course we will. All right. How else are you meant to get to sleep? A silly question. Remember mass ads. Remember, this dude spawns an absolute ton of enemies. Alright. I'm just going to sunder this guy as often as possible. Remember the warrior creed. ABC. Always be sundering. Alright, here they come. Get ready for the mass ads. Here we go. If we can control these... Oh god, having a mage makes this so much easier. My goodness. That is normally the moment that everyone dies. That was very impressive, to be fair. I was a mage, Josh. Having a good mage makes this so much easier. I've already got Angerforge's Battle Axe like 3 times. I don't need it again. I'm kidding. You know I'm kidding. You did walk into that one, though. You straight up walked into that one. I don't need it. Someone else can have it. Is always be closing even good advice for sales? No, it's not. I'll tell you why, as a very successful salesman. A good salesman can sell anything once. A great salesman can sell the same thing multiple times to the same person. If you want to make one sale, and you do that at the cost of your relationship with the customer, congratulations, you've made a sale. If you instead focus on cultivating a relationship with that customer and working out what the customer actually needs, and even if you cannot provide that, being honest with them and saying, we cannot provide this, go here instead, that customer will remember you as someone who actually valued what they needed instead of what you needed. And being valued by a customer is much more important in the long term for the success of a business than being effectively taking advantage of a customer. You want someone to become repeat business. You don't want someone to become a single sale and nothing else. Because when someone becomes a single sale and nothing else, they realize that all that matters to you is the moment. And if the moment matters to you more than the long term, if they focus on their business long term, they will understand that you are not aligned with their values. Short-term profit does not always long-term profit make. Now, there are certain situations where a single sale is so big and so important that you don't need to cultivate long-term stuff. If you're selling a house to someone that costs 10 million quid, do you think, right, I best be nice for the next 10 million pound house they buy? Or are you just thinking, hey, cool, I'm going to get a massive commission on this? Sometimes when you sell things, you do want to focus on the single sale, because the chance of a repeat sale is remarkably low. But in general, my advice for sales would be, consider the fact that if you want that customer as a customer for life, you want to be someone they go to for advice, not just the product. If you can be someone that places yourself within the customer's life as a trusted part of their business infrastructure, not just a salesman, then suddenly they will be around you a lot more often. Anyone can make one sale. Kyra, if that is genuinely true, the first thing you need to do is talk to a trained professional. That's not me trying to fob this off, that's me saying, listen, if you're having thoughts like that, you talk to a trained professional, not a Twitch streamer. Anyone that wants to message me saying, hey, I need advice on serious, genuine, actual things, if I were to give you actual advice, I would be doing a disservice to the trained professionals, and I'd be doing a disservice to you. Life is tough for a lot of people. A lot of people are going through stuff. I appreciate that people want to come to me and ask for questions and ask for advice. But at the same time, I am not qualified to give that. It's not wrong of you to ask, but you have to understand that I am not always mentally able to be what everyone needs all the time. One of the best ways to discuss this is if someone trusts me enough to come to me and ask really, really personal, really deep questions about their own life. The best way that I've heard this described is people in positions of public perception are both blessed and burdened with the privilege of giving out advice. We had someone earlier ask, what would my advice be because their relationship of 7 years has ended? I had people earlier, yesterday and a few days before, ask, hey, what's your advice? I've just lost my parents. Then I've had people earlier saying, hey, what's your advice? I've just lost my job. Hey, what's your advice? I'm having the dark thoughts. The truth is that it is remarkably emotionally draining for me to be able to understand, empathize, adapt to, and then hopefully give the correct advice to all of these questions. Which is why people are trained professionals within those kind of areas. That's why it's important to focus on working with those guys. I would engage in professional support. That's what you need to do. What advice would I give to someone searching for their first job? Understand that if you do manage to get an in-person interview, if you get an in-person interview, that is your biggest chance to not get the job. If you get an in-person interview, which is rare, they have read all of your paperwork, and they have seen that in theory, you are able to do the job. When someone meets you for an in-person interview, they are seeing if they want to work with you. That's what they're doing. They're not seeing, hey, I'm going to test this guy. They're not saying, hey, I'm gonna, work out if he's able to doing it. They're simply saying, do we vibe? That's what it is. Do we vibe? Be friendly, be kind, be decent, be on time, be punctual, be dressed nicely. It's a vibe check. That's what it is. Straight up vibe check. Right, are we killing this guy next? Alright, do you want me to focus this guy down? I can try and focus the construct down instead then. Hang on. God damn it. Right, we're going to focus the construct down there first. CD, you've got this. You don't got this. And Venera says, as an autistic person, it's a pain to go to numerous in-person interviews and normally fail miserably. If you get an in-person interview, the person is just saying, hey, I want to meet this person and see if I want to work with them. That's pretty much all it is at that point. You've been out the loop. How's Zulthraze the Lasher doing? We got the Lasher, but I haven't made it yet because I got 2 of the better weapons. Right. Before we go in for a boss kill, let us discuss the order of the kill, so we know whom is being focused first. What do I do to stay motivated when things are going bad for you? You don't rely on motivation. Motivation is fickle. Motivation sucks. Motivation is a fair weather friend. Motivation turns up when you don't need it and goes away when you do. Discipline stays around even when it sucks. Relying on motivation means that you only do the thing when you feel like doing the thing. If you only do the thing when you feel like doing the thing, you're not doing anything impressive. You're just being like, yeah, I really want to do this right now, therefore I'm going to do it. The thing that divides those that generally find the level of success and generally don't is people that find a level of success turn up and do the thing when they don't want to do it. Forget motivation. If you feel motivated to do something, great, that's a bonus. Motivation is a bonus. It is not the baseline. Motivation can help. Motivation can push you to do stuff. You can be motivated to do something. The trick is you need to be able to do something even when you aren't. If you can do that, then you are super bloody powerful. It is very important to be able to turn up and say, I don't want to do this, and I'm going to do it. If you don't do something unless you want to do it, you are going to find yourself limited by factors both within and without your control. Sometimes people have said to me, oh, but you know, the way my brain works, I just can't start unless I want to do it. I just can't start. I'm like, okay, in that case, you have to understand that you're playing with a massive disadvantage against people that can. It sucks. There is no way to make it suck less. You just turn up and do the thing, even if it sucks. You're like, oh, well, my brain needs dopamine. Okay, cool. Someone else's does not. It is horrible to say, but I think a fact that some people need to hear is that this is not fair. This is not a fair kind of design. It's not a fair build. It's not a fair comparison. You are not on a level playing field with anyone else. You are competing against people who are able to turn up and do the thing when they don't want to. Did you tune into a David Goggins stream? No. Because I'm trying to tell you that it's not about pushing yourself much further than you need to. It's about understanding that if you can turn up and do something when you don't want to, that is the single biggest strength you can give yourself. Motivation is fickle. It cannot be relied on. You do not want to be relying on being motivated to do something. I don't brush my teeth because I'm motivated to. I do it because I know it's a thing I need to do. I don't wake up and, you know, brush my hair and put on clean clothes because I'm motivated to do that. I do it because that's just a thing that I know I need to do. It's the discipline that keeps you doing that. I don't have bottles of water all around my room because I'm motivated to do that. I do that because I know that if I don't do that, I won't drink water throughout the day, and it's an important thing to do. So I set my life up in a way that's easy to do the thing that I want to do. But of course, it very much does suck that turning up to do the jobs that you don't want to do is kind of essential and needed. I'm not going to be out here saying, oh, you know, real life is so easy and all that jazz. It's not. It sucks. And there is that unfortunate reality that you spend so much energy and so much effort and so much time at your job that by the time you get home, you have no energy and effort left to do anything for yourself. Which is why I would posit this. A huge amount of people define themselves by their job. And then they try really, really, really hard at their job to do stuff. Hope Grey, what are you trying to do? Is there like a way to glitch through the... Are you opening it or glitching through it? Are you trying to click it from the other side? Right, we're glitching through. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I see. Clever. How many people have ever met someone who defines themselves by their job? Maybe they haven't got much going on in the rest of their life, but they work really, really hard because their self-worth, their importance, their position, their internal validation comes from their job. How many people do that? I would say I've met a lot of people that do this. Have you ever met someone that works really, really hard at their job, puts in loads of energy, loads of effort, maybe you've even been this person, a huge amount of energy and effort into your job, and then you get home and you realize you've got no time left for yourself. You've got no energy for you. But that's okay, because you put all the energy into your job. Do you know what your job would do if you left? They would replace you immediately. Unless you are one of the most skilled individuals in the world, you will be replaced. It doesn't matter how hard you worked. The reward for hard work is more work. So I have known people who put in huge amounts of effort into their job, and then they get home, and then they don't do anything for themselves. And then they realize that, hang on, the amount of effort that I put into my job may have gave me internal validation, but it's not giving me anything else beyond that. It's a real shame. All your energy, all your time, all your focus is going to building up somebody else's life. If you work really hard at your job, congratulations, your boss gets a bigger pay rise this year. Which is why my advice would be for this, and it's going to sound silly, do what you are contracted to do. Work your contracted hours to a fair level of work. And if you turn up to work and you get annoyed that you are working harder than somebody else, ask yourself, why? Why? It used to annoy me. I used to work really hard in the warehouse. I used to move so many boxes around. You know, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to turn up, I'm going to do my best. Move all the boxes around, yeah! And I saw some other people not moving as many boxes as me, getting paid as much. And I'm like, oh man, that so annoys me. You're being lazy. You're being lazy. And then I realized they weren't being lazy, they were being smart. They were putting as much effort into their job as the job required, and the effort they had at the end of the day was going onto their actual life, which was something that I was sorely missing at the time. Now that is something that I should have realized many, many, many years ago. Work your contracted hours. Do your job. Once you go home, you want as much energy as possible to work on yourself, your own hobbies. You don't want to get home from work and have no energy for yourself, because putting more energy into your job does not result in a massive pay rise. It doesn't result in a huge change in lifestyle. The problem is those lazy people can indirectly make your job harder. Kendrick, in that case, you need to be as lazy as possible as well. The true skill in working is to be as lazy as you can possibly be, without getting fired. As lazy as you can be. And if you hear that and think that that sounds wrong, Josh, take this for tanking. Will do. Ask yourself why. Why does it sound wrong? Does it annoy you that you are not producing shareholder value as much as you should be? It's 1000% wrong. Zach, why? You should be as lazy as you can possibly be without being fired. I mean, Zach, I'm willing to have the conversation. Why do you think it's wrong? When you, the owner of the company... Yeah. Zach, do you own the company? Let me kind of make it a bit clearer to you, Zach. When I say you can be as lazy as you can be, I'm not saying be lazy. I'm saying be as lazy as you can be. If I own the company, and I know that hard work is going to be rewarded with more money, if I know that hard work is going to be rewarded with tangible benefits, then I keep working. Then I keep going. Then I keep producing stuff. Then I keep trying to add value. But if I own the company and I suddenly realize that actually more work here is not producing value, then I will stop. If you own the company, then the skill becomes delegation. Then the skill becomes about sustainable growth. People hear me say be as lazy as you can, and what they think I mean is don't do any work. That's not true. I said be as lazy as you can. If you turn up to work and you realize that you need to work really bloody hard that day, do it. If you turn up to work and you realize that really bloody hard work is not going to give you or the company or the team any advantage, done. What I've often found is people who struggle with the idea of being as lazy as you can tie their self-worth to how hard they work. Work as hard as you're being paid to work. Because if you work harder than that, you are being exploited. Act your wage, as they say. I've straight up said to people before, I'm not doing that because I'm not paid to do that. Here's an interesting case. Working at NGOs that provide charity care, so you don't get more rewarded for work, but it will help more people. Goosen, that's fine. Be as lazy as you can be. If your moral compass says that you can't be lazier than that, because you know that hard work is going to actually affect and improve people's lives, great, do that. If that's what you want to do, go for it. Hey Josh, I am Janebu, the PoE player who got permanently banned. I would appreciate if you could talk regarding my ban. I have no idea what you got banned for or what you did, so I can't talk with any authority on that. You can message me on Discord and I will read into that, but I don't want to talk about that with any level of authority without understanding the situation. So the answer is, I need to know what I'm talking about before I mention it. Which I think is fair. Did I combine the swords? No, not yet. Work is life. People that are lazy don't live as long. I think that's incorrect. I think you fell for the propaganda there. I think... You know what? Even if that was true, would you rather live 80 years working in the coal mines or 60 years living in the Mediterranean? Because I think I would just rather live... If I had a choice between living longer and most of my life being spent working, or living a shorter life and most of my life being spent relaxing and enjoying life, I think I'm going to go with the shorter but, you know, more pleasurable life in general. That's a decision a lot of people do get to make. Zach, do you genuinely believe that work gives a purpose to your life? I think work allows me to facilitate the rest of my life. Hey, 16 slot bag. I have, however, already got one, I think. No, I've got the traveler's backpack, not the wayfarer's knapsack. Oh, this is amazing. I need that. But we can all need it. There's no reward for burning out, guys. No reward for burning out. Having purpose can help. That's true. Having purpose can absolutely help. Is it wafer thin? It might be, if we can fit more things in. You got to keep your mind busy, you got to keep your body busy, but a job means that you are putting in time and effort and work in order to create more value for somebody else than they are paying you. Otherwise, the job wouldn't work. If someone pays you £20 an hour to do something, you can guarantee that they are benefiting more than £20 an hour from the thing you are doing. Because if they weren't, they would pay you less. Hey Josh, love the content, great to catch you live at last. Can I ask what's the idea behind the guild is? Is there a horde equivalent? The horde equivalent is the board. We are the union, they are the board. The equivalent is they can shout for the board when they charge into battle. Your job should pay you enough money and give you enough free time and leave you with enough energy that you can do the things that you actually want to do in life. If what you want to do in life is more of your job, that's fine. I'm not going to be there to tell you that you can't do that. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for wanting to do that. I personally don't want that. But if what you want to do is turn up to your work and work even harder because you get some internal validation from it, that's your choice. The great thing is, we have the ability to make those choices. Personally, I think that your job should be what facilitates you being able to do the rest of your life. Not your life itself. But that's just my choice. You can choose differently. You're the owner of the Forbidden Trove Discord, a server of 700,000 PoE users. I got permanently banned 4 days ago. I can't DM you on Discord. Message me on Instagram then, bro. Message me on Instagram. I'm not going to stop this stream right now to go and watch a YouTube video to work out what you did to talk on your ban. If that is something I will do in the future, that is something that I will find time for after this. Josh, have you been to nearby treasure coffers? I don't think I have. I do not think I have. Plus, at the same time, I might just not get involved in the case at all. Right, where are we going now? We're going that way. I assume we go that way. Do I think AI is a big threat to working people? Do I think leaders of big companies have a moral compass? I think that you can absolutely have a moral compass while leading a company. Unfortunately, you will get to a point where in order to make more money, you have to stray from it. Zach chimes in with no way, AI is dumb. It doesn't matter whether it's smart or dumb, it matters what effect it's going to have on people. And the effect is going to be, companies are going to look at a way to use it to increase profits. That's what it's going to be. Companies are going to look at something and moral, yeah, having a moral compass does not always make line go up. Now, it can do. You can have a company that literally prides itself on effectively, you know, being moral. You can have a company that says, hey, if you support us, you're supporting this and this and this and this and this, and it's all working together. That can be actually quite a good business model. The problem is, this is where it gets to. Someone start RP. Should I do it? I can start it. Who do I talk to? Hang on. The problem is that the money gained from being moral is simply not as much as the money gained from being immoral. That's just kind of a numerical fact. It sucks, but it's there. You also have to consider that if you are building your companies, and this is a really, buy 2 dark iron ale and talk to this guy. Okay, cool. Right. Dark iron ale. Purchase 2. Talk to this guy. There you go. Okay, done. Consider this. If you build your product based on being moral, then you will gain money from people who value that moral stance. As soon as you lose that moral stance, you will lose that money. If you build your product on providing a product that people want and people need and people are going to pay for, regardless of the moral stance, then people are going to buy it. And they're not going to stop buying it just because you are immoral with that. The vast majority of consumers do not look anything below surface level when they purchase something. The vast majority of people simply do not care. Does the dwarf need to move? Have you got to keep doing it? Oh, there he is. He's moving now. He's walking. Yeah, the vast majority of people don't care. So we're talking about businesses having morals. If you build your business based on the idea that you are moral, consider this as a risk as well. This is an extremely risky stance to take. As soon as you do something that your customer base disagrees with, do you think they'll forgive you? Do you think they'll give you a chance? No. You know what they'll do? They'll say you're exactly the same as everyone else and they'll move on to the next company that promises to be moral. That's what will happen. If you build your customer base based on people that need your product, they won't care whether you're moral or immoral at all. Most people are upset with how the company Nestle work. Are people going to stop buying Nestle products? Probably not. Are people going to stop buying them to a degree that Nestle notice? Definitely not. You're here from the spoken YouTube videos and catching another one of your interesting discussions. Oh, thank you very much. We're talking about building businesses based on moral stances as opposed to building businesses based on fulfilling a need. What does Nestle even do? Everything. Mostly chocolate, lots of water, huge amounts of stuff. There is an absolutely massive amount of stuff that they create. They are involved in everything. Unilever is also a pretty massive company. Blood Fist. Fist weapon. Speed 1.5. Chance on hit wounds the target for 20 damage. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't think it matters, does it? It's just like just a punching thing. That doesn't seem good compared to what I've got. No, I don't need that. It's an underwhelming weapon, yeah. Are there companies you boycott or use over others due to their morals? There are certain companies that I am aware of what I consider to be immoral business practices. The problem is, and this is going to sound horrible, how much free time does everyone actually have to research what every company is doing before they make a purchase? Sometimes you have a problem and you need to find a solution. And the solution is purchasing a product or using a company. And some people say to me, you've got to research everything that company does before you give them any money. At some point, the reason you're using the company is that they solve a problem. That's it. Now, research is becoming easier and faster, but people are also expecting you to do it for everything you get involved with, which I think is honestly a little bit, to a degree, it's quite sanctimonious. Because people are saying, read the reviews. Are you going to read the reviews for every single thing you buy in the supermarket and work out what company owns every single thing? Reddit has the answers. So, if you go shopping and you do a weekly shop and you're a parent and you've got 2 kids, are you going to read every single company on every single product and work out whether you morally agree with the stance of every single thing? And if you do that, fine. That's up to you. Are you going to judge people that don't do that? That's the question. Do you judge people that don't do that? Ulysses just says, you just buy what's cheapest. You know what? Admire the honesty, man. Straight up admire the honesty. If you... I think that to a degree, having the ability to pick and choose something that is more expensive based on your moral stance is actually a very privileged position to be in. People who are able... Choice is a privilege. People who are able to say, I am going to buy the more expensive thing because it aligns with my moral values, is a very privileged position to be in. If you don't have that privilege and you purchase the thing that is cheap enough to afford, but is connected to moral situations that you disagree with, that sucks. That's just kind of life. Soulspeak, that's moral values. If your choice is feel self-righteous and go hungry, or eat and feel that you are supporting a company that you don't 100% agree with, most people are going to choose to eat. And I think that assuming that they aren't, or assuming that you would rather personally go hungry as opposed to feeding yourself, unless you've been in that situation, I don't think it's worth making a judgment on. Mac of War says the answer is to go hungry. Unless you've had that choice, I don't think it's a choice you can easily make. If you were extremely hungry and somebody offered you a sandwich and you took the sandwich and looked at it and realized that it was made by a company who engage in business practices you disagree with, and you just throw that kind of sandwich away, that's your moral choice to make, but I don't think people are going to do that. Now, it is indeed, Josh, you make a good point. That is called a hunger strike. The idea is it's a hunger strike, but I think the difference is
A hunger strike is normally something that you do when you have a public perception of your strike. A hunger strike is normally it's a method of protest which is done to achieve a certain goal. If you are voluntarily choosing to go hungry because you want to draw attention to a certain, ideological fault or a certain problem or a certain issue, understandable. But I don't think cities are full of homeless people going on hunger strike. I think they're full of people who are hungry. And I think if you offer someone who is hungry food and they say, I'm not going to eat this because I'm on a hunger strike, but absolutely nobody knows what they're striking for, what they're trying to raise awareness of, what they're trying to change, that's not a hunger strike. That's just being hungry. Ooh, Flame Wrath. Envelops the caster with a fire shield and shoots a ring of fire. Cool. Okay. I'm guessing that's a mage weapon? Envelops the caster with a fire shield for 15 seconds. Is that good? Is that a good weapon? I'm going to need it. I don't think I can use it. It's a hunter weapon, so I'm going to greed it. It looks cool. So what started this convo? I can never remember where we get to combinations from, to be honest. Boycotting something involves making public noise in order to, push back on that thing. You know what? One of my most extreme views... I'll discuss it if you guys want to discuss it. Because it's coming from a place, I think, of reality. Not ideology, but reality. I can discuss this. It's a complicated topic. But when you understand it, you will understand kind of, honestly, what everything is created up of. You guys want to have a discussion? A serious discussion with this? It's a very Black Rock Depths discussion. We can do it. Okay. The reason we have rules is to control how society wants to work together. If society all just worked perfectly all the time, we wouldn't necessarily need rules. We would just live and people would just do what we expect them to do. But ultimately, the ultimate pinnacle of power comes down to... People are like, oh, this is going to be like a silly pineapple on pizza thing. No, serious. The ultimate hierarchy of power comes down to who has the monopoly on the ability to commit violence. That's what it ultimately comes down to. Now, when I say violence, I don't always mean physical fighting or aggression. Violence is, to a degree, about the ability to control. You guys going on with this? Okay. Stone of the Earth. That's a rare, by the way. Cool. Nice big sword. Is it any good? It's slow. Does high damage. 280 armor. That could be good for tanking. I'll need it. I will tank with it. Now, the reason that I bring this up is because when someone said boycott, I think a lot of people don't understand that boycotting is engaging in a level of financial violence. Am I going to be a tank? Yes. Boycotting is saying, I am going to avoid your product because of XYZ reason, and therefore I'm going to reduce your income. That is a level of financial violence. There is emotional violence, there is financial violence, there is psychological violence, there is physical violence. Violence normally just means the ability to apply force to a situation, to a person, to a company, to any kind of organization. That's what it is. Imposing your will on people around you can be considered a level of violence. And I think the police engage in this as well, because the ability to put someone in prison requires the ability to do a physical movement of person to place. The ability to stop someone's income means that you have a level of financial power. You can commit financial violence against them. If a boss ever says to you, this is not in your contract, but if you don't do it, I'm firing you, They are threatening financial violence. That's what they're doing. And if they have the ability to do that, they have the level of power over you. People who say, hey, I'm going to go on a hunger strike unless you change this, that is a level of psychological and, in some levels, business and moral and almost not aesthetic. It's the optical violence. As in, if you don't change this, I'm going to hurt myself. Which means other people will see that company not changing it, and they will blame that company for the violence you performed against yourself. You're placing the responsibility for your violence onto them. The arbiter of power is who can do the violence. That's genuinely what it is. Who can do the violence? They are the ones with the power. So when people talk about, you know, this person must do this, you must do this, you must do that, if you are willing to choose the companies that you engage with based on your moral stance of that company, you are saying that you have a level or the ability to commit financial violence against that company which you believe will have relevance. You believe it will actually change stuff. If it can change stuff, fantastic. If it can't change stuff, that's a shame. Now, when people team up together, we have the ability to commit more financial violence against companies. That's why we say boycotts don't work unless everyone does them. Me banning people from the chat is the ability, it's at least on a tiny, minute level, engaging in social violence, because I then have the power to remove that person from a situation that I don't want them in. If I didn't have that power, I would simply be relying on them engaging with it in good faith. But I think when people hear the word violence, they think war. They think, you know, battle. They think punch. They think attack. When actually what it kind of translates to is the ability to impose your will. The ability to impose a level of force, backed up by the ability to physically, financially, mentally, or emotionally manipulate that person into a situation you want them to be in. And if you can't do that, then you don't have that level of power. Do I think people have better options comparing publicly or organizing boycotts to charge corporate behavior? Stocktimus Crime, great question. Public boycotts work when enough people do them. The problem that we have with the internet is that the internet produces echo chambers, and those echo chambers think that everyone is on their side because they are surrounded by people whom are always on their side. If you have 10 million people who are going to purchase a product, and there is a group of 100,000 people involved in a boycott of that product, those 100,000 people, if they are in a group of 100,000, will think that everyone is about to boycott the product, because that is a huge amount of people. And then the product releases, the boycott happens, and the product sees basically no reduction in success. And the reason for this is, I guarantee this, not even all those 100,000 actually boycotted it. Because people will prioritize what they want over something that hurts them. People want the social, and correct me if you disagree with this, people want the social approval of saying they are going to do the popular thing, but they want the personal they want the personal pleasure of doing the thing anyway. People will say they will do A because it sounds good to say you'll do A. But then when push comes to shove, especially if they know they won't be found out, they will do B. Because they wanted to do B. They just didn't want people to think they were doing B. People love to say, I'm not going to do this, but then they go and do that. Perfect example of me being a hypocrite. A couple of years ago, I said I'm not going to play World of Warcraft. Look where we are now. because I realized that I just wanted to play the game more than I wanted to keep getting the moral superiority of saying, oh no, I'm not going to play the game. Just going to play it. So when you say do boycotts work, they only work if everyone actually does it. The thing is, I think that people who organize boycotts live within echo chambers, and they assume that more people are boycotting the thing than actually are. Have I heard of Dofus? Yes, I have. Did I say never play, or did I say that I didn't want to play at the time? I'm pretty sure I said both. But when we're talking about, you know, boycotting stuff in general, it's definitely an interesting conversation to have. What you will often notice, and I see this comes down to, we spoke about companies appealing to people's morals earlier. Appealing to someone's morals and saying that you are going to create a product which is morally aligned with people's ideological views will put you as a company in a really interesting position, because loads of people will agree that it's a good idea, and then not loads of people will actually buy it. I have seen this happen all the time. I have seen companies gain the social clout from saying, look at how morally advanced we are, look at how ideologically, you know, progressive we are. And then, when it comes to people actually putting their money where their mouth is, people don't buy it. And the reason for this is, the people that supported it wanted to be seen supporting it. They didn't want to actually support it. That's the thing. Moral optics does not translate to company income. And trying to make it do so often ends up harming the company far more than they realize. It does feel like there's some animosity toward activists. Make me think how insane people in the media thought the suffragettes were. Absolutely. Because the media do realize on some degree that activism is powerful if enough people do it. The trick is to make sure that not enough people do it. Group action is incredibly powerful. And people in charge and people in power know this. It is difficult to beat a collectively, you know, organized group of 1,000 people. However, it's very easy to beat 1,000 people one at a time. Good job, guys, by the way, on killing the dwarves. Right, let's see what we get. Impervious Giant and the Hammer of Grace. Right, Impervious Giant, two-handed, 30 armor, increases your hit rating, increases your critical strike. How does it look? It looks pretty good. The Hammer of Grace. Binds when picked up, main hand hammer. Ooh, one-hand hammer. Increases healing done. Ah, it's a magical hammer. I don't care about that. Is the Impervious Giant a good mace? This is my first time getting this far. We've done the other room once. Right, that does, hang on, 150 to 159, 30 armor. That does plus 27 strength. Yeah, I'm gonna pass that. Okay, this next room is horrible, so I will let Hope Grey explain it. Virtue signalers are the ones who support through a social media post, but that's where the action stops. Yes. And they support it to feel good about themselves. I completely agree. So many people want the social clout of being seen to be good, but they don't want the personal sacrifice of giving up the thing that would actually be good to give up. If anyone disagrees with that, do let me know. Because if you disagree with that, you're a better person than I am. I'm not trying to make you guys feel bad for this. I'm trying to explain how it is. Acting anonymously on the internet is free. So giving support is also free. Yeah, pretty much. Saying that you support something is free. When someone comes around and says, okay, it's time to actually pay that support. At all times, stay stacked with me. Gotcha. Do I play any instruments? Used to play the keyboard when I was back in school, and then I was pretty banging on the recorder as every single British schoolchild was. Why does the truth feel so cynical? I think the truth feels cynical because admitting human nature means we have to deny what we have been told as children, which is, hang on, often idealistic. I think we tell children the way we would like the world to be. And I think as adults, we then have to accept the way the world is. It is to a degree cynical, but I think it is also about accepting. There are two NPCs that drop a torch. We must kill them, collect the torch, then light the brazier at the end. Yes. Long-time listener, first time very much. You're just like your clip channel. Well, that's the same thing. It's cute that we're all lined up. I'm only partly paying attention due to multitasking, but so far have heard many agreeable definitions. Well, thank you very much. There will be many things I'm sure I say that you disagree with, but I think it's always very important, and I always remind myself of this, attack the problem, not the person. Critique the system, not the designer. Right. We won't get a full drink every time, so just constantly take sips. So what we are doing, for those of you who are currently in the party, we are attempting to hunt down two... Right, Cement, you've got the stream on. We are attempting to hunt down two enemies that carry torches. We will then light both the flames within this room. What makes it challenging is the fact the room is absolutely flooded with enemies that respawn. This is a challenging room. People can disagree with me all the time. I would just say that I'd like to have a civil conversation with someone. Having a civil conversation is great. Attack the system, not the person. Yes, absolutely. Josh, why do you have a Guana Beef Tallow Gamer Vision? I could have a look into that. I'll ask them. Do I think everyone should be unionized? Unionized or unionized? Unionized, I think, would kill everyone. Unions are collective action. If you ever doubt the power of collective action, just look at how many companies will immediately fire everyone at any area as soon as they even hint that they might unionize. Companies will stamp down any breath of unionization because they know how powerful it is. If I had to defeat 1,000 people arguing against me, I would not take on all 1,000 at once. I would take on 1,000 people one at a time. Because we know that divide and conquer works better than anything else. The only thing that gives companies a huge amount of safety is the actual knowledge that very few activist cells are actually good at collective work when it means personal sacrifice. And I'm not saying that all activists are bad at this. I have met people with their hearts in the right place all the time. But have you ever seen an activist group who are phenomenal at looking like they're doing something? And as soon as it comes down to actual any level of personal sacrifice or any level of involvement, suddenly that doesn't happen. That's just what I've discovered. That's why when I say does collective action work, yes. No, because you won't hear about ineffective groups because they're ineffective. I think lots of people like to join groups because they agree with the ideology of the group. But very few of those people are actually willing to make any level of personal sacrifice. So are we just kind of hanging around here until we spot the guys that are walking around with torches? Oh, there's one enemy over there, I think. Mad as a Maid says, lol, what, 100% wrong. What was wrong? I'm trying to pay attention to this room at the same time. Oh, Ross Scott being wrong. No, Ross Scott's put his money where his mouth is. Ross Scott has... I mean, he's travelled to the places, he's done the speeches, he's put the effort in. He's put a huge amount of personal effort into the Stop Killing Games campaign. He's put a massive amount of personal effort into it. Hey, you managed to get one. That was clever. A lot of us that are good at doing things are bad at talking to people, so we need to recruit influencers to help more people. Yeah, that can work too. There is definitely a value in recruitment. The only reason I know about Stop Killing Games is because of you. So is his activism effective because you care about the cause, or is it effective because a rando on the street has heard about it? There is a value to both of those things. What we were talking about now is the power of collective action. And there is a value to all of that stuff. I think people sometimes just overestimate the value of certain individual things. Apes together are indeed strong. It's just difficult to keep things that are built on passion together. This is maybe me explaining my own personal views on this. As someone who's been involved in a couple of activism things over the years, especially more heavily back when I was idealistic at uni, it is very easy to build a group of people based on passionate ideology. It is quite difficult to keep that group of people together after the passion dies. Once the passion becomes replaced with the boring bit, because people love, and if you want to say another version of this, everyone loves drawing and making lovely, colourful lists to plan stuff. Have any of you guys ever put more effort and more time into making a plan than actually following the plan? I know I have. Have any of you ever got your coloured markers out, and you got your lists out, and you got your lovely big bits of paper out, and you make a really good looking plan, but then you just don't follow the plan? Imagine that, but with like a societal organizational structure. That's what it is. Because making the plan is fun. Following the plan sucks. Mages are doing an incredible job of keeping the damage. Hey, there he is. Oh, my bad. I thought that was the guy. Do we have the second torch already? I agree, though, with what you said earlier with, I don't think human beings are meant for the internet. I don't think human beings are designed to live in tribes as large as the entire world. We have a thing called... what's the number? There is a number of people that we can have meaningful relationships and connections with. It's often referred to as the monkey sphere. There was a French philosophist. It's between 150 and 200 people. It's 150 to 200. It's someone's number. What's it called again? Dunbar, that's the one. Thank you. Dunbar's number. Dunbar's number is the amount of people that you can actually have meaningful connections with. Now, when I say meaningful connections, I don't mean that you don't care about literally anyone else that is within, without of your Dunbar's number. But here's a great example. Ooh, that's a big pull right there. God damn. Okay. Dunbar's number is the theory that we have a limited amount of space and time in our lives, and we simply cannot make space or time for everyone we will ever meet to the same degree. And I think that's true. Have any of you ever thrown glass away in the bin? I have. Have any of you ever taken your time to wrap the glass you throw away in the bin in tape or paper or something that will prevent any kind of bin man or rubbish worker in the future cutting themselves on it? Now, I do that. I will never meet the person that works at the recycling center. Unlikely. But I will make sure that I engage in a very, very, very small act that makes their life slightly easier. That person does not exist within my Dunbar's number. That person does not exist within my monkey sphere. But I will engage in behavior that makes their life slightly easier. Are they within my Dunbar's number? No, I don't care about them. But I will do something very small that makes their life very slightly easier. We have specific... Okay, guys, this is not about how do you recycle stuff. This is about, do you engage in behavior that impacts people beyond your Dunbar's number? Do you have as close a relationship to your postman as you do to your friends? Despite the fact that there may be times in your life when you actually see your postman more than your friends. That's crazy. That's weird to think about that. It's so strange that you can actually be around people more frequently, and yet you do not consider them part of your world. You will just be around them more. So what I'm trying to get at here is I'm not trying to make people feel bad. I'm trying to explain a concept. The concept is there are a limited amount of people that you can have actual meaningful relationships with. We will run to the end when the fight starts. All the way, stay behind the boss. Up to the door. And I think that the internet has created a society so massive, a community bigger than any community that humans could naturally create. And we just aren't very good at dealing with it. Consider this. I'm not a technological Luddite. I don't want to take technology away. I want to understand its impact on the human condition. Without the internet, human communities and societies form into sustainable sizes. Now, when we have cities, when we have phones, when we have factories, those sizes do become unsustainable themselves. Human progression is responsible for the formation of unsustainable sizes of society. Now the entire world is connected together, which is a society size so massive it would have never been created without technology to allow it. It is terrifyingly massive. And so we now have a situation where an amount of human beings that would simply never, ever have connected together are connecting together. And that's unsustainable in many, many ways. Humans will adapt. They absolutely will adapt. But do you genuinely think that we are in a safe place as far as society goes? I think social media exposed us to a Dunbar's number so massive that we could never possibly have actually met it. I don't think we're adapting fast enough. I think the technology that facilitates these connections is advancing faster than we are. But what do you guys think about this? Hey, we actually took it down. No way. Did not expect that. God damn. Alright, what do we get? Didn't change loot, so don't loot. Okay, gotcha. Let me... group loot? What do we go back to? Round robin? What's the loot we go back to? Need before greed? I think we go to need before greed. Group loot is default. Okay, hang on. Group loot. Did anyone need the Magnus Stone? It's for casters. Don't need. Don't need it. And I think one of the symbols that we are living in a society that is so massive it is unsustainable emotionally and sociologically is we are exposed to more people via the internet every day than someone 100 years ago would have met in their entire life. You can speak to more people from more countries with more backgrounds and more cultures in one day than someone 100 years ago could have ever realistically actually met. Ever. Which is insane. We're doing it right now. We're having a conversation with more people than would have easily fit into any specific room. And I think one of the scariest things about... And it's all anonymous, which is terrifying. It's cool, but it's also anonymous. But I think one of the hardest things to discuss with this is... And this is where gymflation comes in. Believe it or not, gymflation actually connects to this. When I say gymflation, I mean that... the idea of a physical fit body is becoming even more and more and more and more extreme. 100 years ago, in order to see a physically fit person, you would have had to either go to a specific fitness convention, or you would have had to find a fitness magazine, or you would have had to join a specific fitness group. You would have probably seen someone as fit as the world's fittest bodybuilder once, maybe twice in your life. Now, you can open social media and see the top 1% of the top 1% in the world immediately. Which is, as far as an exposure goes, utterly terrifying. It is... insane to think that the exceptional has become the norm. What are we talking about? Q, we're talking about whether the connection of the world globally via the internet, via social media, via, cultural osmosis across all borders and all time zones is actually an overwhelming thing for a human being to deal with. Do you think it's overwhelming to be exposed to everything, everywhere, all the time? I think it is. I think that human beings were designed to deal with slightly smaller, more intimate, more understandable sizes of either group or situation or battle or problems. And I think that dealing with as many people and as many situations and as many problems as we are dealing with now is remarkably overwhelming. And sometimes getting off the internet is the most important thing to do. Right, we're back on to group loot. Is that correct? Just double checking. Loot is group loot, and we're looting for uncommon hire. To call it doom scrolling is absolutely correct. Because it is. There's a level of doom to it, without a doubt. Now, people are arguing in the chat on people's specific interpretations of words. There are arguments going on already, which I think is interesting because I bet many people actually, if they met in real life, wouldn't argue. But the ability to be anonymous and the ability to put forward your views in a way that is effectively consequence-free, I think changes how people interact. Give a man a mask and he'll show you who he truly is. Human beings will adapt. We do have to. But we are adapting at a pace faster than ever before. Technology is outpacing us. Right. I've never got this far. I've never killed the Emperor. Gotta say, guys, didn't expect to get this far. Yuko, welcome to the stream. The scariest thing I've seen to come from the internet is grouping of opinions into a bubble that doesn't get challenged. Jin, that's very true. I said you weren't getting here. You know what, guys? I said you weren't getting here. I was wrong. I was wrong. The reason that we've got to the Emperor, by the way, is I got distracted by Twitch chat and I forgot that we weren't meant to be able to do this. And because I forgot, the rest of the team decided to just do it. I wasn't there to remind them that we aren't able to do this. And because I wasn't there to remind them, they foolishly did it. Could be the first ever Emperor kill. For this group, anyway. Or for me. Straight up first ever Emperor kill. Could happen. You're level 52. You could kill a level 54 final boss. Potential. That's level 56. They are a level 56 final boss. So yeah, I wasn't here to remind the team that we couldn't do it, so the team just did it. I can probably hit this guy now, which is going to be a major increase on my DPS. Yeah, that's true. I forgot that I wasn't meant to not do it, so I did it. Everything's impossible till somebody does it. But talking back about the main conversation here, I do think that we are living through a societal change that is honestly mentally overwhelming. How many people, if you've been in this chat for a while, tell me this. How many people have you seen that have been annoyed that I don't care about something as deeply as they do? And how many times do those people care about the same thing? We have had multiple people come into this chat telling me that I need to care about something as deeply as they do. If I don't care about the thing that they care about, they can't comprehend it. They can't understand. Why don't I care about that thing? That's an eye patch drop. That's very cool, purely for drip. Josh, please stop the old man rant. No. No, I will not. I'm trying to change negative Twitch culture. And the irony is that I'm actually saying you don't need to care about everything all the time. Because if you did, you would go mad. We are not designed to be able to do that mentally. We're not physically capable of fixing all these problems at once. We simply aren't. And by trying to, we will drive ourselves insane. Josh, why don't you care about anything and why do you hate us? I think it's because I'm just a massive hypocrite. People can come up to me and say, don't you care about this terrible thing? I'm like, I can find it terrible while understanding that my limited kind of mental and physical capacity to engage in stuff is already being taken up by other stuff. It's okay to say the thing that you are talking about has value, but I cannot actively care about it right now. Would you do hardcore WoW if lots of streamers organized and set you up with a mentor who would die with you? No, I wouldn't want to be responsible for somebody else's death. If I ever play hardcore WoW, I'll play it by myself. I'm not saying that I'll never play it. I'm saying that... Okay, let me try and clear this up for people who don't quite understand. Hardcore WoW is a version of WoW that punishes mistakes with death and deletion of the character. I am not yet at a point in my understanding of WoW where punishment and deletion is a fair amount of punishment. I would like to be able to make mistakes and not have to delete my character. I would like to be able to make mistakes, learn from them, and continue to progress. Josh, is the streamer client on? I really need Iron Foe. Hope Grey, I'm going to be real with you. If we get Iron Foe as a drop, I am needing it. We all need it. If Iron Foe drops, we need. And we let the rolls just roll. Can I need it too? Yes. If you're going to equip it, yes. That's the rule. If you are going to equip an item, you can need it. You can transfer your hardcore character to the other server if you die, though. Potentially, but I don't want to do that. Right, we've got a runner. Trying to attack. Okay, where's the tank? It's going well up until then. To be fair, it was going very well up until then. That was one enemy running away that we failed with. Just one. Gonna reset. We got Soulstone. 2. I've got the Greater Healthstone. That was 3 packs. We did pretty well there. Lucky we're not on hardcore. That was damn good, though. Right. Hope and Cement can probably pick some stuff up. That's why we don't go hardcore yet, see? Focus on the senators because they heal. Gotcha. I will do that. I will definitely do that. Thank you. We managed to kill a few of them, though, at least, which is good. Pulling 3 packs, though, that was the problem. For as dangerous as that was, I think we did the best recovery we could have possibly done. Thank you for making the YouTube vid explaining Expedition 33. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm sure I got some things wrong, but I'm glad you enjoyed the video. The amount of people as well who are arguing in the chat about various things is also pretty interesting. Well, we soul stoned. I forgot to use my greater healing stone. That was entirely my fault right there. That Frost Nova was really painful. Think you could kill them all. Yeah, without the Frost Nova, we could have been okay. Without the Frost Nova, we would have succeeded. Regroup, Sweetie Squad. Yes, love the Sweetie Squad. Would I agree to box for one of those YouTube spectacles? I mean, it'd be interesting to do. I don't know if I would definitely do it or not do it, but I mean, didn't the money not go to a charity last time? There was a bit of a thing last time with it, wasn't there? Spurgler just says, fuck the money, mess someone up. Just fight someone. The thing is, I just don't know if I'd feel comfortable killing a man. Like, I really like I did a thing. You know, I don't... You play retail. Cool, get in the ring, let's go. Well, we've lost another one. That may have been a runner again. You used to be very argumentative, but it wasn't useful and people started hating you. So you stopped being argumentative. I learned that people will show me the same degree of hate by having an opinion different to that, even if it's not argue. People will hate you for not being like them. It's very... I think life changes when you understand, and I mean truly understand, this very important fact. Some people want to be angry. That's just what they want. Some people want to be angry. And no matter what you do, they will always want to be angry at you. It's miserable. It absolutely is miserable, but that's what they want. They want to be angry. You can say the best thing in the world. There is no combination of words you could say that would make them not angry at you. Because to them, the most rewarding part of the conversation is the anger. So once you're able to step back and be like, that's okay. People will hate you if you're not honest, and then they will hate you if you are honest. Some people engage within interpersonal kind of communication because the best thing they can get from it is anger. Now, Hot Cross Buns, you're spot on. Anger is not necessarily itself inherently bad. But if it's not done at the consent of somebody else, then you are just looking as a way to be angry with that person. Cement is just dancing over in the corner, by the way. A lot of people value and enjoy being angry. Because you know what? To a degree, it can sometimes feel good. You get immediate validation feeling angry. Some people get a level of joy from it. All right, gang. What's the plan? Kill the little skull, then kill the dude. Yeah, and sometimes not being angry means that you are forced to, contend with whatever feelings you do currently have. Right, we must kill the Ironforge princess first. Gotcha. Self-reflection is difficult. Anger is easy. Also, as a man, we are often taught that showing emotions is wrong, and yet anger is fine. You will discover that there is an entire generation of men who have been told that showing your emotions is weakness. but showing anger is totally okay. If anything, it's manly. This means that there are many men in the world whose only safe emotional outlet is anger. And then you look at these men and you think, they want to show emotion. They want to be able to talk about emotion. They want to be vulnerable. They want to be emotional. And the only emotion that they are allowed is anger. That's the only one. Everything else is mocked. Everything else is attacked and hurt. And so their only emotional outlet, their only release, becomes anger. That is terrifying and awful. Hope Grey is dead. Oh no, Hope Grey is back alive. I don't think I'm going to be able to survive that. Oh, okay, cool. This guy hits really hard. Really hard. God damn. Good luck, Vig. Vig? Were you there? Vig will just accept his fate. Right, okay, cool. Release. And try again. Yep, let's give it a go. He's no joke. But we've got all the way to him, which I didn't think we would do. So well done. Didn't save the princess, didn't need to. Not got the quest. Yeah, Hope got absolutely smacked by some damage, and that Spirit Stone helped immediately. Right, let's give it another go. Demo Shout and Thunderclap. Let's see what we can do then. Now, I can use Demoralizing Shout. I can actually put that probably over Execute, because if we get the boss to 20% health, we're doing well anyway. And Thunderclap I can't use because it requires battle or defensive stance. So I might need to go with battle stance just to use Thunderclap. Right, increases the time between their attacks and does damage. Yeah, I think maybe reducing the enemy's damage by 10% might help. Is Thunderclap going to be useful? 10% reduction in their damage. You just stance. Okay, cool. So we go with battle stance, and then we switch to Thunderclap, and then we switch back to this. Okay, right. I'll see what I can do. You have a 1 sec cooldown between those stances. Let's see what we can do. Execute is indeed lots of damage. Yes. Demo and Thunderclap are the reasons you bring warriors sometimes. Right, Demoralizing Shout. Right, 30 seconds. I will switch back to Battle Stance in a minute, and we will use Demoralizing Shout. You ain't tuned in like a week and you've been grinding. Yeah, we're getting there, man. We're getting there slowly. We're about to go and kill the Emperor in Blackrock Depths. One of your weapons is close to breaking. It is indeed. Which one is it? It's the Flurry Axe. Okay. Missed. Right, so I could probably replace the Flurry Axe with something else. That was close. That was very close. Just wait until I learn the mechanics of how things work and I'll start macroing. I've got macros, I just don't use them. I want to try and show that WoW is accessible to people without using all that stuff. Why not have more than one action bar? I've actually got more than one action bar. Watch. Action bar 2 is that one. It's got a horse on it. Action bar 3, also got a horse. 4, That's a horse. 5. Wouldn't you know it? It's a horse. And 6. That's a horse and it's retaliation. Oh, changed. I'm using more than one action bar. There is a horse. Right, increases attack power by 22. I might stick that on my offhand because my flurry axe is close to just straight up breaking. Could you put execute on bar 2 and switch between bars? I could do, but I'm not going to. Right, demoralizing shout can be... I can stick demoralizing shout. Forget bloodthirst. Where's demoralizing shout? There it is. That can be 5 and 6. And then I can switch back to that. Josh, hearth and repair, we can summon back. I've got other weapons. Summon back is further away. But, okay. I could use the massive Stone of the Earth sword. Do some double stuff. You're stuck in this stream and you can't find a way out. I'm sorry. You don't need the auto attack on button 1. I very much do. Otherwise, how will I auto attack? Think about that. If I don't have auto attack on the number 1 button, what does the number 1 button do? Right, repaired. Watching you play WoW is very enjoyable. Thank you. What I can do is switch to you, and then do 5 and 6 for shout and shout. Cement says, I'm so lonely, I'm the only human in this dungeon now. Well, we're going to go and clap a dwarf in a second, so it's fine. After Sunder, you are already auto-attacking. Yeah, but you don't always start with Sundering, do you? Because Sunder requires Rage. What if I don't start with Rage? Did Ironfoe drop? No, we haven't killed the boss yet. It won't drop. It's like a 1% chance. We need to do this dungeon again and again and again and again and again. Thank you, Redacted. Let the man play WoW badly. Ironfoe is a 50-50 drop. It either drops or it doesn't. Please change all skills on the bar to Sunder. Look, when I get to that level, I will do. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Does Ironfoe matter at level 70? It's not about what matters at level 70. It's about the principle of the drop. Let me learn. Let me fail. Let me grow. Like a beautiful flower that occasionally forgets how to bloom. I will grow. Thank you, Ghost Moo. I will go kick butt. I appreciate that. All right, I'm back and I'm ready and I'm good to go. And everything is fully durabilited. Like a majestic butterfly, as I transform from my caterpillar state, I may occasionally simply exist within my cocoon of goo. Let me exist within my cocoon of goo for a while, for soon I will bloom into a beautiful butterfly, but sometimes I will exist as goo. A cocoon of goo. A cocoon, if you will. Not a cocoon. Although both would work. Are you okay? Callian's just a... Josh, are you okay? Callian, this conversation has bounced around more than I've ever bounced around, and I used to work at a literal trampoline park. So I've bounced around a bit. But the fact that we've gone from Josh, how do I deal with my 7-year marriage breaking down? Josh, I'm having dark thoughts. What do I do? Are ghosts wet? Let's talk about the use of force. And then to whatever we were on about now. We've bounced around. My brain, it's like pinball in there right now, okay? Remember Space Cadet pinball? That's what's going on. All the lights are flashing. I don't know where the high score is coming from. Cement Eater just said, I hunger for concrete. And Vig says, I've got rocks and sand if that helps. He's replied, it's not the same. It's just not the same. Space Cadet, yeah, basically this stream is mentally playing pinball with myself. Look at you, you're malnourished. You're just skin and bones and not even skin. Serious question, have you decided to main warrior? That will all depend if Iron Foe drops or not. If Iron Foe drops, then I think you've got to. You've kind of got to, at that point. Anything beyond that? No. Hang on, will that horrible room where all of the enemies respawn still have respawning enemies? Because that would suck. Not once you clear it. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Did I reach max with the rogue? I did not. You've had 2 SGCs drop. You've already obligated to main warrior. And the flurry axe. Don't forget the flurry axe. So we've had 2 gladiator chains. And an axe. So I think we've done pretty well so far. Yeah, we saw 2 gladiator chains, one after the other. In a row. It was incredible. We did the dungeon, people said you won't get the chain, we got it. We did the dungeon again to gear somebody else, people were like, imagine if it drops again. It did. There's a clip online. Really is the streamer client. I will play a Draenei at some point. I will return to Conan the Librarian, my favorite mage. Ah, this is new. We don't normally go that way. That's the way to Molten Core. That's the entrance to Molten Core. Not today. Definitely not today. Conan the Librarian was probably my favorite mage. I enjoyed playing as a mage. We did lots of damage and it was good fun. Right, so remember that we do need to continue fighting through this room. Okay, so I'm just going to keep spamming Thunderclap. And also Demoralizing Shout. That's going to be my main things here. Thunderclap and Demoralizing Shout are what I do. So 3, 5, and 6. And everything else... Well, we made it to the other room. That's great. How do we avoid this fire? Hope, there is fire. Do we just run? Well, that's bad. Hang on, I've got a health stone somewhere. Oh, okay, you just run through it. You run. Cool. Only keep the debuffs up for this boss. Well, we'll try it again. We did, in fact, kill the princess. Yes, we did. Give me a second to heal. And we try it again. She doesn't respawn. That's lovely. Right, so we can just focus on this dude. So we keep the deeps up. I keep Demoralizing Shout and Thunderclap up as often as possible. Still got 12 minutes on the Soul Stone. We're doing good. Right, time to full-on clap this dwarf. Will we die? Maybe. I've got a major healing potion just there, just in case. Don't forget, always be sundering. Once I've got Demoralizing Shout and Thunderclap up, I will switch to this and I will just sunder. Then I will switch back and do all the other stuff. You guys ready? Here we go. Okay. Waiting on the tank and we're going to be good to go. Have I tried tanking yet? I did. I died. Clicking potions and health stones is awesome. That's what we're doing. The Warrior Creed. ABC. Always be sundering. Right. Okay, we've got 2 minutes of Battle Shout. Let the tank grab the aggro. We start doing the attacks. We've got Demoralizing. We've got Thunderclap. Don't think he's on me yet. We're sundering. We're sundering up to 5 stacks. Alright, we're sundered up to 5. Now it's a case of we just keep attacking. Switch back. Demoralize again. Then, discombobulate. Attack. Thunderclap. Switch. Retaliate. Discombobulate. Attack multiple times. Rage. Bloodthirst. Discombobulate. Switch back to Berserker stance. Pommel. Then, discombobulate. Whirlwind. Then, discombobulate. Thunderclap, demoralizing. Switch. Then, discombobulate. Give me your stupid hammer. We did not get the hammer. Wrist guards of renown and the guiding stave of wisdom. Caster loot, as is tradition. I forgot to turn the streamer client on. Entirely my fault. Don't need that. And that's... hang on. Strength, agility, and stamina might be quite good. Currently what I've got is... attack power by 30. Yeah, that's way better, actually. I don't want leather stuff, because that is less armor, strength, agility, and stamina. Less. Yeah, we don't need that. However, we did indeed do the thing. Hell yes. Aww. Aw, thank you, babe. I'm too far away. Let me sit down. Yeah, boy. Okay, hang on. Alt-Z gets rid of the... gets rid of that. And now we take a lovely little screenshot. Everyone get together. Vig, get in front of the bloody chair, Vig. Vig, are you just hiding back there? Stand in front of the chair, you absolute champion. And I like how your minion's just right in front of cement. Love it. Hang on. I'll get this. I'll just move it down. There we go. I want to make sure the axe isn't just clipping through. Beautiful. That right there, that's a screenshot. We've got it. The screenshot has been taken. Thank you very much, ladies and gents. Got it. That was Azayu. Thank you so much, man. We've finally actually managed to clear through. We died to the Emperor once, and then everyone kind of pulled it back on, and that was good. That was a really good bit of teamwork right there. Okay, so the hammer has a 1% chance of dropping, so I'm going to need all of you to do all of that again. Let's just head back out, and then we repeat the whole thing. You guys ready? We're going again? We all good? We back up to it? Zaya, I watched you playing retail yesterday. Looked fun. I like how as soon as I raided afterwards and they're like, guys, what are you doing? I'm playing retail. Oh. Loved it. Everyone loved it. Everyone had a great time. Right, let's do it again. 8 hours of Blackrock Depths. That's what, 2 Blackrock Depths runs? We can do that. I can't. Got clearing though. Have fun. No, Vig, thank you so much for joining us. This has been super good fun. I've enjoyed it. We can take a couple of people through arena runs if we want to. I think arena runs can work. I don't hate retail. It's just a different experience. God, shut up. Right, what are we doing? How long did it take me to clear this? Ruben, so I've been streaming for 2.5 hours, so 2.5 hours. Retail gameplay is super fun, but your assessment on the world not caring is spot on. Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying my worst MMO ever series as well. That was super fun to honestly just make lots of different things. Play lots of games, see what was going on. So I'm happy to go again. If we can find a team happy to do that. Now, I've made a hell of a lot of videos on MMORPGs, consulted with a couple of companies on the general designs of stuff. It's been fun. It's been a good ride. I think the important thing is the best MMO is the one that you play. That's all it is. The strength of any MMORPG is the community around it. That's what it should always be. I cannot Hearthstone out, and so it may be worth me just dying. Like, what if I just die? What if we did that? Did I ever check WoW head? No, I didn't. I'm aware that it exists, but I found an old forum post from like 2007 that just gave me all the advice I needed. I'm going to go with that instead. Drop group for free Hearth. Oh yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? Hang on. Let me just leave the party, and then I'll just form the party again. That's like a free Hearthstone right there. Although I do seem to have... I've made it now. Can I get out within like... Oh, hang on. Can I leave within 50 seconds? Ooh, can we make it? It's going to be close. Do I plan to make more worst MMO? Of course I will, eventually. I'm going to get there. I had a portal, you goober. Where are you? Well, I've committed now. I've committed to being returned to Gadgetzan. I'm going to sprint. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Or you could just invite me back to the group. That works too. Oh my God. Hang on. I'm coming to find you in your portal. Will I make a video about my adventures in Classic WoW? That would just be a 2-hour question of our ghosts wet. That's all it would be. Right, CD, where are you? He already left. You are not in this group's instance. I'm going to commit toaster bathtub. I love how you seem fun, unlike most people. DM, thanks. You seem to have fun. It's a game. You got the dead. I'm sorry. It's just a game, man. We have fun with it. We get some drops. We see what's going on. Look, if Iron Foe had dropped and we had needed it and I hadn't have got it, you want to know the truth? Seeing the drop is more important to me than getting the drop. Seeing the drop is the exciting bit. Having the item, it doesn't really matter. Like, if we get the item and I get to use it, cool. That works. Hang on, Hope, invite me to a group when I've left this place. I want the dopamine hit of seeing the drop. That's what I want. Whether we get it or not, I get to use it, I don't care. It would be cool to have, but it would be just as cool to be in a group with someone that has it.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
Just repairing my items and selling some stuff. Right, let me sell some stuff. We did, in fact, need you at the stone, but that's fine. Stay there. You guys turn in the quest that you need. We're going to grab a drink in a second anyway. I don't think that the Stone of Earth is important to me. 48 damage per second. Whereas that's 48.1, strength and stamina. That's more damage. That I actually don't need as much. Stone of the Earth. I'm going to get rid of that. Right, what can I get rid of? What can I sell? What is not needed? Let's go through. Aegis of the Scarlet Commander. It's a level 39 shield. I've got a better shield there. It's a shame, but you can be sold. Blanchard Stout, level 45 double hammer. Oh, okay. 162, 20 strength, 15 stamina. That's 27 strength. Yeah, the anger battle axe is just straight up better. Vice grips of strength, fists the phalanx are better. The Nagel ring I can probably equip when I become a tank. I've got a quest to hand in there. You say this is what the bank is for. Yeah, but like I don't need that, do I? I don't need to bank stuff that I'm never going to use ever. Like the Blade of Reckoning, never going to use it. My bank's also full of stuff. You're important because you're a quest item. It's for the memories. The bank is not full of memories. The bank is full of stuff that is no longer needed. And I'm going to get rid of all the stuff here that is not important. Like, do I need a rubidium hammer? It gives me 120 armor, 5 strength. It's only one-handed, though, to be fair. I suppose that's like that's a tank weapon right there. Make your epic sword. I will do soon, don't worry. Any shot of you streaming on YouTube for the improved bitrate, you look like a 90s rom-com protagonist with the current bit crushing. New kid, I will not stream on YouTube because YouTube does not like live streams and I tend to lose subscribers when I do that. However, I appreciate you mentioning the rom-com, but I was going for a different character. If anyone is unaware, the vibe that I'm trying to bring to the convention is the first boyfriend in a rom-com that ends up being a bit of a dickhead, and then the main character shows the main female character the true meaning of Christmas. I'm going for that character. You know when you watch a rom-com and you meet the first boyfriend and you're like, that guy's just a bit of an asshole. That's what I'm going for. I'm the hallmark villain. What I would rather be, oddly specific. I'll tell you where it comes from. My goal is, you guys ever seen Mrs. Doubtfire? Okay? Pierce Brosnan is in that film. Do you know what Pierce Brosnan does wrong in that film? Nothing. He is the villain, and he does nothing wrong. Like, he is just a totally fine guy. He treats the kids well. He treats the girl well. He treats everyone fine. He's got a job. He's totally okay. But he's the villain. Because he's not Robin Williams in that film. Go back and watch Mrs. Doubtfire and ask yourself a question genuinely. What does Pierce Brosnan do wrong? The answer is nothing. He is completely supportive of everything they choose to do. That is kind of the point. Like, go back and watch the B movie and ask yourself genuinely, what does that husband do wrong? Pierce Brosnan could play Arthas. He could. He could play Arthas and he would do nothing wrong. Right, let me sell some stuff. Let me sell some things I don't need. Like, who needs Lincoln's training sword? Basilisk Brain has no point saying... right, let's just open whatever this is. A fanny pack. Ornate Girdle of the Boar. How does that look on me? Let me try it on. Give me that fashion. It's a nice thing, but I don't need it. Let me sell it. Ornate Girdle of the Boar has been sold. I could have taken my roids. That would have increased my strength. Selling room cloth to a vendor. You don't need it. Okay, right. Let's... Oh, Moo's joined us. Fantastic. Hello, CD. Are you and I ready for another adventure together? Piers is also the pigeon lady in Home Alone. No, that's Piers Morgan. Lincoln's sword is a quest item. Yes, from Link. I think we are all now teamed up. Selling room cloth to a vendor is ideal. It's not worth selling to us. Yeah, I'm just going to sell it anyway. Adam Sandler as Arthas. It would be a different vibe. It would definitely not work. Like, there's a couple of actors that I don't think could play Arthas. I don't think The Rock would be the right choice. Nor Vin Diesel. Right, portal to Ironforge. Why are we going to Ironforge? Just out of curiosity. Is there a quest to hand in somewhere? Oh, it's because we're in the Eastern Kingdoms now. And we're in the right place, and now we can take the flight path to the place and the stuff. To fly back, of course, to fly. Batista could play him. No, that's wrong. Batista could play the Lich King. I don't think he could play good Arthas. He's a good actor, don't get me wrong, but I think Batista would be the moment he puts the helmet on. No Dwayne the Lich King Johnson, the Lich Johnson King Dwayne the Rock. Christian Bale could do it. Henry Cavill can play Arthas. I can play his stand-in during filming when he's busy. That's how it works. Arthas was very young in Warcraft 3. Yes, in his 20s, someone younger. You know what? Let's just continue with video game films. Let's just give it to Tom Holland. Let's just give all video game films to Tom Holland and give up on all of them. Alright, we're flying back to Morgan's Vigil? Yes. That's the one. We've all seen the Uncharted film, unfortunately. What you would give to see me and Henry playing Warhammer together. I will bring the Imperial Guard. He will bring his Custodes. Somewhere between us, there's probably a Space Marine. You're making me laugh a lot while working. Please continue. That's the plan. That is the focus. Fuck it. Jack Black. For everyone. Jack Black can play Uther. Are you implying Arthas of not being family-oriented enough to not play Vin Diesel? As long as he says this city must be purged in the same energy that he says family, that would be fine. Jack Black as Jania. Jack Black as Arthas. Jack Black as all of the goblins. Who could play Jania? Anne Hathaway. I think we can get Anne Hathaway. Jack Black plays a Pandaren. Obviously, if there's going to be a Warcraft movie sequel, then we have to put Pandarens in, and Jack Black has to have a cameo as Poe from Kung Fu Panda. How weird was it that Kung Fu Panda and Mists of Pandaria came out at around the same time? That can't have been planned. That was super weird. That was like a really strange case of spontaneous creation with both choices being made. That was super weird. It was the year of the panda, and it very much happened all together. One of the most incredible coincidences. Spontaneous creation does exist. Like the fact that Dennis the Menace got created in England and America at around the same time with two different Dennises. Maybe Pedro Pascal could just play all the roles. He's on a bit of a roll recently, isn't he? He's doing fine. Ants and the Bug's Life. There is a weird thing about that because the script was bouncing around Hollywood for a while, and one of them just went to, Ants was just much darker. Who's playing Cookie in the Warcraft film? Now that we could get Dwayne The Rock Johnson for. Right, I'm going to go and hand in this quest. Handing in, then ready. What I do need to do is switch back to my Berserker stance. Josh, what movie do I think needs a sequel? When you say needs a sequel, what I hear is what movie has a world that I find interesting enough that I would like to explore it more. What world is interesting enough that we haven't told all the stories within it? Now, I don't want to jump to my favorite films, because I've got some favorite films that I think just have wrapped up their story. Like, people always say Treasure Planet. I love Treasure Planet, but it's just the story of Treasure Island. The story's told. The story is the coming-of-age story of Jim. Treasure Planet is an amazing film. You know what I normally do is when someone says, what sequel do you want? I jump to one of my favorite films, which is Titan AE. Titan AE is an incredible sci-fi film, but I think I value the battle between the human and the dredge more than I think a sequel would need to explore. If there was going to be a Titan AE film, I would like it to explore the attempted restructuring of humanity on planet Bob as they look into the alien races that they still need to battle. Titan AE is an underrated film. Don Bluth is an underrated guy. But I've got to go that way, and I've got to try and avoid all these guys as I do it. What film do you think exists in a world that's interesting enough that it needs a sequel? Because it doesn't just need to be, you know, this film was so good, we've got to make more money. But I don't think Titan AE needs a sequel. Dredd would be interesting just because I like the world of Judge Dredd. I don't think Leon needs a sequel. I think Leon is a perfectly encapsulated thing. It's kind of wrapped up. Equilibrium could be a trilogy when we see them fighting afterwards. Yeah, here's Ripley's head. What are you going to give me? Rancor boots, Penance Spaulders, or Splint Steel armor. They are all useless. But thank you anyway. I mean, you can say that you're sad Dredd didn't get a sequel, but I will be honest with you. I quite liked the original Judge Dredd movie. Like, you don't need to like it, but I did. I've not been into the... I need to do the Incendious and Heart of the Mountain. I've got 2 more quests. Ready for summon. I have 2 quests within this dungeon that I would like to do. You know what? Chronicles of Riddick could have done well. I like the Chronicles of Riddick movies. Chronicles of Riddick was an interesting general character, general pace. The Necromongers. They're good for what they are. Like, they're not great. Casper 2. This time he's wet. Finally, we answer the age-old question. Riddick was cool. The PC games were pretty good as well. Oh, they are talking about the Firefly reboot. Isn't it meant to be animated? Oh, I thought the Firefly reboot was animated. Let me just reset. Hope, we made it to reset the dungeon. Right, guys, I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to take a quick AFK break, grab myself a drink, grab myself a cup of tea, grab myself a snack, stretch your legs, grab yourself a bite to eat, whatever you're doing, touch some grass. You know, just be for 5 minutes. You can do this. I believe in you. Here's a DVD logo. Here's also a timer that counts down 5 minutes because I know that some of you need to be told when I'm going to be back. Guys, I'll see you in 5. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Will I get back in time? Of course I will. I'm always ready. I'm always ready, don't you think I'm not? Okay, hang on. I'm just eating out a cream egg. Give me a second. And... you know what? Yeah, you can watch. Why not? You cheated. It was 6 minutes. You can't prove that. There's not a court in the land that would convince me. That's how you eat a cream egg. You bite the top off and then you stick your tongue inside it. And you gain the gooey goodness within. That's where the nutrients are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on, no. 5. I couldn't see you, Moo. Moo's just straight up stealthy. I'm not the villain. This is just how you eat an egg. Alright? That's what it is. Anna, is that where your goo comes from for your kagoo? Right. Anna, You've clearly referenced a sentence that I've said before, but I think you and me are going to need to work on understanding what you've just said. Is that where the goo comes from for your cocoon? Oh, your cocoon! The cocoon of when I'm metamorphosizing from my slug-like state to my beautiful butterfly state. Yes, I'm glad that you remembered that because I didn't. Darling, if this is the first time you've ever been in the chat and that's the first thing you typed, I understand why this might be a little bit weird. Anna says, no, I'm happy with what I said. I'm not. All right, deeply saddened by the fact that honestly you remembered that. I did not remember my cocoon. My cocoon is what happens when you have a cocoon full of goo and then you metamorphosize from a caterpillar into a beautiful butterfly. It was 30 minutes ago. I have a bad memory, but it isn't that bad. Anna, listen, the only way that I stay sane during these streams is I wipe whatever happened 30 minutes ago. You know, like when you record onto a really high definition camera, it just keeps rolling the same footage and wiping the previous stuff? That's how I live. If it happened 30 minutes ago, gone. Deleted. Honestly, for sanity, gone. The reason... C-Slug says, Josh, just lick your egg. All right, stop getting involved. Just lick your egg. The loop is actually for me to remind myself what I need to do. Streaming to me is like Memento. Darling just went, what? Who is new to the stream who is currently confused? The view count is dropping, and so I can only assume we're losing cowards. The reason they said just lick your egg is because I'm eating a cream egg. But I'm doing it, honestly, primarily with tongue. What's in the egg? Goo. Bodyguard says, I'm not new, I'm just confused. And someone else... So, Body said, I'm not new, I'm confused. And Goat Fucker said, new but not confused. The dichotomy of man. The balance within this stream. Perfect. I think this will definitely go down in history as one of the streams ever. Good egg? Very. Right. Are we ready? This is certainly a stream. I think it's legally responsible for me to say that other streams are available. Hooked on a feeding. Those were 22 chews. Thank you for counting the chews of the egg. What a sentence. What a sentence. What a world we live in. Let's go this way. You thought this was a rather wet stream. Is this stream wet or dry? No matter if it's a serious discussion about politics, philosophy, or something like this, I will always end up confused and slightly disturbed. Good. That's the energy that I need to bring to the whole convention. It's a dripping, it's too dry, it's a moist stream. And Cement Eater says, is my cement dry or wet? It's... like, cement obviously needs water to bind. But then when you touch it, it feels kind of dry, but that's kind of gritty. Nearly fell in the lava there. Didn't, though. Didn't do it. If the stream is wet, is it a ghost? No, you're confusing. If A is B, then B does not necessarily need to be A with that. Does cement dry or cure or both? That's a question. And the answer is I don't know. Thank you, Mage, for... Should we just kill these guys as we go? Yeah, let's just kill things as we go. If we get attacked, we just kill them. I misread your name as Meat Strife, and now I'm disappointed. Too, and you wouldn't be the first. I'm a dab hand at disappointing people, don't you worry. Very skilled at what I do. I like to whelm. Cure, because it's a chemical reaction and can harden underwater. Same. You are the most whelming streamer I've ever seen. Good. That's what I intend to be. Oh, good. Cement Eater's tiny again. We've got a tiny dancing guy with us. Perfect. This is great. Is this my highest level character? Yes, it is. It is indeed. Don't just stare. You've got that 2012 stream UI, though. I was so tempted to put unregistered hypercam 2 in the top corner. And we start every single stream with let the bodies hit the floor. Unregistered hypercam 2. Then we shout. Then we end every stream with what I've done. I have 2 quests. I need to kill... I need to loot the evil place and also kill Incendius. There we go. Oh my god, Nightcore music. Do you guys remember Nightcore? Which is just basically like fast, sped up versions of anime songs. Oh, Nightcore. Nightcore, I think, is what happens when you really need to just brute force your brain into not doing anything else. If there is a moment, if you're sat there, you're thinking, right, I'm having thoughts, I need to provide my brain with so much stimulation that I am physically incapable of having a thought. Listen to some Nightcore. Halfway through, you'll be like, even if I tried, I could not think of anything else right now. You put an anime girl on the thumbnail, you speed it up quick. Right, so how do you do this? Do you jump at it and then try and click from the other side or something? Right, are we all here? Hang on, oh, there's Moo. I can't see Moo because you're in stealth all the time. Hentai Watcher, I heard anime girl. You know what I love about this stream? I love that you guys are just so unapologetically into whatever the thing is that you're into. Like, no one's apologizing. No one's being like, I'm sorry, that's kind of my thing. They're just straight up into it. You just love it. Someone said anime girl, someone called Hentai Watcher immediately turns up. There's no, sorry, am I interrupting? Oh my goodness, I'm so embarrassed. No, it's just like, where's the tits? Straight away. Give it to me right now. Give me an entire octopus. I love that. You're a simple man. I respect that. You are a simple man. And I do think that we all collectively appreciate the fact that there is a level of simplicity going on there. There's no guilty pleasures, just pleasures. Just pleasures. Have I left this instance at all in the past week? No, you don't need to. You don't really need to leave this instance. Shame is an outdated notion that assumes anyone else cares about your opinion. I mean, I think we need to have a level of shame over certain things. Like, some people unironically prefer Devil May Cry 2 over Devil May Cry 1, and while I'm not saying that there is no accounting for taste, they should be ashamed. Thunderclapping and demo shouting the packs would help our healer a lot. God damn it, fine, I'll just do that. Right, my job, Moo, your job is to do DPS. And let's be fair, CD, you're doing more damage than I am. So my job is to just thunderclap these cheeks. You all ready? Here we go. Demoralizing shout, thunderclap. Literally all I'm doing now. It's my entire thing. I am being silly, by the way. You can like whatever game you like. It's totally up to you. You're keeping people entertained. That's true. My job here is cameraman. There is nothing wrong with isekai anime. Alright. Myrmidon's helmet. Don't need that. Hibernial sphere. Also don't need that. Alright, cool. I did 3.9k damage. That was... See, Josh is doing good. I'm doing great. Both Demoralizing Shout and Thunderclap have a long duration. No need to spam it. Yeah, but sometimes you want to just spam the clapping, you know? I mean, maybe your clapping has a long duration. I'm pretty much operating on 5-second increments. Josh, am I excited for the new RE0 season on April 7th? I've thought of nothing else since then. Other than the stuff you posted to Says recently, any big old video coming down the pipeline related to Classic? There wasn't meant to be. This was not meant to be entertainment. This was meant to be me just playing a game for fun. For funsies. And then it became... Then it just fully became all about being efficient, fighting around and doing all that jazz. Okay, so Thunderclap has like a 30-second duration, and, I mean, same. But what that means is I can change to Berserker stance afterwards, get some whirlwinds going off. And then manually switch back to battle stance. I will do the stance dance, but I'm only doing it by clicking, okay? That lasts for how long? 26 seconds. So I can do that, then I can switch, and as long as everything dies within 26 seconds, we're actually doing fine. By gods, he is operating. I am operating at a higher level than anyone is, at this point, capable of understanding. You can stance if you want to. You can leave your shield behind. Because if you don't stance, and if your friends don't stance, then they're no friends of mine. Not so much a dance as it stands. Okay, yes, so I would say that my stance dance is the equivalent of a primary school disco, with the boys standing awkwardly on one side of the room, the girls standing awkwardly on the other, the teachers getting slowly more and more drunk, and the girls waiting until either the Macarena or Cotton Eye Joe comes on, and then they'll go and dance to that. There was a very special energy. Josh, if you type /camp, you can place a tent and get good XP bonus. Warbringer, that's so funny. I'm going to save that laugh for later, because you are not the first person to have ever said it. In fact, I think, if I am correct, you yourself said it a few days ago. Right, so this might be a bit of a problem, guys. I locked in right there. I locked the hell in. Apart from this enemy that I forgot about. But if I switch back to Berserker stance, I can then punch him, which will distract him. Mages are so good. I stopped talking for 10 whole seconds. I locked in. Born to dilly-dally. Forced to lock in. Born to game. Forced to piss. That's just the life that I live. You hate the fact the stream title is 100% accurate. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to come out here on the internet and tell lies, am I? We're just maxing and whimsy mogging. That's what we're doing. We're casual pilled the entire way. Also, why are these guys, like, angry? Because they weren't previously always angry, were they? Ah, it's demoralizing shout. I see what's going on there. We have been raided by the Spud Hunter once more. Spud Hunter, welcome to, honestly, exactly the same stream as yesterday. That's what's going on. Spud Hunter and everyone from Spud Hunter's channel, if you were here yesterday, you have seen this stream. We are going to do the same thing again. We're in Blackrock Depths. We're going to go through Blackrock Depths. We're going to kill the Emperor and hopefully get Ironfoe. That's what's going to happen. So, as we all fully unger toward the bunga, we're going to kill all these dwarves. Mine was exactly the same. We're in a time loop bound by the universe. We are. Who needs, you know, variety? Who in the stream actually wants the stream to be different? And who wants to see the same thing they've seen again many times? Multiple times over, if anything. We get it. You like Blackrock. I do. I love Blackrock Depths. I think it's great. It has a good time. It makes me happy. Maybe one day we'll see the actual Ironfoe drop. Maybe we won't. Who knows? The known is comfortable. I didn't know Josh knows Spud Hunter. Every Twitch streamer knows every other Twitch streamer. It's a secret we're not meant to tell you. We all know each other. We all live together. It's a really big house. Can you do a loop always but a new loop? No. No, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that. You want Groundhog Day. I've always said that what people want is they want novel familiarity, which means they want something brand new that they've never experienced before that they instantly understand. That, if you can find that, you'll be laughing. That's the formula. Novel familiarity. Watch Moo mess up and explode. No, Moo's gonna be fine. Moo's gonna be absolutely fine. Don't you worry about Moo. All done. Right, demoralizing strike. Thunderclap onto everyone. Then we just attack stuff. Thunderclap and demoralizing again for those of you who didn't die the first time. I've seen so many Josh videos but never seen a stream of his. The streams are very much like the videos but worse. Because the videos are the best bits. The videos are the highlights. You know how old comedy clip shows, old kind of sketch comedy, you remember the good sketches but you forget the bad sketches? That's kind of what this is. This is like 8 hours of bad sketches where there'll be like maybe 20 minutes of good comedy if you filter it through. That's what becomes the clip. But we need to keep going for it. It's like how whenever they film a TV episode of any kind of clip show or panel show, they film like 5 hours and then show the funniest half hour. Josh, have you ever done any improv shows? Yes, I actually run an improvisation Dungeons & Dragons show called Session Zero. You can find some episodes of it online. We have performed at MCM, we have performed at EGX, we've performed at RuneFest, we've performed at various places around. We've worked with a couple of the other D&D teams. I did an episode where I guest starred on the Shadow of the Dragon Queen with Outside Xbox. They were fun to hang out with. See, I've done lots of improv comedy before. Lots of improv comedy. Yeah, improvisational Dungeons and Dragons. It's always good fun. It's always a nice little fun time there. Let's kill this guy. I've done yes and. Yes, I have done yes and. I've yes anded my way through a few improvisational moments. Ooh, hang on. 206 armor. Oh, are they just straight up better? No, increase attack power by 30. They're not better in any way. The rare is there. Then we go and kill the rare. Who's the rare? can't. Oh, okay, that guy. Let's go and do it. This is indeed a full run, yes. You got catfished by a 5-minute clip and the show is mostly subpar. Yeah, that's how I describe myself. Absolutely whelming. If you ever watch this show, what you will get is what you expect. It won't be good. It'll be whelming. It will not be good at all. You didn't know you were 35. I'm sorry that I had to be the bearer of bad news. D&D improv sketch adventure of Blackrock Mountain where you take on the role of Cement Eater. Thank you for noticing that, Zork. You did notice that I did a little bit of a pummel right there at the end. You've got to wait for a guy to almost get there, then you've got to pummel him. Don't clip that. Thank you for the bananas. I appreciate that, Moo. But yeah, basically, when a guy is... See, the pummel is a punch. When a guy is almost there, you know, just about to cast, then you can just punch it to make sure that stops. One of my favourite Rareware games. They're also good. Why don't you... Hooked on a Feeding. Why don't you tell me your favourite Rareware games and I'll tell you if I like them. Am I interested in Crimson Desert at some point? Yeah, in about 15 years from now, I'll probably go back and give it a go. Yeah, give it a couple of years and we'll see what's going on. Do I use add-ons? I have got Questy and I have got Leatrix maps. And that is it. It's good because I thought I was 10 years older. You are welcome to be here and be given the good news of being younger than you thought. What does Leatrix maps do? Adds a load more stuff to the maps, makes it easier to resize it and change it and move it around. Also adds in level zones when you cursor over stuff so you can see where things are meant to be. Just changes around the functionality of the map slightly. Do I stream D&D sessions? I used to, but I don't now. The reason for that is it is fun for me to play, but not always fun for me to stream. I'm surprised you added maps since it didn't add to your DPS. Well, I've learned that the DPS is a varied, complicated system, and you do need at least some kind of life. Oh, cool. Hope got the badass shield out. Hope got the really cool looking skull shield. That's amazing. You look awesome. SN Google, do you scrunch or fold? Trick question. What you need to do is just shit so powerfully and so perfectly, you don't need to wipe. All right? What you want to do is build up an explosive level of power. Then it's self-cleaning, all right? Like a jet engine. It's like when you set your oven to clean itself. It just gets really hot. Cels, our ghost poo's wet. Why did you type that? It's rubbing off on you. This stream, we're all changing. We're all changing. We've all become different people. Turbo, I will not stop. I will straight up not. Is it still illegal to talk about Turtle WoW? Yes, your entire family will be sent to the gulag. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them by sending people to the gulag when they talk about Turtle WoW. No, the problem is that everyone is aware of it, but it's one of those things where when it becomes too successful, it will just get shut down. I think people who play private servers need to understand that the more you advertise your private server, the greater the chance of it getting shut down is. You've consumed a lot of British media like Black Mirror, Guy Ritchie movies, and Adolescence, and the British English spoken sounds much harder to understand than your British English. Is there a specific accent? Yes. So I'm speaking in what people would refer to as received pronunciation. Received pronunciation is often associated with news readings or what they would call the Queen's English. RP, or received pronunciation, is about the continual pronunciation of every single syllable or phonic within the word until you get to the end of the word. It is not itself an accent. It is normally a spoken, learned, trained way of presenting information. Many people would consider it posh. You can leave the Midlands, but you still say Bath. It's not Bath, it's Bath. It's not castle, it's castle. Are you always RPing? Pretty much. I can do different accents. I can do Welsh pretty well. In fact, I can do Welsh so well that Wales have asked me to stop doing it because it's so good. The same with Scotland. I think Scotland collectively got together after they heard my Scottish accent and said, Josh, that was so good that you're making us sound bad. Could you stop? And I said, aye. Which was the last thing I said in Scottish. Right, switch to you. God damn it. Switch back to you. Break free. Inju, don't tell me not to do my Scottish accent. You can't get cancelled for that. Jamaican, that would probably get me... Yeah, people would probably have an issue with that, and rightfully so. Scottish, however, I think we're okay with. Your Welsh... Oh, my Welsh accent. Can I pronounce that long Welsh word? Yes. Welsh is what happens when a man drops a Scrabble board and refuses to admit that he just dropped a Scrabble board, and instead goes, that's a language, that is. And then everyone kind of goes, it's not. But he just very much insists it is. Can I pronounce it correctly? Yeah. Hinge, you're about to find a way to ban me from my own channel. Ooh. And you are on loud. So my mother from the valleys is... Right, brilliant, fantastic. Inju's mother from the valleys. I believe we have what many people would consider now to be the perfect testing ground for my Welsh accent. It's about to get real up in here. Right. Welsh from the valleys. The best way to do the Welsh accent from the valleys is to inflect up and down with every syllable. You want to go up for one and down for the other. It's a roller coaster of a language. Roller coaster of an accent. Inju, if you could perfectly describe the way your mother is reacting right now, I'd appreciate that. That'd be brilliant. That word brilliant was actually quite accurate right there. Serene said, somebody make him stop. No, there are no brakes on the Welsh train. She has her hands on her hips. I'm assuming because of how impressed she is. That went Scottish at the end there. We can change it back. Wales. I'm assuming it's because of how impressed she is with my accent. The problem is that I'm English, which means every single accent ultimately becomes Indian. It just does. Millennial Englishmen, when we try and do an accent, it becomes Indian eventually. That just happens. You can start off with Welsh, but eventually it will become Indian. That just happens. It's a natural progression of accent to the other. You can do it with Scottish, you can do it with Irish, you can do it with anything. And as an actor, it's a bit of a problem. It's a very big problem as an actor, especially in Shakespeare. Because you can walk on and you can start with any kind of Scottish, Macbeth, the kind of thing. Scotland, thrice the brindled cat hath mewed, twice and the once the hedge pig whined. And I'm like, well, we've fucked that up, lads. We've gone straight to Indian there. That's a bit of a problem. You've got to start with it, and then you've got to move into it. American here could not hear the difference. Scottish accents we can do, that's fine. It's very much an Apu from The Simpsons accent. That's what all English people were raised on. Can you do Valley Girl? Oh my god. Unfortunately, yes. That's an accent called vocal fry. And vocal fry is basically using all of your accent all the time. It's, oh my god, like OMG. We don't need to do this accent the whole time, but like we can. Okay, sorry, you can't. Shut up. All right? I'm sorry that I'm so good at everything. I make you all upset. Everything has an inflection at the end. Thanks, I hate it. We found his weakness, and it's American Valley Girls. God damn, I knew someone would find out eventually. Can you do Eric Cartman? No, he is a child. And just because I am a Twitch streamer, even I have limits. This is too good, Lamau. Some of you are laughing, and you shouldn't be. I just said a really bad joke. I just said something that was horrifically unfunny, and yet you guys were like, hang on, I see what he did there. The joke, he said that, but actually, oh, there's layers. There's layers to this. All right, guys, come on, get with the program. I'm not a Minecraft YouTuber. Inju, BRB going to get more drugs. Inju, if you're going to go and get more drugs, just put your mum on for a sec. We'll chat to her. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. I am manually clicking to change stances, and I will continue to do that. Manual clicking will continue until morale improves. No, she's wheeling me to the pharmacy. That's why she's here. That's fair. Okay, you have a good trip to the pharmacy. Enjoy your drugs. I feel like your party should unionize again, but against me. Specifically against me. Just gently kicking me out my own party. Chimera says, yo, what is good? My accents. You can't prove otherwise. You've got no proof at all. So what I do need to kill at some point is... I've got to kill that guy. I need to kill Incendius, and I need to kill the dude that has all of the loot stuff. You haven't heard an Australian one yet. I don't... Look, we can have a laugh, but I don't want to make an enemy of everyone. I would still like some allies left at the end of this. Merge two of your favorite accents and then insult me. I don't need to do that. I'm going to keep talking the Queen's English. Someone in chat, is this version of WoW what is max level? This is the Burning Crusade, so the max level is 70. Switch back to this. Yeah, we can't make an enemy of the Australians. The English and the Australians get on pretty well, I would say. I would say that England and Australia, we're good mates. Historically, I don't think England has ever done anything wrong to Australia, so I think that there's a lot of mutual respect, understanding, love in many ways there. Admiration. That's one of the things there is. I just can't think of anything we've done wrong. Ooh, interesting. The Chill Steel Girdle. Increases healing done and increases magic done. Damn, it's nice. And some meat. Right. I am ready for the thing. We ready? Ready to open stuff? Where's the dude? All right, let's open things. Look, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of historical geopolitics, but I think we can all collectively agree that England, whatever we did, if we did anything, was the good guy. Because if that's not true, I have to then self-reflect on the fact that patriotism may in fact just be nationalism reflavored. And I don't like that. Right, I require the special key, but I can also open this thing just here. The Heart of the Mountain. Got it. Right, enemies here. Let's go. Let's get the demoralizing shout up. Everyone get weakened. Everyone get thunderclapped. Now everyone gets slapped and smacked around, tapping and whacking and smacking. England invented time. I think that's true. That's true to say. You're all welcome for that, by the way. I do indeed have the Heart of the Mountain with me right now. And now we continue to kill these guys and see what they drop, if anything. Life may have been better before time, because then you couldn't be late to work. So yeah, there is a degree of us doing that. Sorry about that. Ooh, Magma Forged Band, of which I already have. Strength, agility, and stamina. It is a unique equipped, so I can't have two of them. You're pretty sure that makes me King of the Dwarves. I think I was given King of the Dwarves title by height. It's not sped up, it's Nightcore, and you use an anime girl as the cover. That's important. I'm not speed leveling, I'm Nightcore leveling. This conversation has definitely gone around. You're night-coring it. That's what we're doing. We're full-on night-coring it. Okay, so I've done that. I need to kill Incendius. Can we just drop down to Incendius from here? We can, can't we? We can just do a cheeky little drop-down. Love this for us. What if we do a cheeky drop-down? Which is kind of like a cheeky Nando's, but it's slightly more drop-downy. Instead of speed runs, we have Nightcore runs. Am I the anime girl? I could be. I could ooh the best woo. What do you want to do? Drop down, please. Like, drop to here. Right, should we kill these two things first? Let's go. Oh, hang on, that was weird. I could indeed ooh the best woo. You guys have no idea how good my ooh woo is. Hope's dead. Not sure how. Cool. Not sure what happened there. We aggro pulled the other side jumping. Gotcha. Okay. Right. Oh. Cool. And teleported to us because we couldn't reach them. So they attacked everything. Gotcha. Cement, can you res? Is this classic or BC anniversary? BC anniversary. I uwooed so hard that hope died. I'm going to open a window. Hang on. If you are all really good, I will uwoo later. We are losing viewers at a rapid pace, but we are only losing cowards. It's unlikely that you'll all behave. What is uwoo? It is the noise I make when you do everything correct. Josh went from killing MMOs to killing hope. I assume you mean hope as in the character, not hope as in the general idea. Come for the uwoo, stay for the gorgy, which is the ghost orgy. There's a lot of, oh my god, there's a lot of layers to this stream that if you don't understand, it just kind of sounds insane. And I think we're getting to a point where even if you do understand it, I think it still sounds kind of insane as well. Even if you do, in fact, hang on, is the ghost orgy dry or wet? Every decision I've ever made in my entire life has led to me asking that sentence in front of 2,500 people. I used to be an actor. I used to be an actor. Which of the two blazing fire guards are we killing first? Are we killing the one with the skull first? Apparently not. Oh no, yeah we are. A high-ranking actor? No. No, not at all. Average at best. The moment of self-realization. No, I wouldn't change this. I wouldn't change. Just a 30-minute depressed arc. How's the stream going? I'm sad. Oh, goodness me. We like to have a laugh. Hey Josh, YouTube clips you here. Watched a clip of you talking about the politics between two night games. Can you as an artist touch on separating artists from their creations? Arcade, cool name. We have had a long discussion about the idea of separating the art from the artist. And I think one of the things that we did touch upon was the idea that, and we spoke about this earlier actually, sometimes art will be created which is attempting to appeal to an ideological base. The risk with doing that is if you try to appeal to an ideological base, people will support it to be seen to support it, but they will not actually turn up to buy it. That's the problem. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about the idea that it is very easy to say you like this thing because it is made by or represents the thing that you ideologically agree with, but it is very difficult to find people who actually want to give their money to that. Plus, many people will say they agree with something, but then not go and buy it. But they will go and buy something that they don't agree with. It's a complex thing. I think, yep, we've completed all the quests now. This is great. I think I've got one more tablet of the 7 in the burning steps, and then those things as well. Okay, we are flying the room there. We're doing good. Yeah, you can separate the art. Do we corrupt art creations by attaching politics to it? Arcady, good question. Depends what the purpose of the art is. Josh, we jump. Okay. Are we going to survive this? Like, I'll follow you, but we might die. Don't jump, just watch. Right, so we're trying to get to there, are we? Oh, hang on. Might need to help you with that Fireguard Destroyer. Right, there we go. Now I've helped. Now, how do we get from here? So this is lava skip. Oh, we did this last time, didn't we? Kind of. Right, so we're jumping that way now, are we? Right, are we all here? Cool, we're all here. Now we're going that way, I assume. We're going to kill that thing over there. I'm learning. Go whenever you're ready. Killing Skull here will be very important. Gotcha. I pull them over. Okay. You pull them over, we attack. When lava jumping, put on defensive stance. Oh, you'll just take less damage, won't you? Does defensive stance also count for... Uh-oh. Well, that's a problem. Does defensive stance also count for damage taken from the environment? I assume it does. That's okay. We're doing fine so far. Well, we survived. Defensive stance is on. And now we want to jump, I assume, to that bit there. Why do you think people haven't experimented with taking IRL filmmaking techniques and applying it to gaming storytelling? I would say some of them have. I might just jump to the island and not worry about practicing this technique, because practicing is going to kill us. I'll just jump to the island. Okay, cool. There we go. Oh, there's another Fireguard Destroyer over there. You know, when you think about it, swimming in lava is a hot stone massage. It is! That's true! Right, hope is, I believe, dragging the enemy back to us over here. And then we want to stand up here so it comes to us. And then we attack the Fireguard Destroyer once we get slightly more damage ready for it. Here we go. I had the high ground. You know what? I haven't hit all my goals today yet. But maybe I will do by the end of the day. The day is not over yet. Right. Are we going that way now? To that island at the end? Is that the plan? Because I can do that. It is indeed getting hot in here. So we should put on more fire-resistant clothing. So, where are we heading to now? Oh, we're heading up and around this way. Okay. We all still here? Cool, just waiting for everyone. Right, straight to the rock. Wait here. Okay. I am awaiting. Why does lava look so tasty? I think it's just a lovely orange. It feels like it's kind of angry Fanta, doesn't it? Don't worry, we're not going to leave our buddies behind, man. We're going to make sure they're all feeling valued as well. Spicy pumpkin. Yeah, delicious bolognese. Fireguard drop something. Right, where are we going now? We're jumping in a straight line over there, I assume. Right, defensive on. Josh, I came to this stream to give you a message. Card games on motorcycles. Perfect message, perfect game. I have no idea what could be wrong with that. Doing the lava skip. Gonna try to. We're going to try to. What could go wrong? So jump just before you hit the lava. Where are we going to? Do we not stop and fight them? Okay, Hope, I thought we just stopped to fight them. Where are you? You've got to let us know what the plan is when we are doing these kind of things. Because otherwise it's just me following you jumping through lava. Yeah, this skip sucks. Let's not do this skip. Let's instead do the dungeon and get the experience for doing the dungeon. Do we fight them? Amu's dead, but the healer's alive still. Oh, no. Yep, no, we release. We go back to the start and meet. Let's, yeah, I'm only level 52, so maybe we don't do the lava skip when we are that level. We all go at once is the plan, but someone jumped in first. Or we don't do the skip. I would say that we don't do the skip and we just do the dungeon. That makes sense to me. Picard wouldn't do the skip. That's true. Do the skip again, it's fun to learn. I don't want to learn it at a level 52 character. In the future I can learn it, absolutely. The skip is normal when you're 60 and can avoid aggroing them. You did ask to jump down. Down to Incendious, not all the way down to the thing. Jumping down to Incendious, that's fine. Jumping down to do the full skip, not the plan. Yeah, when you're level 60 and you're grinding for whatever you've got at 60. I don't think we are at that level yet. Plus, I need the experience. And I'm super close to gaining some XP. It's time to change to Lower Blackrock Spire. You know what? We have finished Blackrock Depths, haven't we? When does Lower Blackrock Spire start? What's the range for that? 54? Ah, we're not quite at 54 yet. We're not quite there yet. Josh, I stayed to this stream to give you a second message. I appreciate the fact that you are just quoting various memes. 54 for Lower Blackrock Spire, got it. Okay, so I don't want to go there to Lower Blackrock Spire yet. Diamall. What's Diamall? I've heard of Diamall. You can go in Blackrock Spire in 10-man raid. Oh, cool. Now, I can do this skip because I am a ghost. Gotcha. What MMO should you play today? You should play Lord of the Rings Online. That's what you should play. What happened? We tried to do the lava skip and failed. Josh, what is my take on ADHD? I don't think I've ever focused long enough to understand what that take is. Since we are ghosts, time for the age-old question. No, we're not answering it. We're not answering it. Cement Eater, it is not a question we need to answer. Okay. We are in. Moo is there. And Hope is on their way as well. It's ethically important. It's ethically irrelevant. Is Lord of the Rings still decent? Yeah, it's fine. Diamorl is the OG DM. Deadmines is VC as you fight Van Cleef at the end. Oh, cool, okay. Josh, I must say, your weeks-long journey testing classes only to settle on man with sword is something comedic. I just thought I could do different things, you know. Right, Incendious is a dead end, by the way, which is why we jumped into the lava, since we get the 2 quests. Could we not have ran back and not died? Like, if you jump down to Incendious, is there no way that you can then get back from where you were? It is not a dead end. You can go back. It's just harder to do. Gotcha. Okay, people are saying that it's not a dead end. You can, in fact, get back. Not really. We fight back. Yeah, we need experience. Good. We need XP. Fighting through enemies is fine. It's giving us the experience to carry on. Until we're level 60 or 70, we don't need to skip stuff. We can just do the fight. I would rather spend 5 minutes doing a fight than 2 or 3 minutes trying to work out how to skip the fight. Ah, this way is the bar? It's the bar fight, isn't it? This way leads to the Emperor. Yes, I think so. It's like 30 minutes to fight back and 5 minutes to run back. Yeah, but during those 30 minutes, we're gaining experience. I don't mind gaining experience while playing the game. That's the point. When we have a team that is capable of taking on the challenges of the combat, I'll just do that. Get gold, get experience, maybe even some upgrades. You asked to jump down to Incendiary. Yes. To kill the boss. Not to do the lava skip. And after we killed Incend, we can fight back. Everything we skipped by jumping. Yeah, cool. So let's just go and do that. You are 1 letter off having the name of the best breath attack in the whole of Breath of Fire. I did not know that. I understand that we skipped some enemies by fighting to kill the incendiary guy first. But then, of course, we can just go and kill the other stuff. I don't mind doing the smaller fights. If I didn't make what I wanted to do clear, then that's my fault. I didn't mean skip as much as we can to get to the end of it. I didn't know how else to get down to the Incendious boss. I still don't know this dungeon very well. If we can fight our way to it, that would have worked as well. Right, let me put my stance back on. Work out where I need to be. Are we killing these guys as we go? We are being followed. You get to relax after a long day. Lozo, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing today? What have you been up to? I know that if skips go correctly, they do save a few minutes. But I don't want us to waste more minutes on running back if they fail. So let's fight our way through here. This looks like experience to me. I would happily draw. This big hall leads to Incendious. Okay. Do we need to go this way? Okay. So we can fight our way through there, or we dropped down to there. Jumping down the only way. So... is back through the hall that leads to Incendious. Okay, so we could do that? I didn't know that there was one way down to them. I'm just not necessarily a big fan of skipping dungeons geographically, if that makes sense. Plus, this will give me just enough to level up as well. I remember this hall. There's a rare here, isn't there? There's a potential rare here. I'm trying to read chat at the same time. There we go. At 52, at a low level, I don't mind clearing stuff, because clearing stuff is useful. We've got one runner. Well done to either the mage or the hunter that got them just there. Second runner. Good job. Yeah, the thing is that dungeon skips can be great, and they can work really well. If it was my fault saying, let's drop down, I didn't realize this was the only way to reach him. Chief Architect's Monocle. Improves spell critical strike by 21. That's cool. How does it look? Oh, that is fashion. We got a monocle drop and a dark iron rifle. I do not need the monocle. Okay, so we don't need to go this way anymore. We don't need this way now, do we? Cool. Oh, that was the boss. Oh, cool. So once we have done that, that's the only way to get to Incendious. What's the other way, like across the hall from Incendious? Best in slot for roleplay, without a doubt. What's down that bit? Is that the main gate of... Let's go and have a look. We'll see the gate. Hey, Sponge. Welcome to the stream, dude. Yeah, I'm all good, man. We are pushing through Blackrock Depths again. We are trying to kill as and when we go. We're learning the layout slowly. Oh, the gate will be down here, will it? Oh, cool. So you actually can't get there without the bridge. And you open the bridge with... Oh, you don't open the bridge. Okay. Right, so you lock it. So there's a way to open or lock the bridge. It comes back around to the... Okay, this is a maze. This is an absolute maze that I am slowly working my way around. The game is pretty good. This game is very good. I'm enjoying this game. What we need to work on is the signposting of the actual dungeon, so people know where it is and where it's going to. Don't worry, there's a woof 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 going on because we're going to knock on the door. The dogs will check, make sure it's okay. They'll put the post through the post box. The postman knows the way. This game is good, though. Now, I think we can probably kill the Emperor. If Hope feels confident doing the massive, complicated, billion-person room again. Because that room was complicated. But Hope did really well with it. Hope controlled that room super well. So let's see if we can go and kill the Emperor again. We're attacking these guys. That room was alright, yeah. Honestly, that was mostly CD. Also doing a huge amount of AoE. Moo will delete the Emperor. Good! That's what we want. Right, is it worth killing these guys instead of these guys? The reason I think that I'm so obsessed with killing everything is because if you kill everything, then the chance of a single enemy running off from a group and aggroing something else is lower. But if you skip mobs, then the chance of an enemy aggroing that mob and then that mob becoming a big problem is higher. Now, you can save time by only killing what you need to kill. But the time that you could potentially lose to a wipe is much greater than the time that you would spend killing stuff. And you still get experience. And you still get potentially loot. Yep says, oh, I just thought you hated dwarves. I mean, two things can be true. Multiple things can all be true. I simply don't want to leave risks around the place. Pineapple, thank you very much. That is incredibly kind of you. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? That's what makes mobs with fear tricky. Yes. Yes, it is. Josh would hate Mythic Plus. I would not hate Mythic Plus at all. You've been playing Albion for many years. Past two dads, spent a lot of time in the game. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Albion Online's a pretty good game. Oh, hang on. Lots of enemies. Let's just try and get through all of them. Yeah, there we go. Did we have enough creamy egg? We did. We did. I've eaten enough cream egg. No more for you. You don't get that. Got to make you wait till tomorrow for more of those. What's on the menu today? We're going to finish off another Blackrock Depths. We're going to see what the Emperor drops. And then I might even, as a bit of an insane challenge, level the mage. Who knows? Gang, yo, what's up? I don't mean to bring down the mood. That's okay. But I'm tired as all hell. If you need to take a break, you chill. If you need to chill, bro, you chill. We're not going to force you through another super long dungeon. We can restart. Yep, I slept 4 hours last night, but I'm glad I joined. Cement, you did really well. Right, let's head out. Cool. Let's head out and find a replace. Cement, you did well. Take care of yourself, bro. You were a paladin. Cement, you were healing? You were healing, weren't you? Because Hope Gray's tanking. Cool. We need a healer. I've been watching some reactions to your videos lately, and I must say you're so right. Oh my god, I am, aren't I? Everything I ever say is objectively correct. I mean, I was surprised myself. But apparently, always correct. I'm glad that you've noticed as well. We can all revel in that together. Oh, beautiful. Right, okay, so we need a healer, I believe. Oh, that was fast. Right, Huggy Beard, Dwarf Priest, you're currently in Gadget Zan. Let's do this. Huggy, welcome to the team. Let's go get Huggy summoned in. ABC, always be correct. That's how I live my life. Thank you for giving me my opinion. If you guys don't know what you think, don't worry. I will tell you what you think. If I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. And then I will make sure that you all understand how you think and how you feel and how you got there. It's a scary world out there. And let's be honest, some of you have had a bit too much to think. So I'm going to make sure that you always know what you should be thinking, based on my opinion of your opinion. Okay, we are in the goodest of hands. Oh, the pressure. The pressure is there. Right, Hope, do you want me to run back with you, or are you good? Remember, guys, never think and drive. I just joined. I am lacking context to understand this. Ardent scams. So I'm being remarkably facetious and very kind of self-defeating in the idea that Twitch streamers and YouTubers sometimes just sprout absolute bullshit and people just clap them and cheer them simply because they are kind of their streamer, their guy. But I make a lot of mistakes, a huge amount of mistakes. Apollo agrees. He is out there barking up a storm and absolutely agrees. You've been thinking so much, you're pretty thunk at this point. Yeah, don't worry. You only watch JoshStrifeSays, the current environment of React content, the metagaming before playing the game, not having a journey, not approaching people as beings. Oh, God, yeah, it's just... it is so... Apollo, my goodness. It's just the sky. It's not going to go anywhere. You don't need to balk at the sky. That's like the sequel to Howl at the Moon. You once had a cup of tea from a metal mug. Not a good idea. It ends up tasting weird, doesn't it? He's balking at the sky. Old dog yells at cloud. That's what's happening right now. It's back again. He keeps us safe. Josh, do you think a genre can become saturated when it has a lot of games with different twists, or saturated with things with no innovation? Roguelikes can't become saturated. As long as it exists, someone will like it. Things just exist. Yes, Apollo. Sometimes people like them. Sometimes they don't. No one truly knows why things are the way they are. And no one has the formula to what makes something successful and not successful. Sometimes people are like, if we do this, this, and this, will it work? I'm like, I don't know. I can give you the statistical probability that it will, but I can't give you a guaranteed yes, it will. We don't know. Apollo, you can't say that anymore, mate. Okay, times have moved on. We can't... Here's something that irritates me. How many of you have ever... I mean, this is a really specific situation. How many of you have ever interacted with a marketing agency that promised to make your product go viral? That's a really specific problem that ends up actually being quite a big problem in the marketing world. I've spoken to so many marketers, so many advertisers, so many... companies that are like, and then we'll do this and this and this, and we'll hit it with this product, and we'll hit it with this kind of promotion, and we'll hit it with this kind of thing over here, and we will make your product go viral. No, you won't. You have no idea how to do that. Because if you did know how to do that, you would simply sell the method for literally billions. Nobody knows how to do it. No one knows what's going to take off. No one is actually actively able to say what is going to be the next big thing. We don't know. We can predict, but we don't know. Like if someone 10 years ago had come up to you and said, hey, just so you know, in about 10 years' time, every kid is going to be yelling the numbers 6, 7. You would have looked at them and said, what the hell are you on about? But they would have been right. They would have been straight up absolutely correct. Any agency or advertising team that is promising you the ability to go viral is lying to you. If they had the ability, they would sell the system. So to link this back to what's going on earlier, when people say, will this work? Will that work? Do I think this could work? Do I think that could work? The truth is, anything could work and anything could fail. All you can do is work out what you think the thing that you like the most is and put time into that. It might work, it might fail. We don't know. Everything is a massive speculative gamble. We have no idea what will or will not work. You asked the question because I see everyone say hero shooters are saturated when it's like one, only F games, but no one says about roguelikes when there's 5 new ones every month. Do you think hero shooters are saturated, or do you think hero shooters have simply served the market that want hero shooters? The thing with hero shooters is that people don't want a new one every month. They want to learn one game really well and get good at it. And the thing with roguelikes is some people want to learn one game and get good at it, but the value in it is the fact that you can die, restart, and do it again, which means you can play through it a lot quicker. Look at the audience. Instead of saying how many of this game exist and how many of this game exist, ask yourself, is the audience varied enough to require more of this to exist? Do you need more? If you make a new hero shooter every month, eventually you will not have enough people to maintain the equilibrium of all of the hero shooters, because you need a dedicated player base to play against each other and to be good. However, roguelikes, you can have loads of them because you don't necessarily need a dedicated player base against all of each other to be good. Roguelikes can be anything as well. Do you want... What you're saying is there are not that many multiplayer games that require a multiplayer component to exist, but there are far more single-player games. And the answer is, yeah, there are just more people that play single-player games. Okay, so I am waiting at the start for you guys. What is the estimated probability of that assessment to be correct? I don't know, 50-50. Either is or isn't. The problem is that whenever you have a business consultant that tells you things, they will say things with absolute certainty. And then if those things happen, you will blame the consultant for them happening and say, we always knew. And if those things don't happen, you can blame mitigating circumstances, which is a lovely business phrase that basically means we don't know. A single-player game does not need to be better than the previous one to succeed. Online game kind of has to. That's a great way of looking at it, Meat Soup. However, I would disagree slightly. I would say that even if a multiplayer game is better than the one that came before it, you need to then take players away from their entrenched game. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that if a multiplayer game exists and then another multiplayer game releases, people are not going to leave the first multiplayer game. Even if the new one is objectively better in every way, they will still stay playing their old game because they have personal connection to it. And I think that's what people often miss. Human beings develop personal, emotional connections to systems, to games, to characters, to artwork, to music, to sound. It could be the sunk cost fallacy, or it could be a genuine emotional connection. And then, when you say, hey, this thing's brand new, you want to go and play that? And they go, no, I want to go and have the one that I've got the genuine emotional connection with. You can have an emotional connection to something and not want to upgrade to the better thing because of it. And the old game already has lots of players. The new game does not have that. So are you going to stay with the old game that already knows what's going on? Sequels do pretty well. New games can do fine. But ultimately, it's about the audience. If you replace algorithm with the word audience, it sometimes shifts your thinking on what things are or aren't. The algorithm hates me. No. The audience might just not be being served by what you are providing. Oh, we're going to release this game and it's not going to hit the algorithm. Maybe it's just not got the audience out there. How can they release FIFA every year and still sell? It's hitting the algorithm. Nope, the audience that want FIFA are happy to buy a new one every year. There can be a new FIFA every year because you know that someone will buy it. There cannot be a new MMORPG every year because the entire idea of it is you invest your time into it and it is a living, sustaining world that just keeps going. Oh, that's a problem. There's hope. FIFA is just a gacha game, but instead of pulling hot anime girls, you pull middle-aged millionaire men. Oh, my bad. There we go. It is, I'm sorry, it just is. That's what it is. If the audience likes it, it will sell. Exactly. If a new single-player game got released every year, people like it, they'll buy it. If a new multiplayer game gets released every year, people like it, they'll buy it. But the people buying FIFA every year are a tad different to the people trying to buy a new hero shooter every year, especially when there are so many games that are available for free. Free-to-play games, unfortunately, often make more money than pay-to-play games. Not all the time, but mostly. Right, I'm still waiting behind Hope, Gray. Hope tanks whatever Hope needs to. FIFA is 12 plus with gambling in it, and Balatro is 18 plus because it uses card art. Yes, because the people that apply all of these specific regulations and codes don't actually care about the content, they care about the optics. If something looks like it's gambling, it is. But if something doesn't look like it's gambling, but it is, it isn't. It's very important that. You have to remember, what something looks like it is far more important than what it is. If something is something, but it looks like it isn't, then it often isn't. But if something isn't something, but it looks like it is, it is. Even though it isn't, it looks like it is, therefore it is. Perception versus reality. Is versus isn't. Let's try and get a thunderclap going off for these guys. Perception matters more than the reality of stuff. Which sucks, but that's just how it is. There we go. You stay there, my friend. I'm going to check out the treasure coffer room after the bar area. Got a few keys stacked up. I've got, yeah, 5, Shadow Forge, and the prison cell, just in case. Well, where's the 1% sword at? We've got other stuff instead. I did, however, get the Savage Gladiator chain drop, so that's pretty cool. We just did the treasure room. Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? So we're all good for that right now. We switch back to this. Some shouting going on. Then got a quick thunderclap happening. Switch back. Then keep fighting. Thoughts on A24 movies? Very good films. Slightly more lower budget, but often that means that you're focusing on the quality of the film instead. And I think Heretic was a really enjoyable experience. In fact, during the actors and the writers strike, where actors and writers were asking for higher quality working environments, A24 was one of the few companies that were actually able to offer and give the things they were demanding. And from what I've been told, working on an A24 film, I've never done it myself, but I've got friends that have, they say it's actually a very, very respectful experience. They make slightly, not B movies, but they make slightly lower budget films using good acting and fewer locations as opposed to anything else. And I think an example of that is the film called Heretic with Hugh Grant that is worth watching. I think I've been burnt out recently of massive AAA movies, and sometimes it's nice to be able to watch a film that doesn't have a huge amount of money behind it, but does have a huge amount of passion. And now they're making the Backrooms movie, aren't they? They are often willing to do slightly more experimental movies. I've not yet seen Project Hail Mary, no. I will... The thing is that modern day cinema is often focused on what makes the most money because it is a business. But cinema is itself an artistic medium, which means it can explore elements of the human condition. But what happens is that people that want entertainment often don't want personal exploration. People that just want to be entertained and watch a superhero film, there is nothing wrong with wanting that. The issue comes when that becomes all people think the medium is. And this makes me sad. Because film and filmmaking is an incredibly varied thing. There's so much stuff going on with so many, incredible films all the time. But the safety formula just gets followed. I also leveled up. I am now level 53. Does that give me access to anything new? Nope. One more for you. And nothing else for you guys. I might have a level 53 thing in the bank somewhere. Right, improved cleave has been improved. Raging Howl is not usable. Execute is cheaper. I suppose I might want to go with that at some point. Berserker Rage will generate 5 rage when used. That could be good. Oh, Flurry. Just make Flurry better. There we go. Flurry's even better now. Hey Josh, quick joke. My life, haha. Thanks, Brave. I needed that. That was comedy. Comedy genius right there. You can put talents in other trees. Yes, I know, but I want to go kind of full fury for the time being. Did I combine those 2 swords yet? Nope. They're in the bank still. Will I in the future? Maybe. Who knows? We'll just see how that happens, how that goes. Let's just drop down to here. There's General Angerforge. They should add a Strife talent tree. That's just all the wrong choices. That would be my talent tree. Every choice has no synergy. Do I have any advice for artists who are getting started? Fail fast, fail hard. Find out what doesn't work before you get invested in what doesn't. Depends what kind of art you're into as well. I mean, if you've got like millions of pounds behind you, then yeah, sure, go for something crazy and see if it works. If you don't have millions of pounds behind you, don't risk what you aren't able to actually lose. I don't know your individual state. I don't know your individual situation. I'm not going to be here and be like, yeah, you've got to be able to sell everything you own and put it all on red and just let it ride and see what's going on. Who knows? Pixel Monk, your advice as a professional artist is to work harder than everyone else. Yeah, absolutely. My advice, I was speaking about this earlier with work, be as lazy as you can be. And that doesn't mean be lazy. It means be as lazy as you can be. If you are a professional artist and you are making millions of pounds and you don't need to do anything, cool, be as lazy as you can be. But if you are, as of yet, an unknown artist and you need to work really bloody hard to get recognized amongst your peers, I guess you're working harder. Be as lazy as you can be. Work as hard as you want to work. It doesn't mean as hard as you can, it's as hard as you want to. It's ultimately up to you how hard you want to work. If you are able to actually see dividends by working harder than other people, do that. Royal Decorated Armor. That looks pretty cool. Don't know if it's good. 344. It's not as good as my chest. Right, what we got? 344. 8 strength, 12 agility. It's not as good. How does it look? Looks like the Guild Tabard. I will greed. Also, I would say that limitation breeds creativity. Please remember this. One of the most important lessons you can learn with any art. Limitation breeds creativity. Josh, at level 53, you should be looking for plate by now. I've got the Savage Gladiator chain drop, which is giving me increased attack power and increased critical strike. We've got the plate helm, we've got plate shoulders, we've got the gladiator chain, we've got plate gloves, we've got plate waist, and I think we don't yet have... oh, plate legs as well, and plate boots. Everything is plate. Well, that was a seriously big pull of enemies. Let's see how well we can do with this. We can do some damage at least. Plate only matters for tanking. Well, I need to not die as well, so we're also doing that. That was excellent crowd control. God damn, good job, guys. But I also want to have lots of plate because it looks cool. You've got a self-tank for when the tank is also self-tanking. Will I try for full gladiator? I don't particularly think I'm going to go for that. I'm just happy to keep doing some dungeons and seeing what we get, to be honest. Have I considered equipping entirely on aesthetics? If that was the case, I would not wear any armor. That's the true aesthetic right there. Yeah, well done. CD did a ton of damage there. Nice one. Hey, Brave, you're asking about the Hercules game on PlayStation 1. That's a great game. I enjoyed that. Disney made some good PlayStation 1 games a couple of years ago. Atlantis was also a good movie game. The age of the movie game is definitely over. And someone pointed this out. The reason the age of the movie game is over is often because the game creation cycle is longer than the movie creation cycle. Amigod, Josh, did you also receive an email that Neverwinter might release a classic version and is asking for feedback? I can neither confirm nor deny the truth of that. Be cool, though. A couple of years ago, Josh, the 90s were 30 years ago. Don't do things like this to me. Okay? Don't do things. Anyone a big fantasy book, audiobook guy here? I've not listened to an audiobook in ages, to be honest. Absolutely ages. The 90s was how long ago now? Like 26? No. Yeah, 26 years. The 90s started almost 40 years ago. Which I think is quite a long time. That's quite a decent amount of years ago. When someone says 1980s, I think 20 years ago. Because to me, 8 is 2 less than 10, and for some reason, I just always work out the years based on that reference. Like when someone says the 70s, I just think, okay, 70. 70 is 30 less than 100. Therefore... we have to go with... it's 30 years ago. Yeah, that works. There are people born in the 2010s that will be going into the workforce soon. Yeah, the 70s was 30 years ago. There we go. That's how it works. Everyone from some 90s stuff, mostly since the 80s. Yeah. Stuff has been rehashed repeatedly. You were born in 1996 after The Lion King released that year, and you're turning 30 this year. There are animations that we can watch that are nearly 100 years old. That's insane. And I'm trying to... there we go. Now we sunder. Look, the MP3 player was the peak of technology. Did any of you guys have one of those pill-shaped MP3 players that had, like, the little nipple button in the corner that you would flick forward or flick backward in order to move songs on or off? And the whole thing would have a cap that pulled off the end that was a USB that you would then plug into your E-Machine's never-obsolete White Tower PC. And then you would upload via using Windows Media Player. You had your Zune. Well, it's lovely to have you in here, Bill Gates. Hopefully things are going well for you. I'm glad you were the one person that purchased that. I know that it sounds weird to say that it is the nipple flicking to change the MP3 song, but if you know what I'm on about, that's what you had. You had a SanDisk MP3 player. Oh, hell yeah. I had a SanDisk CD Walkman. After the pill one to the smartphone one, the pill shape MP3 player, because it had like an LED screen on the front that would cycle through the songs that you were playing, and mostly it was just Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, and the Scissor Sisters. Kill Skull, then Cross. Got it. Did it vibrate? No, I didn't get the one with all the features. You had the cassette to CD player in your car. Hell yeah! God, the 90s truly were a moment in time, weren't they? They truly were a moment. You still have your cassette player in your car. God damn. We got old, guys. Mini discs were cool for the 4 people that own them. Omnicast boots. Okay. Increases damage and healing done by magical spells by up to 22. I don't need those. I'm not a caster. What you dropping? You're dropping something. What is this? Schematic field report. You cannot comprehend any of this stuff. Cool. I'm trying to work out now how you would describe the MP3 player as having anything other than a flickable nipple. It was, I suppose, a button would have worked. But like it was a free kind of floating button that went up or down. If you had one, you know what I mean. A flipple. Thanks, Zen. Yeah, you know what? Thanks. It was you cycled songs via interaction with the flipple. Joystick, same thing. A flippable button that goes up and down is called a switch. Shep, when you say it like that, you make me seem like an idiot. But yeah, I suppose that in a way we could have just used the word switch. It's not, no, we're not calling it the flipperis. We're calling it the flipple, and then everyone else is just going to accept that's what it is. This is much more complicated than it needed to be. They couldn't call it the flipperist because then people couldn't find it. And suddenly you'd have podcasts of alpha male bros saying it doesn't actually exist. And then no one can listen to music. Moo too distracted by flipples to remember to stun. God, I miss when this was just about wet ghosts, to be honest. Are flipples wet? Depends what song you're listening to. Remember when the first iPod came out and we played that game where you downloaded the iPod, like the Scream, whatever it was called, the video, and you played that game where you downloaded what was effectively liquid physics on your phone and you made it look like you were drinking a pint? Remember that, when we were content with that? That was like the epitome of the best phone game you could ever possibly play. That was great. Remember when there was just an entire app that was just gun noises? That's all it was. It was just various gun noises. And you just changed the app, and you pressed the buttons, and it made it look like it was firing bullets. God. We were happy back then. I think the peak of humanity was when we realized how to make the liquid motion sensor on a smartphone make it look like you were drinking a pint. We didn't know. You know what? The more I aged, the more I realized that two things from The Matrix were true. First of all, Cypher saying ignorance is bliss. Spot on. Secondly, when Agent Smith goes, he looks out at the late 90s cityscape in front of him, and he just goes, the peak of civilization. And I'm like, you know what? You may have been right. You may have been spot on. I think the more we watch that, the more we're like, you know what? He had a point there. He totally had a point. Have I heard about ESO Season 0? They are changing the game. I have not, Tiger. I will look into it, though. Do we need phalanx? Moo can skip. I nearly thought you wrote skipple. Guys, let's not leave this immediately. Let's just stay around for a moment. Let's hope she doesn't turn into a bowl of fruit. The Matrix scared you as a kid. For good reasons. Straight up for good reasons. She's got a whip on her. She would whipple the flipple. That's what would happen. Need to break the kegs for the one quest. Cool. Right. Keg breaking it is. Let's go. We do kegs. I am ready and waiting. Is it awkward for those born after 2000 when we say 1999 was the peak of civilization? Within the context of The Matrix, yes. Because if you were born after 2000, just have a look around briefly and ask yourself, is it going well? Because up until there, I think it was going kind of fine. Moo, what did you do? Incoming. Incoming. We might be about to deal with a lot of enemies. I mean a lot of enemies. Alright, good luck everyone. I've got to lock in and focus for a second here, guys, because we may have aggroed the bar. Alright, so just lock in and try to focus on what we can do. Rage, Fury, Eye Patch. Okay, strength and stamina increases your critical strike. Is that just better than... Is that a good weapon for Moo? That's actually pretty big for Moo, isn't it? That's incredibly good for you. No, it's not, though, because my current helmet gives me strength agility, stamina, and frost resistance, whereas that just gives me strength and stamina, and less armor. Moo has a tattered leather hood. 130, increase your hit rating by 10, level 51. Do you... Right, I'll need it. Need if you need it. Do you need it, Moo? Okay, cool, I've got it. Right, I will equip. It's less armor. Increased critical strike rating is higher. But what I will then do is I'll be able to go into my options. And show the helmet. Oh yeah. Now we've got a cool eye patch. Now we be Fury Warrioring. Megaton says the 90s gave us Soundgarden, but it also gave us the Macarena, so it's a mixed bag. That is true. No one really likes Soundgarden. Macarena, however, absolutely banging. Right, Moo has upset everyone by trying to pick their pockets. Right, cool. So we must murder the entire tavern. Cool. Let's do this. It be tavern murdering time, guys. It be time for some tavern murder. Some of you are too easy to rage bait. Some of you are not enlightened. The Macarena was fun. You know what? That's what I'll say. I would like to live in a world where love for the Macarena can exist alongside love for Soundgarden. And if that is not possible, what's all this been about? What's all this for? That's not true. The Macarena is the millennial wedding dance. Every millennial wedding, there will be a Macarena. Moo will follow their nature and pick pockets. That will just happen. Some of you are saying Audio Slave was better than Soundgarden. The weird battle between mid to late 90s, early 2000s prog rock is definitely a very strange battle to be involved in. You can't just say these things. The council will hear about them. Is that the council of women, the council of gays, or the council of people interested in mid to late 90s progressive rock? Because you often forget, guys, as well, that the Macarena is also a song about a girl called... Is it a girl called Macarena cheating on her partner? Yes. Okay, all of them. All of the councils will convene. The gays, the women, and the fans of mid to late 90s progressive rock. The Meta Council, if you will. The full-on Meta Council of everyone. Can we try and keep these guys as close to each other as we can? Right, there we go. Moo, you are doing great. Josh, I've watched every one of your videos. I do not type in chats, but a simple thank you is in order. Thank you, Am. I appreciate that. Watching every one of my videos is a fate far worse than death. And you've endured it. Well done. You've actually unlocked a secret video now. Which is just me crying for a while. You didn't have the Macarena in my conversation bingo card. You have no idea where this chat is going to go to. You can never know. You can never truly know. The question is, would you want to know? If you knew where this conversation was going to go to, if you could know, would you want to know? A YouTube video of you got me here, so hi, I guess. Welcome back, Josh. How you doing today? I say welcome back. It's the first time here. Welcome. You can't welcome back someone who's the first time here. Josh, leave and then come back. Then I can say welcome back and it will make sense. Josh does a great job at reading chat. Thank you, Fitz. I like to do an average job. Be right back. Appreciate it. Josh, are you paying the BBC tax? Do you mean the British Broadcasting Corporation tax or the other one for the very specific website? Because the answer is yes. What happened to the sunglasses? No migraines after all? I mean, Chin, things improve, things get better, things get worse. Do you wish pain upon me? Do you wish me to be unhappy? I've got the shades here. These ones are mirrored, so you can see your own comment and reflect on your own deeds. You can also see, if you look really carefully, that I'm playing in windowed mode. Right. Excellent. Cool. We're all good. Everything's great. Moo says, situation normal. Good job. Good job, guys. Everything is A-OK. Yeah, cool Josh has entered the stream. We okay taking a 2-minute break? Right, 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. For a they may respawn. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, we're fighting. No, we're fighting against biology. Let's go. I can do this. We can do this. Actually, problem. Well, what's the problem? Alright, we're going to hang over here in the corner. I'm going to stand with Hope. Alright, AFK 2 minutes. Guys, quick bathroom break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a bite to eat, touch some grass, do whatever else you want to do. Let's just sit on the chairs and stand over in the corner and be nice and safe. Guys, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Here's a DVD logo, because I know you're all millennials. Here's a countdown timer for 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. I thought I'd be a little bit thematic, and seeing as we are in a bar, I have grabbed myself a little glass of mead. Just a cheeky little glass of mead. You know, make sure we've got one of those going on. Hey Josh, I've noticed you have a beginner's guide to WoW from 6 years ago on your channel. Yes, I've made many videos. I'll rewatch it and remind myself what I'm meant to be doing. Okay, cool. Let's go. Hey Josh, welcome back. See, now it works. That was perfect. That was spot on. Do I have any experience with writing or orating poems? I got back into writing poems and performed too. Excellent. A poetry slam. Are poems your cup of tea? Personally, I like the authors Yeats and Frost. I'm not a massive poem guy, but I've partaken in the spoken word. Ball. Has someone... Oh, God. Right, hang on. Use. I've got it. Ha! Okay, so you can just throw a ball at people. This is excellent. Where's Hope? Oh, God, we've lost Hope. There they are. Yeah, that's your ball now. I threw the ball at Hope. Hope's having fun with us now. Hope is gone. God damn it. I ruined the game. Ball? No, don't. Hope's got the ball. Yes, you still have my ball. You have it now. I threw it back to you. Okay. Now we can give it to Huggy.
Yes.
Will I raid Orgrimmar someday? I do. I do. We'll see what the Oracle says. Anyone in chat feel like Josh should maybe address the WoW video from 6 years ago? Yeah, sure. That was a video I made 6 years ago called The Beginner's Guide to World of Warcraft that I created after playing Battle for Azeroth for about a month. And I'm like, hey, this is how you get into the game. The same way as the Beginner's Guide to Guild Wars 2 and the Beginner's Guide to Terra and the Beginner's Guide to Elder Scrolls Online, the Beginner's Guide to RuneScape, all that jazz. Okay, let's go. What are we doing? Hope, I'm following you. You are the tank here. Which wine did I get? One second, you take time. I got myself some mead. So, I'm going to have this mead. We're going to get slightly day drunk. And then we're going to go and do a dungeon in WoW. That's my entire plan for the day. Just so we're all on board. Just so we're all on kind of the same level. The same page there. Good Lord, Moo wants a ball. Moo is so bloody happy with that ball, it's incredible. Day drunk, but it's evening. It's 3 p.m. somewhere. Is it cherry? It is indeed, it's cherry mead. That's put me in the mood for a beer. Quick pause on the stream while I go and get one. Ark, you run and get one. We'll see what's going to happen while we get here. CD is jealous. I'd join you with the mead, but I need my morning tea first. Raspberry. Combine them. This will be one of the pulls. One of the pulls ever? Or just one of the pulls? The Destroyer and the pack from outside have joined the brawl. Excellent. A new challenger approaches. Let's do this then. Let's see what's going on. Mead and tea. Teed. Yeah. So we have 2 bar packs, the pack from outside and the Destroyer. Okay, sounds like an AoE problem. Meanwhile, you're having some sparkling water. Sparkling water? Pff, how'd the other half live, eh? God damn. Normal water not good enough for you. You've got to put some bubbles into it as well. Okay, here we go. Moo successfully pulled some patrons. Moo, very helpful. Good job, Moo. I will trust in Moo. Now, if only Moo can do some more damage. Uh-oh. All right, here we go. This is the big one. Here we go. Right, let me try and get some... There we go. This is going great. Is Moo a hired bodyguard? I think they're a professional nuisance. But it's very important you remember in that word the phrase professional. They're not an amateur nuisance. There's no messing around here. I'd say we're doing pretty good. An expert menace. A lovable troublemaker. Huge group of friends over there. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Moo is not technically employed here, they're just always around. Yeah, like a ghost. A moist ghost. And everyone's kind of okay with it. Yeah, oh, here they come. Here we go. Just continuing to attack, continuing to hammer. A moose. Did you guys see how agitated that dwarf lady was that she just walked straight over a table? Didn't even stop. Just straight over. God, she's annoyed. To a dwarf as well. That's quite the climb. Is Phalanx not an enemy right now? We're doing good. We're actually doing really good. Oh, Phalanx is optional. Gotcha. These pubs are pretty... This is like a regular English pub on a Saturday night. If anything, we've trained for this. If not friend, why friend-shaped? That's the question for these golems. You hope I'm having a good time. You know what? I really am having a good time. Ebonhold wrist guards. Cool, but I don't need it. Came in here to watch the luckiest bastard you've seen in a long time. Crimor, you know why I'm the luckiest guy ever? Because you're here. Oh, smooth. That was straight up smooth right there, guys, if I do say so myself. It's because you've just seen the clip on JoshStrifeSays, haven't you? Where I talked about getting double Savage Gladiator chains in a row. It's the lucky charm. It's the lucky charm, my friend. That's what happens. I don't make the rules, guys. I don't make the rules. I just act within them, and the rules like me. I don't think we're going to get Wind Fury in the first run. That's going to be silly. Yeah, let's not be unbelievable here. Will I get Thunder Fury? Who knows? I've got a lucky charm in my inventory. It is... It's there. I'll move it so you can see it. It's there. I'm never leaving... This lucky charm is never leaving my inventory. Ever. May I ask why you don't take those items and sell them? Is it a special run or something? It is a special run because the team are here. And with the team being involved, every day is a special day. But the reason I'm not taking them is because I forget. Zaryu got Thunder Fury on his first Molten Core on his Paladin. Insane RNG. Well, you know what? After speaking to the guy briefly, he deserves it. Phalanx is a friend now. We simply go through there, unless we are pulling more dwarves. Moo is being friends with Phalanx. Thank you kindly, friend. He says you're welcome. Right, Hope, pull whatever you need to pull. This is my first time in Blackrock Depths. No, I'm a dab ham. This ain't my first rodeo. This is my second rodeo. Let's kill Plugger. Drops good loot for Moo. Let's do it. Let's kill them all. This entire bar must be purged. Bar's closing. Get the dwarves out. Alright, children. Time to go home. Am I going for the Corrupted Ashbringer? I don't know what that is. So I don't know what I am going for. I am probably just going to go for a good time. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going for good vibes all round. Oh, I think phalanx may have been a bit of an issue there. Engraved girdle of the whale. Do not need that. That's the... Yes, I've been told what the corrupted Ashbringer is. But I don't know where it is yet, and I don't want to jump too far ahead. I've not played Soulframe, no. I thought you were going for Thunder Fury in one hand and the Glaive of Azeroth in the other. That's just for vibes. Does this guy sell some stuff? Show me what you have access to, my friend. Oh, just sell some stuff to you, can I? Have a banana. And then Dark Iron Residue and some Rune Cloth, and then whatever these spaulders are. Cool. Alright, done. I'd say we've done pretty well. What is my favourite class so far? I always enjoyed drama. Well, we're doing pretty damn good. Vendoring Rune Cloth. Yeah, you don't need it. Just sell it. How does it look? It looks very cool. What's my opinion on Daggerfall? Oh, my opinion is so big, but also remarkably empty. In a way, much like Daggerfall. Runecloth. So, Hope Grey is saying that Runecloth on the auction house is worth the same as it is at the vendor. So you guys don't need to worry about it too much. I'll start selling stuff at the vendor simply to annoy people more. That's what I'll start doing. You should make them into bandages, the vendor for more. Are you suggesting that I get a job? Are you suggesting that I'm not providing enough shareholder value? Based on my lack of processing. Loot the war staff. Where is it? It's gone. It's no longer around. You might change your mind about Daggerfall if you ever finish a dungeon. I've finished a dungeon. I spent ages playing Daggerfall. I just realized that it's a really, really, really slow game. And it's fine. I'm a fast kind of guy. Don't clip that out of context. That doesn't matter. I don't think I've got enough time or focus or energy to give Daggerfall the focus it really needs. Ages equals 1 day. I played Daggerfall for more than a day. I played it for at least a day and a half. I love the idea of Daggerfall. Hang on, Moo is doing stuff over here with these people. What aura does your paladin have on? I think vibes based. Okay, cool. Right, let's go. Moo, did you pickpocket something? Right, I'm going to sunder this boss. That's my plan. Remember, ABC. Always be sundering. Josh, it'd be cool if you would talk more about the lore and politics in-game and analyze it, kind of see things from different views. I mean, Nightingale, I will do at some point, but right now I'm enjoying the mechanics. I will probably start a new character at some point that just gets involved in reading all of the quest and all of the lore. Shouldn't it be ABS? No, that's stomach muscles. Or anti-braking system on a car, which is where you can't stop. ABC. Always be sundering. Right, my entire job here is just to sunder. That's all I'm doing. Okay, he's got nearly... Alright, 5 stacks of sunder are up. Switch to that. Demoralizing shout. Do another damage. Get a hammer in. And we're good. What kind of warrior doesn't know first aid to bandage their wounds after battle? The kind that doesn't get hit. Molten fists. Okay. Let's have a look. Mail armor. Haven't I already got those? No, got Fist of the Phalanx. So, agility, stamina, intellect, increase attack power by 20. I don't think I want that, do I? Because I've got strength and strength and strength on my current one. That's not for me. Molten Fists, it's agility, stamina, and intellect. Don't need those. It's not as good as Fist of the Phalanx. However, the Widow Blade of the Bear looks cool. I don't need that either. Okay, so Moo, I'm hoping that when I sunder, you do more damage. Hey, Panzer, sweet, this is a rare. Let's go. Let's get sundering. Right, what can this guy drop? This guy dropped a sword last time, didn't he? That I sold? Yeah, he dropped a sword that I just didn't need. Because it wasn't very good. Why even fight him? He's clearly invincible. That's actually a lie. He's just calling himself the Invincible. Soot-encrusted footwear. Okay. Nice. Armor, stamina, intellect, spirit. Increase healing done by 20. That's not bad. So, I don't need those either. They are yours. Needed the rare sword to only sell it. I'm changing. I'm becoming a real WoW player. I am becoming better. Those boots are good for a healer. You should greed all those items. You're losing lots of passive gold income by passing. I'm not, though. I've got 47 gold. That's a lot of gold. $47 whole gold. And more gold with no holes in it. You have more at 39. No, you don't. 47 is higher than 39. Oh, can't even do maths over here. Goodness me. I said I've got 47 gold, and you said I have more at 39. That's 8 less. Goodness gracious. Reopen the schools. Alright, wait for Moo to do this, and then attack. You have 74 right now. You must be really high level. God damn. Mount at 60 costs around 600 gold. I'm not 60 yet. That's fine. Don't worry. By the time we get there, we'll get 600 gold. That's totally okay. Right, let me just do Demoralizing Shout and then Angry Hammer. Angry Hammer time. Yeah. I'm not broke, alright? I'm very rich in friendship. And also have access to the guild bank. Playing the long game here, guys. Why do people care so much about how much money he has or what he does? Because this is what they care about and what they do, so I must matter. Friendship does not pay for repairs. It does, though. Watch for the hole, says Moo. Always. Oh, there's a hole just there, is there? Okay. When you need to change your talents, you will understand the value of gold. I think right now I understand the value of friendship. All right, maybe when you need to change your talents, you'll understand the value of friendship. The real gold was the friends we made along the way. And then those friends put their gold into the guild bank. And then when I need it, I'll just withdraw all of it. People want to offer advice. People want to offer me the advice that they think will be relevant in the future. And you know what? They are probably right. But in order to get to that future, I want to enjoy playing the game. And to enjoy playing the game, I'm not going to follow the correct advice. People just want to tell me how I should play things. Which is, it's understandable. I get it. They say, hey, you must do this. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? They want me to play in a certain efficiency. Like, the people that want efficiency would absolutely hate the fact that I've got this Ward of the Elements resistant trinket, and if I unequipped it for any reason, they'd hate that. But we see how well we go. Because I'm pretty sure we did this without that last time. So if we hang over here, seeing as my job is pretty much doing as much damage as possible. Someone in the chat is losing their mind right now. Someone in the chat is so angry they cannot possibly comprehend. I should use roids. I've got them right there, see? Use them. Now I'll do one more damage. In fact, I may have even pulled aggro a little bit there. Alright, switch to you. God damn, the aggro's on me now, guys. Don't know if I can interrupt this guy as much, but I'll see what I can do. Especially if he starts casting a spell. Then it's time to really slap him round. Stop. Cool. Switch back to the old battle stance. Oh, there you are. I'm locking in, guys. I'm locking in. I'm focusing. I'm sundering. ABC. Always be sundering. That's how warriors work. I've been told. He's dodging it. He's too dodgy. Got him. Let the tank get the aggro. Attack. Oh, he dodged it. Did he dodge it? Did he resist it? He resisted it. Oh, no, the hammer's still there. Refresh the old hammer hit. Now we get sundering. That's all I need to do. I'm focusing. Cool to catch you live. Thank you very much, SG. Welcome to the stream, bro. I'm trying to focus as much as I can on doing the damage while at the same time switching from stance to stance to stance. There's the new boy. There's Vile Rel. Alright, let me get this guy's attack slowed down, then let me switch to Berserker so I can actually interrupt now. So I wasn't able to interrupt before. Oh, missed that one. Alright, missed the interrupt there, my bad. I'm your favourite fitness streamer, thank you. Because my streams are about fitting all this DPS in. Let's try and minimize the damage you are doing and the attack speed you've got. Let's switch. It's fitting all these sunders in. That had potential. Thank you. Is this the promised stance dance? It is, actually. So we've done that. We switch back over. We've got a curse going on. Someone's got to decurse that as and when they can. And now we kill this guy. And you know what? I think we've done pretty damn well. I'll even throw in a little hamstring there just in case. Josh, are you starting to try to play well on purpose? Be careful, you might be accused of being a tryhard. I'm only going to try and play well when other people are relying on me. Death Dealer Breastplate and the Impervious Giant. So, that's male. Strength, stamina increases your critical strike rating by 28. It's not as good as the Savage Gladiator chain. And Impervious Giant, two-handed hit rating by 10, critical strike rating by 28. What's it look like? It's a hammer. Is it worth it, though? Level 52. Right, 48.9 damage a second, whereas that is 48.1, 27 strength. Nah, it's not worth it. I've got a better axe. And I've got a ring that I'm ready to wear as soon as I need that as well. What's the tier below tryharding? Between being a sweat lord, being a moist mayor, being a dripping duke, being a clammy count. What else can we have? It's worth to sell more gold. Ah, I see. So I should take items in order to sell them and thus make money. I think it can be the clammy count. I haven't made the epic ZF sword yet, no. The Boggy Baron. The B.O. Baron. The Damp Duke. Yeah. If you need a break, you take one. If you need, you take. Loot is called loot for a reason, Josh. Yeah, because you go loot at what we picked up. What is Josh holding for on the sword? I don't need it. I've already got the Flurry Axe and the Thrash Blade, both of them enchanted with Crusader. This is like the best possible pairing. I've even got the Rubidium Hammer and the Angerforge Battle Axe. Like, I've got stuff. I'm ready. I'm good to go. What's with the grandpa clothes lately? I'm in my old man arc. Which is different to saying I'm in an old man's arc.
Sounds just like it is spelled.
Did you know there are add-ons for the game? You can download DPS meters and UI changes. The customization is insane. The World of Warcraft is your oyster. If you're interested in other tips and facts, let me know. Teb, you are correct. So, I have actually downloaded a DPS meter. However, I've configured it to sit perfectly over the top of the enemy's health. And it inversely tracks how much damage I'm doing based on the enemy's health. Which means, as the enemy's health goes down, I'm doing damage. And as long as when the health gets to 0, I've done enough. That's some next level stuff. Thank you, man. It's very important that you understand how I do this. Okay, stay on hope. Do not give up hope. What am I drinking? Mead. What is my opinion on DPS meters and MMORPGs? Use them if you want to use them, don't if you don't. Don't make people use them. Don't demand people don't. MMORPGs are collaborative experiences. Play the game in a way that you and your friends enjoy. If you're playing with people that don't enjoy the game the way you're playing it, then find people that play it the way you do enjoy it. MMORPGs are collaborative experiences. People want to play them in many different ways. Find the way that works for you. There is no right or wrong way to play. There is only the right or wrong way within the group you have. Hang on. Loot is free for all because Hope is in charge. Cool. Just caught a fly in the room. Go away, fly. One sec. Let me close the curtains. There we go. Okay. Right, cool. I'm good. Ugh. What if DPS meter is against the game's terms of service? Don't use it then. Why do you need me to answer that? Hey, Mr. Streamer, what do you do if the game says don't do this thing? Don't do it. What if I really want to do it? Alright, do it, but accept the consequences. But what if I don't want to do it? Don't do it then. How many different ways does chat need me to explain I'm trying to min-max every aspect of the game? If I could find a way to min-max my explanations, I would do that. I think that people are so used to playing an MMORPG as a mechanical puzzle, they forget that it's also a social experience. Just play the game however you want. Yeah. DPS demonstrates your knowledge of class mechanics. Parsing introduced competitive PvE and the game has been toxic ever since. People want to play a game and they want to show their mastery of the game and they want to play a game well. I get it. You know? I totally get it. To a degree, I understand it. However, I've spoken on this quite a few times before. I think one of the worst things that has happened to gaming is that casual gamers have started to see their gaming time as a professional hobby. People that enjoy the process of gaming are beginning to focus more on the outcome and less on the process. And you get people who would very much enjoy casual gaming, but it's almost like the casual aspect of the game has been devalued because if you aren't playing to a high level, you aren't really playing. You can play a game to a low or a mid level and still have fun with it. If you aren't enjoying playing a game simply because you're not playing it to the highest possible skill level, reassess why you're playing it. And you know what? If the answer is because I only want to play high skill level games, that is okay. I'm not sitting here saying playing a game to a high level is wrong. It's not. But it's not the only option. There are many options. Well, CD's dead. Hang on. Let me lock in for a second. We've dilly-dallied enough. It's time to shilly-shally. Can we resurrect? That's the question. We have lost a mage. Don't let them call you Temu Henry Cavill. Why not? That's exactly what I am. You order Henry Cavill from Temu, I will turn up. Hey, we've done it. Excellent. Good job, guys. Didn't even realize we'd done both. Right, change loop back. And we are good to go. Your comments on PvP helped with me with enjoying the game at my own pace and my own way. Good! I would like more people to be able to play video games in their own way, at their own pace. Importantly, with people who enjoy the game the way they enjoy it. If you and your mates want to be the sweatiest of sweat lords and push for world first every time something happens, you can do that. I will defend your right to do that. That is a fine thing to want to do. What you can't do is take someone who doesn't want to do that and tell them that they are playing the game wrong. They are playing the game in a different way to you, but it is not wrong. If you and your friends want to be the most casual of casual role players and slowly make your way through a game, not worrying about progression at all, that is fine as well. But you can't look at someone who is playing super sweatlord, super difficult stuff and say they're playing it wrong. They're playing it different. The great thing about MMORPGs is they are massive, and that doesn't just apply to the amount of players, but also the amount of play styles within the game. Find people that play the game the way you play the game, and play the game with them. For example, I play the game by being carried by 4 people who are better than me, despite the fact I will never say that, because I want to feel like I'm, contributing. But I know that I'm the lowest DPS right now, and also not a good tank and healing no one. Moo's doing all the damage. Hope's taking all the damage. CD's killing all of the mobs. Huggy's keeping them all alive. I'm the cameraman. What I'm bringing is the streamer client. There we go, see? 3rd in the damage ranks, and we only have 3 DPS. Okay, Hope. I'm ready to run with you. There's Magnus. To the back. You guys ready? Let's go. I'm keeping defensive stance on for a minute until we get all the way to the back of the hall. And then, when defensive stance, then we switch to this stance. Now we fight. Right, I'm going to be doing as much as I can as far as keeping you down, go. And now it's a case of sundering consistently. Oh, hang on. Now we switch. Now we sunder. Right, give me my stuff. Let me sunder. A more powerful spell is already active than sunder. Okay, Moo's done break armor. If Moo has been doing break armor, it will behoove me to instead simply attempt to spam that. Hey, we killed it. Totem of Rage. Cool. Unique relic. Increases damage done by Earth Shock, Flame Shock, and Frost Shock by up to 30. And Essence of Earth. What looks like a pretty cool drop thingy. I don't know if Totem of Rage is good, but it is not for me. Essence of Earth, I do not need. Right, we're pulling everything back here. We got it. What level is my highest alt? This one. 53. Everyone can play however they want. The problem becomes when either side starts trying to play the game for the other. That's true. You play the game how you want to play the game. If you start telling people that they have to play the game the way you play the game, that's when there's a problem. Now, people will always go, this is what I hate about trying to communicate online. When I say, hey, play the game, you want to play the game, don't force people. I get people in my messages and DMs going, yeah, but listen, if you're in like a 40-man raid and someone's just pissing around, you're going to destroy everyone else's, progress. Yeah, I get that. Do you know what that could be solved with? A direct adult conversation. Where you just say, hey man, just so you know, there's 39 other people here. We're putting a lot of effort and time and focus into it. And this is how we're going to play the game. And if that person turns around and goes, I don't want to play the game like that, that's fine. They don't get to play with you. You find somebody else who works the way you work. That is it. It is okay. It is okay to want to try hard. It is okay to want to be a sweat lord in a game. And if you're bringing people together who want to do that, then cool. Work with them. Everyone do that. It's not okay to tell people they have to play the game you play and the way you play it. Oh, have we lost someone? We may have done. No, I think we're good. Cool. I think Moo's got it. Yes. Moo's got it. When did trying become an insult? I mean, if you want to try at the game, that's fine. I think there's a difference between trying to succeed and being a sweat lord. When we say being a sweat lord, we often mean you are putting in disproportionate amounts of effort than is actually required by the content in order to do it as fast as possible. You can still join a game casually and try. If I'm leading a raid at some point, which I will do in the future, as long as everyone in that raid is trying, I'll be happy. As long as you're all trying, and as long as I know that everyone is on at least some degree capable, I will be happy. What happened to just explaining raid mechanics when you notice it's not going well? Are we just kicking people? No, of course they aren't. Silver, of course we're not doing that. No one has ever said that or implied that. Explaining and teaching is part of the process. I think the problem is that when you put 40 people together, in an ideal world, you are putting together 40 mature, reasonable, responsible people who are capable of listening to instructions and all have a mutual interest in success. Unfortunately, that's often not the case. You're putting together 40 people who may not be the most mature, may not be good at taking feedback, may not be focused on mutual success, may be more interested in their individual contribution than their team contribution. Hope Grace says, does chat know you've never been in a raid before? I mean, I've never been within a raid within Classic WoW before, but I've done lots of people involved in MMORPG content before. As far as going into a specific raid goes, as long as I know the instructions and I'm able to give the instructions, that's fine. I'm sure Classic WoW raiding is its own beast. I'm sure it's its own thing. But I'm pretty sure I'll be able to bring my skills from teaching, working with children, working with military stuff, working with martial arts stuff, presenting, chatting to Twitch, and I'm sure I'll be able to work out how I'm doing it. Sounds like you know more than the people in the chat. I mean, you say that in a negative way or a positive way? Like, I don't know more about the specifics. Raid leading, it's hurting children. Yeah. Ultimately, it's about finding out how we lead people. It's leading. It's leading a group of people. Leading a group of people is something I can do. That's fine. I do like that Josh is getting the full WoW experience, which includes people having the same mindset as they did 20 years ago. Oh yeah, this is like a time capsule. It's fascinating to see. WoW players do act like you need a degree in organization to be able to... They're like, oh, leading a raid, it's a different beast, man. It's a different beast. It's a video game. With mechanics. The only thing that is going to make this difficult is not the mechanics, it's the people. The game could have the most complicated mechanics in the world, provided the people involved are able to listen to instructions, react, and have a level of maturity. I think we will do fine. The most difficult thing when it comes to the success of any team is the organization of the team. Oh, thank you for the grats on 53. Appreciate it. I'm in trouble. I'm okay because they're all ignoring me. Ha! Completely ignored. I only survived there because the enemies don't think I'm a threat. That was actually my own... That's the Warriors version of Play Dead. Just don't be a threat in any way. They knew that I was the cameraman. You sort of missed the Dark Souls stream. So do I. They were fun. Enjoyed those. I will make a Horde alt in the future. At some point. Maybe. Possibly. Good luck on the Hand of Justice. Thank you. Any critique on the game from my experience so far? Grizzly Atlas, my only critique on the game is that nobody can agree how I should play it. And everyone has an input. I think Classic WoW so far is really good fun. Very much enjoying it. Josh, which Horde race will you hate the same as gnomes? I think probably all of them. Tauren seemed pretty cool, though. Like, Tauren, they seem alright. You giving WoW Classic a go? Oh, excellent. Fantastic. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Cows are chill. They do get big weapons. Tauren seems pretty chill, you know? Hang out. Be a nice guy. Now, the main thing with World of Warcraft is that people have 22 years of experience with it, and when I start playing it, people come in with their 22 years of experience and start giving me 22 years worth of advice, instead of just saying, enjoy. It is difficult to sit back and watch somebody engage with something that you are so familiar with, because the reason you want to help them is because you don't want them to hate the thing. But this, you end up with a paradox. You don't want someone to dislike something you like, and so you give them advice that you think will help them like it more. But that wasn't advice that you had. In giving people advice to try and make them like something that you like more, you risk removing a layer of adventure that actually was the reason you liked it in the first place. Advice is a form of nostalgia. People want me to like their game, and I want to like it. But what I think people sometimes forget is that in wanting me to like their game, they treat me in such a way that removes a layer of adventure that I was liking. Does that make sense? Sometimes we give advice to get rid of obstacles created by bad game design, but these bad game designs are the charm of the game. Absolutely. People want to give advice to remove friction from the game. Unfortunately, friction is the game. And just like TheoryOS said, in a lovely soundbite that I use as often as I can, game design is about friction. Too much and nothing moves, but too little and nothing sticks. You need to find that balance of friction where you are overcoming difficulty within the game, and it's the overcoming of the difficulty that feels good. Now, there's good friction and bad friction in game design. Good friction is the game is hard. Bad friction is the game is hard to play. A game should have hard gameplay, not be a hard game to play. They're different things. So whenever people offer me advice, what they're often trying to do is work out what kind of friction I'm going to come up against and remove it from me. But when you remove all of the friction, what's the point? How boring would it have been if, as soon as I started this game, people gave me thousands of gold, all the items I would need, everything in the bank, and then just carried me through every single dungeon requiring me to do nothing? That would have been super boring. I wouldn't have experienced World of Warcraft. That would have just been watching a film. That would have sucked. But people want to do that because they think that improves my experience. I know that I'm not the greatest player in the world, yet. But I want to feel like I'm having at least some input. People do. People are like, here's all the gold, here's all the money, here's all the mounts, here's all the weapons, here's everything. Here's all the cool stuff that I wished I had when I was a kid. I'm like, that doesn't make it cool. Josh, why do so many people think we need a new Lord of the Rings MMO when there's one that it's amazing? Because people value the newness of something over the value of an old thing. I've seen you 5 to 10 underleveled in every dungeon. Yeah, Grim, you have. And I've still been doing something. Remember, I was 2.2% of the damage in Scarlet Monastery. Do you enjoy doing the same dungeon over and over and over again? I absolutely do. That's why I'm a good MMORPG player. You are no longer underleveled. I'm now doing something. I'm helping. The Pally tank consecrating and the mage blizzarding are doing 90% of the work in this party. Yes, wow, they absolutely are. But it's that remaining 10% that matters. Because if I served you a lovely home-cooked meal and I said 90% of it wasn't shit, you'd be like, well, that means 10% is, and that's the 10% you care about. Exactly. Wiping to a boss when they've got 10% health left, that's still a wipe. It's all matters. It's all matters. You don't want to eat a meal that's 10% shit. Fantastic. You don't want to play a game where you need 10% more damage and just don't have it. The last 2% is the hardest to get. That's why they leave it in the milk. That's true. The last 1% is the hardest to get. That's why all of those spray cleaners can't kill it. Did the boss die? Exactly. That's all it needs. The answer. The DPS meter is above that boss's head. I'm also going to keep this open so I can click on... What was the thing that I want to click on? Berserker Raids, that's the one. Right, we can stunlock the boss, but we kill the skull first. This is the plan. Stunning the innocent princess. This boss will hit extremely hard. Be ready to spam heal. Josh, is it pronounced aluminum or aluminum? Aluminum. Right, nothing to interrupt on the boss. Can you sap? Ooh, okay. I don't think we're going to sap too much, but okay. Let's give it a go. Josh, my friend keeps bugging me to play retail WoW with him. I've been putting it off because I don't want to pay for it. I'm considering changing tactics and telling him because you don't like it. Do it. Tell him it's because I won't pay for it for you. There you go. Then he'll hate me. It's the exact thing. Right. Princess Moira, let's go. Yell. Boost. Charge. Attack. Now I can interrupt this girl, can't I? So I want to do that. It was not a fart, it was me shifting on the chair. I'm wearing slippers. I will show you the slippers in a minute. Hang on, we're locking in for this right now. Now we do this guy. Because I'm wearing jeans. People have a thing about me wearing jeans whenever I game, and they're like, I can't believe you're wearing jeans. And that's why I don't bring it up too much. Because people seem to have a thing against it. But if I shift on this chair... Now I can't do it. First time catching you on stream to hear the fart. I'm wearing slippers, I will show you. I'm doing that thing where I sit on my leg. I can execute this guy soon. Give me a sec. That was a nice big hit of damage right there. Lovely stuff. And what do we get? We get robes of the royal crown. Right, let me show you. Hang on. I am wearing slippers. They have got rubber on the side of them. Braces for Josh and Moo. What have I got? Wrist guards of renown. I don't need those because I've got the braces of the stone princess. I'm wearing dad slippers, it's true. Don't need those. Strength, agility, stamina. No. And robes of the royal crown. I don't use any robes at all. Chat, behold Josh being carried. Okay, cool. Damage done for Emperor Dagran. Number 1, me. Number 2, Hope. Then Moo. Then CD. Then Huggy. Hey, I did the most damage on the enemy boss. The enemy boss. The final boss. That was pretty cool. What you dropping, princess? And I'm not even using consumables. Most of the fight he is immune to caster damage. Andrew, you just couldn't let me have it, could you? You could not let me have it. The mage is here and he's like, yeah, but Josh, you only did the damage because the mage couldn't. Yeah, but like, that was the point. That's why I'm here. He is immune to caster damage, but if I wasn't here, he wouldn't have died. I'm glad Andrew's here. I almost felt good about myself then. But I'm glad Andrew was here to stop that happening. Goodness me, can you imagine? Okay, heading out. There's going to be some changes around here, says Moo. Oh, Moo is doing evil stuff. And Hope gets a lovely little screenshot of that. Don't move. Perfect. Got it? I'll share it in the Discord. Right. Again, I need the rest of this level so I can wear this. Sure, let me hand in. Let me hand in quest, then I can go again. Let me... In fact, has anyone got a portal? CD, can you make a portal to Ironforge, please? Are you bothered by the whole lol carried and bottom DPS comments? I think it's a large part of the death of positive social energy. Grizzy, if you spend time in negativity, then negativity will inevitably start to rub off on you. And what I think people tend to forget is that if one person makes a joke that's at someone's expense and they're like, yeah, bottom DPS, that person in their mind is making a joke. And when you call them out and say, hey, that's not very nice, they say, it's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke. And to them, it is, because they're not trying to be mean to you. But when you hear that from hundreds, in some cases, thousands of people every day, it no longer, works as a joke, and now it just becomes hundreds of people coming up to you saying, effectively, you suck. Which is going to mentally affect anyone. You bring the negativity into it. Jokes are when, most people are laughing at it. So I think what happens is people that make jokes where the punchline is acknowledge that you're not very good at something ends up becoming a thing where it's no longer a punchline, it now just starts to be absorbed as fact. And it's easy to deal with one or two things like that. You don't care. They're just taking the piss. But when you hear it every day, you do start to internalize it. Which is why I tend to push back against people when it gets a bit too much. And I'm like, hey man, I know you're making a joke, but hearing it every day kind of sucks. But the crazy thing is that no one individual person thinks they are making a mistake. And I get that. That is wild. It's a crazy thing, isn't it? Jokes work with friends that understand each other and people that you want to lift up and things you want to laugh at. And again, this sounds crazy to say because people will be like, oh my God, I can't believe you're so sensitive. It's not about being overly sensitive. It's about understanding that if the humor within the joke is coming from laughing at someone's inability or lack of skill, eventually that's going to become the message they start taking from it all the time. And Ari has just said, classic Josh moment. Is that because I'm being genuine with you and not just pushing back with sarcasm and quips? We've got a load of people in the chat just saying, that's wild, bro, Lamau, that's wild, bro, lol, this is gold, that's a wild strategy. Has another streamer just stopped? This run feels cursed. Oh, okay, gotcha. We can just get rid of those. Right. Let's just... Bro, what is going on? That's a good question. Let's just get rid of those guys, because that's weird. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, no, definitely bots. 5 messages, never been here before. Let's just manually ban people. I've not done that for a while. That makes me feel good. Let's just manually ban people. You are without a doubt completely right. That's not a bot. That's not a bot. That's just a human being agreeing with me. People are now going to start saying that's wild, and I'm going to start banning people. Ban me, says Grim. Okay. Grim, you do understand that if you say ban me, what's going to happen is I'm going to ban you, and then a few minutes are going to pass, then I'm going to forget that I banned you and just not unban you. So, 07, well done. I appreciate you taking the hit there. Collateral damage has indeed happened. You enjoy these streams, thanks for the content. How do you know which are bots? I don't. I'm just firing into the dark here. Alright, I'm just giving it a go. I'm just seeing what's going. There's got to be some of you may die. But that's a price I'm willing to pay. Are the bots wet though? We don't know. Yo, you look, Jalinda.
Hi, how are ya?
Oh, you got some cool stuff for me. That is bad. That is bad. That is bad. That is worse than what I've got. So, thanks. That was useless. Couldn't go through with it. Grim, I'm pretty sure you are banned. There we go. Who unbanned you? Hang on. Let's have a look at the mod actions. No, I did ban you. Oh, you were unbanned by Red Sky. I see. Oops, I thought that was a bit. No. I mean, it was a bit, but I think we should commit to it. If we don't commit to the bits, then people aren't going to... We're going to look weak. That's it is. So I banned Grim, Red Sky unbanned Grim, and then Grim was like, you couldn't do it, could you? And now you're just straight up actually banned. Because unfortunately, if I show kindness, it will be perceived as weakness. Therefore, never, don't, not stop being strong. The double barrel ban. Right, Dark Josh nearly happened right there. We doubled up with the double-barreled shotgun. Both barrels loaded with bans. Kindness is a DPS loss. Let's go and hand in this quest over here. Never, don't stop, never stopping. Remember that. I nearly went Warlock mode just then. Imagine being banned twice in a minute in the same stream. If anything, it's quite impressive. Never, don't stop not being strong. It's very important that you all remember that. Right, we're going this way and then that way. Yeah, you know what, Red? I'll give you one ban as a treat. Whoever you want. As a little treato for yourself. You've worked hard. Have a little snack. Borgit has just said, me, first message you've ever sent in chat. You don't need to. I'm thinking of a number, 1 in 100. If you get the number, you get banned. May the odds be ever in your favor, guys. What's my favorite snack, Josh? Techno Goose, obviously it's you. Turbo just said, I don't like this game. You don't need to play. You don't need to guess a number. You can just kind of hope. People guessing numbers are just, honestly, increasing the interaction metric of the stream quite substantially. But you don't need to do it. If you say a number over 100, do you get banned? I don't know. Red Sky's got 1. Find out. Heart of the Mountain. There you go, my friend. Thank you for all the experience. It was 43, says 10 a pen. Sorry, my guy. 07's for 10 a pen. Sorry, 10 a pen. You chose to get involved in this. Your sacrifice will be honestly forgotten immediately. Okay? You are least but not last. What's 07? 07 is a tiny emoji of a guy saluting. So whenever something bad happens, we salute that person as they leave. Cool eye patch. Oh, thank you, bro. Hell yeah. We got the badass eye patch. The Rage Fury eye patch. I mean, I've been streaming for 6 hours. That means, yeah, we can do another Blackrock Depths run in this time. Easy peasy. I think we can do another run. I think we can do another Emperor run. Emperor focused? There's no quests to pick up. There's a quest there called the Love Potion. I can probably go back to where the mountain is and ready for summon. If you guys can summon. It's okay if you can't. Sorry, I'm new. What's the benefit of doing the dungeons again? XP or gear? Sure, kind of both. So the dungeons do give good experience based on the boss kills and the mob kills. But they also give good gear from the enemy drops. And there we go. Don't forget about the fun. I do love team-focused stuff with the gang, with the crew. Love Potion is considered one of the top 3 rated worst quests in all of Classic WoW. How do you need to do it?
I don't have a target.
You hate the Tauren's name. What, Cowabunga? If you need to hearth and repair, that is fine. We will summon you back. You travel around the whole world and the reward is pretty meh. Oh, so like real life. Right, 2-minute break then. Okay, guys, take 5. Grab yourself a bite to eat, grab yourself a drink. Here's a DVD logo, because I know you guys have got no attention span whatsoever. Here is a 5-minute timer, and I will see you beautiful people in 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Okay. Got a protein bar. I've got a bottle of water. I've got some gamer subs. And I've got a can-do attitude. Which I think is the most important aspect of all of this. What's the board? The board is the evil version of the Union. Yeah, I've got a bottle of water. Don't take the piss out of my British accent saying it. That's how we say it. Right. Here we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? A little treato for me for an epic dungeon. Do you think Zeus knows the ability Thunderclap? How else would he have all those kids? The timer's still on. Oh yeah, good point. Hang on. Get rid of that. That's all gone now. That's my alarm to get back to work. You must tank, Josh. You must. I'm not tanking. I'm not doing it. Not until I get tank armor. Hope is just better at it than I am. Huggy, how are we doing? Did you kneel down to their level? That's what it's like to be a dwarf. You can now see eye to eye. How to talk to short people. Most people think that to talk to a short person you have to kneel down to their level. Not true. What you have to do is place your hands under their armpits and lift them up to your level. Their little legs can just dangle freely in the air while you talk to them eye to eye. You must also pin them to a wall. That costs extra. That costs quite a lot extra. Josh, please don't give advice that will get people into jail. I tried that already. What, going to jail, lifting up a small person, or giving advice? Or all three at the same time? You lifted up someone shorter than you, pinned them to a wall, and then gave them advice that sent them to jail. All of the above. Just, yes. That's what happened. That's what we did. That's where we got to. I am following, guys. I'm on my way. It's just hard because I've lost I've lost depth perception. I've probably got an eye patch upstairs where I could just cosplay this character. Bro got charges for giving uppies. Yeah, look, sometimes you just want to give someone some uppies. Sometimes you know people that are a foot taller than you. Sometimes a foot shorter. I'm not a silver fox yet. No, that's true. I'm kind of like a beige otter. Here we go again. To the Emperor. A beige otter is not a botter. Then when people ask why the eye patch, I'll be like, I got half a migraine. Alright. Let's do this. I am ready to deeps the Emperor. I'm going to be so deeps in the Emperor that he's going to have no choice but to give me his iron foe. Coolio. Hey, Josh. I have this problem where my dad keeps announcing to a crowd of people that he isn't my dad and then walks away for exactly 5 minutes. What do I do to make him love me? Coolio, I have no idea how you found me again. How far away do I have to walk? We do chat some shit in this chat. Josh, what's the stream like? I don't know at this point. Can I join in? You wouldn't want to. Coolio says, plus love mate. Listen. Alright, you were given... So what's the idea with this? How... Oh, can Moo just open them anyway? Does having a rogue here just mean that you can open all of these doors no matter what? Top 3 dungeons so far? Probably Blackrock Depths for all 3 of them. Right, cool. So Rose can just straight up skip things. Love this for us. It's a thing that doesn't work anymore. It's an old habit. Gotcha. I am tempted to put the Ice Metal Barbute back on because it's 15 strength. But critical strike by 28 is pretty good. And you know what? The eye patch looks cool. And vibes matter. Vibes really do matter. What is the awesome shield on Hop's back? Hope has the really cool skull shield, don't they? Fashion over function does matter. It's very important. You know what? We are also, slowly but surely, gaining more levels. Let's have a look. It's the Skull Flame Shield. Inspect. Where is it? Yeah, Skull Flame Shield. Very cool. Level 54. Who drops it? Skullflame Shield goes for 600 gold in the auction house. Well, it just looks badass. It's a world epic. Oh, cool. So, like, anything can drop it. Random drop from any high-level mob. Got it. Oh, kind of like the flurry axe that I got. Gotcha. Okay. when we say random mob, like, what are we talking about? Are we talking like these guys could drop it, in theory? Because I got the flurry axe from the maggot in the Sunken Temple. Which means, in my mind, the maggots in the Sunken Temple are like the best enemy in the game. This is why I always check every single enemy drop, just in case. Anything that's high level enough can drop it. Cool. Okay, it's random per item. Gotcha. When struck in combat, 3% chance of stealing 35 life. When struck, has a 1% chance of dealing 75 fire damage to all those around you. Cool. Well, that's pretty badass. Now it's time to try and do some damage. It's a very good paladin AoE farming shield. Well, they seem to be doing fine with it. You know what? We're not dead, which is, I think, the most important thing here. Josh, you are the only male streamer I follow. Make of that what you will. Fire, I assume that's because you've not seen any other ones. There are many better than me. Many far better than me. Is it because I eat protein bars on stream? Is that what it is? Do you just love the fact that I'm being somewhat healthy? Right, let me just mix up some gamer sups live on stream. I know it might be against terms of service, but I'm going to enjoy a little doggy style. Oh, hang on. Enemies are attacking us. God lord. God, hang on. I've interrupted my doggy style in order to kill a fire guard. It's called that. Don't make it weird. That's the name of the flavor. I think it's Buff Pop's flavor. I think it is, anyway. Right. Okay. Got that. Cool. I probably shouldn't shake the bottle like that. That's worse. That doesn't do anything. I'm just gonna... That's both arms involved. I'm gonna shake that off camera. Clip it and ship it, guys. We're done here. Why am I shaking it like that? What? Force of habit! This just got worse fast. The view count went up. Maintaining eye contact while you shook it. Marked some experienced. Yeah. It's mostly about just... At that point, it's about domination more than anything else. Moo is doing some stabbing, I'll tell you what. Moo is doing some real stabbing. Damn, son. Things do be dying. What a build, Josh Lamau. Oh, Deck, are you another one of those bots? Has someone sent bots to me for some reason? You don't know what the build is. Okay, genuine question. Why would someone send bots to the channel? The view count has stayed the same. AI obtained consciousness and decided to watch. Just because? You did say the reason you don't viewbot is because you don't know how to. I mean, yeah, that might be true. Yeah, for the lulz. Maybe I have learned how to do it. You know, some people genuinely send bots to streamers' channels because they think it helps them. Which I think is weird. That's another one. Red Sky, could you please ban snap__J? I assume Red Sky's in the chat still. Thank you, Red Sky. Dent, I'm going to guess you're not a bot because you've put the little bot symbol in front of you, which is a way of me telling you that it's not. Snap is still there. Hang on. Were there more people called Snap? This is weird. Oh, they're all called the same version of a name. That's kind of weird. Oh, I see. You just right-clicked and banned the right person there. I see what's going on. Maybe it's a game of Snap. This is how Terminator starts. This is how... yeah, do you remember that scene of Sarah Connor sat there playing through Blackrock Depths? What's happening? Mags, so we're starting to see multiple people in the chat posting very generic messages. And that means that those people are likely bots. Because the messages they're posting are not in any way connected to, you know, what's going on. The problem is that now people are going to start writing that and doing that, and I'm going to think they're bots. And they're going to get banned because of that. I don't want to ban random viewers who are just being, you know, silly with it. It's kind of strange. I just think it's weird that people would then do that. I mean, if you are willingly making yourself collateral damage within a potential banning, that's fine. Like, if you want to do that, that guy was a 4-year follower. Okay, don't say dumb stuff then. That's going to put you in the... That's going to put you in the firing line. I mean, they could have been a 4-year follower, but still a bot. Right, who was the 4-year follower? Hang on. 6 messages in total. 52 messages in total. Yeah, to be fair, that person can be unbanned. They have been here for 4 years. But at the same time, following for 4 years does not exclude you from being stupid. And if I say, hey, people are saying things in the chat that are getting them banned, and then someone goes, I'm going to type something in the chat that's going to get me banned, and then that person gets banned, and they're like, I didn't see this coming. I had no idea that that would be the result of my actions. What do you want about? How is that a surprise to you? Using a highlight to ask a genuine question. Which dungeon have you enjoyed the most that you've run? I really liked, what was the Shadowfang Keep? Shadowfang Keep was really cool. I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, Shadowfang Keep was super fun. Loved that. Dead Mines was great, but Shadowfang Keep, I think, had a really nice layout, decent bosses, fun mechanics with it. I enjoyed that. It was fun. It had aura. How do I feel about Gnome Reagan? I don't know it well enough. I don't think I know it well enough. What other MMOs have you played beside WoW? Sep, that's going to be a long list. I can give you the list, but it's going to be a long list. Maybe not to like a super high level, but I can give you a hell of a long list. There's actually a playlist of the exact games that I have played, where I kind of talk about that. Habanero, thank you very much for the gifted subs. That is remarkably kind of you. We are pushing our way through Blackrock Depths and seeing if we get anything good. Will I participate in WoW RP? Sithis, I fear that I would be too sexy if I were to do that. Since Josh is going to be a WoW streamer, when is he going to let us use 7 TV emotes? Never. Do I play the new single-player MMORPG Crimson Desert? I think that's just an RPG. I think a single-player MMORPG is... You can take away the multiplayer. It's just an online role-playing game. It feels like an MMO. Gotcha. Feels empty like an MMO. It's just a game. Very important question, Josh. Yes, Hope. Is Star Stable Online on the list? Yes, because I've already played that other pony game. Whatever that one was. Labels and specific game choices. They did design it like a single-player Black Desert. And I get that. I do get where you're coming from with it. Don't get me wrong. Every MMO ever is on the list. It's just going to take me some time to get there. Chappie, first message I've ever said. Nice play, Josh. That's wild, bro. Where are these people coming from? Who and why are a load of bots suddenly watching the channel? Red Sky, don't worry too much about people who are getting weird DMs with that stuff, because you can't fight the tide, unfortunately. Why are the bots on the most whelming stream in the world? Like the most average stream. Is it because of the golden train thing? I have no idea what that is. Have I seen the trailer for the third Dune movie? I haven't even seen the first one yet, or the second. What's the golden kappa train? Is it like a special emote thing that you get? And I'm guessing that it's rare, so it has a level of value, so bots want to get it. Right, it's a rare version of a sub-hype train that gives a golden emote. Right. So bots are joining in order to get the rare emote. Force of Will. Cool looking trinket. At level 55. When struck in combat, 1% chance of reducing all melee damage by 25. That's a good... I'll greet it, but I don't need it. Alright, sweet. Well done. Oh no, Huggy died. Huggy, you're okay. Oh no, hang on, you're not okay. You're the priest. Can anyone res... Hope, you're a paladin. You might be able to res Huggy, possibly. So, why would the bots join in if all they're going to get is a rare emote? Are rare emotes on Twitch worth that much money? Right, rare emotes makes the account valuable, then they sell the account. Okay. Gotcha. And they need to sub or cheer. That's really weird, man. I don't get a lot of Twitch culture, I'll be real with you. Now you're playing WoW, would you be up for an episode of Fishing with Crendor? I have no idea who or what that is. But yeah, sure, why not? Let's do it. It's a temporary 24-hour emote. Is that it? Oh, so it's a golden thing. Cool. Red Sky is like a sniper today. You are just absolutely wrecking. I can see what you're doing, man. This is full-on sniping. Oh yeah, RuneScape names are big business as well, aren't they? That's another one. People pay a lot of money to have a rare RuneScape name. Three character names are, yeah, they're rare. I used to know a guy with a one character name. His name was just the letter Y, which I thought was pretty cool, to be fair. Every RuneScape name is rare, assuming every name can be taken once. That is true, but some of the names are slightly more prestigious. Like the name Rune is pretty cool. Crendor is friends with... Oh, Jesse. I know Jesse. Yeah, I met Jesse at a Baldur's Gate 3 event 3 years ago. Nice guy. I was on his podcast a while back, I think. I think we're doing pretty well. Yes, I was on his podcast. I've done lots of podcasts. I enjoy doing podcasts with people, but eventually I do have to try and remember which ones I have and haven't done. Let's try and take out this guy. Right, come hither, you. Ah, there we go. Gonna attack you and get rid of some stuff. Jesse and Dodger's podcast, a lot of comments saying you're fitting quite well. Oh, nice. I'm glad that worked. It was the Weekenders, wasn't it? The Weekenders podcast. Yeah, they seem lovely people. Someone offered another streamer I follow $4,000 for his Twitter account because he's one of the rare people who has an animated avatar. People will buy and sell anything that they think gives them a degree of status. Geekenders, thank you. Yeah, people will buy and sell anything that has a degree of status. And then what they will do is they will leverage, if they're smart, they will leverage that status into either financial or personal growth. If they're smart. They might not be. Because there's no point having access to something if you don't then use it to funnel some kind of personal growth. This is the same reason that people rent Lamborghinis. It's the exact same reason that people, rent not even a real private jet, but a private jet you can just sit in to make it look like you're in there to then just take some pictures. There is an entire subculture about faking it until you make it, and the illusion of prestige ends up becoming the thing that people actually want. I mean, consider this. Imagine that you were going to go to two people for financial advice. Don't do this, but let's just use this as an illustrator of the concept. If two people are willing to give you financial advice and one of them turns up in a Lamborghini with a nice suit or invites you to a really nice house and shows you around, and the other one turns up in an old beat-up truck with an aging battered suit and has an average size house, which one are you more likely to go to for financial advice? Now, the smart ones within you are going to say, I'm not going to look at the physical outward signs, I'm going to do more research. Some of you will straight away say, I'll take the truck, which itself is also a fallacy. Because you are then saying, okay, well in that case, someone that looks like they aren't successful must be. The truth is, you need to work out how much and how successful those people are to work out how much their value is worth to you. But most people immediately then say, oh, I'll go for the person that doesn't look like they have as much, which itself is also, believe it or not, a visual trick. But it's very easy to rent a Lamborghini. It's very easy to go and rent a big house for a film shoot. It's very easy to look successful. It's very difficult to be successful. So when someone says, hey, I want to buy this, Twitter profile off you, I want to buy that off you, it's often because having that will give them the illusion of success. Right, give us something sexy, my friend. Luminary kilt. Don't need it. Really enjoyed your playthrough of Morrowind. Oh, thank you. We'll do the stream marathon on obscure old RPG, Gothic. I will do Gothic. Everyone talks about Gothic. Mobcar, what does it mean to be successful? That changes person to person. What you will consider success, somebody else might not. Changes person to person. We are pushing through this dungeon, I'd say, quite well. Milk 2 Sugars says, got a real talent for stating the obvious. Yeah, thank you. Are you up to date on the Legacy of Kain drama? Nope. What's happened? Give me the new update. Because common sense is nowhere near as common. Have I played Cataclysm Classic? I have not. It's on the list. Common sense is just shared knowledge. But knowledge doesn't become shared knowledge unless it is shared. And one thing that irritates me is when someone learns something and then they see somebody else learn the same thing and the first response is, everyone knows that. That's common sense, common knowledge. No, it's not. There was a point in time where you didn't know it. There was a point in time where you went from not knowing it to knowing it. You had to learn it as well at some point. Whether it was by cultural osmosis or someone directly telling you, you did have to go from a point of not knowing it to knowing it. Everyone has to go through that point. And making them feel bad for that is wrong. Don't make someone feel bad for not knowing something. What you're doing then is encouraging ignorance. Should we default to lucky 10,000, or the lucky 10,000 of the new people every day? Yes. There's always an XKCD for it, isn't there? Are we doing this again or just going past this? I think we just go past this time. Gotta say, this stream is perfectly whelming to sit back in the evening to and get sleepy to. That is the plan. That is exactly what I am aiming for here. What's my favorite branch of philosophy? They're all so good. They're all just so interesting. Okay, hang on. Moo? Moo, what have you... Moo! What have you done? Right. Moo has things on... Moo, you straight up do not. Do no worry. I'm worrying. There is a little bit of worry. There is a tiny bit. You may trust Moo. I don't. Okay, let's go. Josh, you're in a corner with a goat girl. Be happy. Normally I would be happy. But we are inside a very angry bar. Well, that was scary. But we all got there together. Moo is the chaotic neutral. Chaotic neutral, should I say. You've had the wife and kids out the house over the weekend and have simply chilled out to your streams while gaming or having dinner. Good! How's your gaming time going, man? What you been up to? Everything did go very okay, and I was honestly a little bit surprised. Nothing more, nothing less. Perfect. Right, let's begin to attack. Now, from what I can tell, if I'm using two swords, I actually don't want to be cleaving that often. Because cleave seems to be super useful when you've got one massive weapon. Okay, let me just switch to battle stance so I can weaken these guys. Bring everything over here via line of sight pulling. Line of sight pull over here, guys. Over here. There we go. Let me just weaken everything as best I can. Demoralizing shout a couple of times and switch back. Cleave is based on main hand weapon damage. Well, I'm dead. Huggybeard is still alive. But I think can resurrect us. Yes, we're good. Past the worst of it. Yeah, Red Sky, thank you for banning all those weird bots. That was so strange. Genuinely strange. Hey Josh, are there any small MMOs you'd recommend? One that isn't very big and mostly casual, if not completely casual. Every MMO can be casual if you play it casually. You're stuck. Oh, because you've got the Divine Intervention. Turn Divine Intervention. Yeah, turn off Divine Intervention. Any MMORPG can be casual if you play it casually. If you want to play WoW casually, play WoW casually. The thing with playing a smaller MMORPG, it means that you will be interacting with a smaller player base. And if you want to interact with a smaller player base, that is totally A-okay. You just have to understand that it does mean it's going to take longer to find people who are able to do content of all levels. Playing a more popular MMORPG does mean that you have access to a larger bank of people. The floor is a little wet. It's made of ghosts. The bot thing has been happening quite a lot recently on other streams. I'm kind of glad it's not just us then. It's hard to keep up with the rest of the community if you're being casual, when the game requires you to be competitive in order to have access to its content. That's true. Vu. In that case, consider this. If you play an MMORPG that is smaller, you are inherently interacting with fewer players. If there are fewer players, most of them are going to want to be where the other people are, which is normally at the end game. So if you play a casual game or a casual, smaller, less populated MMORPG, you are going to have fewer people within your level range. If you play a more populated MMORPG, there are simply going to be more people at every level range. However, you can also get smaller MMORPGs where people are willing to effectively restart or go back just to join the new players. Dungeons & Dragons Online does it quite a lot. Star Wars The Old Republic's good for it as well. Finally seeing Josh live, why do I expect this to be a short? There's going to be lots of shorts created from today. A huge amount of shorts created from today. You restarted Dungeons & Dragons Online. Sweet. Good game. I enjoy it. You got the 64-bit servers going on. Do they still have their reincarnation system? Just catching up with the old chat. Seeing what's going on. Moon Harvest Pumpkin. Oh, thank you, babe. Appreciate it. I'll eat it soon. Thank you for the nod. CD, you okay? Don't aggro the enemies behind us. There we go. Oh, this one. Yeah, I can do this one. Do you want me to sunder? I will sunder. Moo will damage. This, so far, is your WoW stream with the lowest goat ratio. And you know what? It's been the worst. I think we can objectively say this has been the worst WoW stream because of the low goat ratio. Who agrees? Who's willing to be honest and say, Josh, look, this was an objectively bad stream? Because yesterday was the best possible clip of the Millennial Lullaby. What was the Millennial Lullaby? Was it the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny? B-Bing says, that's wild, bro, Lamau. There's another one. There's another one. I think the only reason that we can tell that they are bots on this stream is the fact that had they been on another stream, they may have looked like, the way people actually talk. But nobody on this stream talks that way. Hey, we got a stick for Moo. It is a polearm, envelops the caster with a fire shield for 15 seconds, and shoots a... Cool. And the girdle of the falcon. No and no, I need none of these things. You quite like Star Wars The Old Republic? Oh, sweet. Come back, rare. Please. It's there. The rare is there. We're going to kill it. The rare thing got there again. The fact they're all saying the same thing. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? The rare is there. Is it true the best WoW experience is when you quit it? I mean, Hemi, that can change based on person to person. If World of Warcraft was being detrimental to your life and you managed to regain a level of power and control and agency and do something different with your time by quitting it, then yeah, I can imagine it would be to you. If you have a group of friends and a guild in the game that you enjoy connecting with and having a good time with and you're going to play the game with, then playing it can be relaxing, fun, enjoyable hobby. I don't want to feed into the idea of the fact that something is inherently awful when actually it's mostly made up of the kind of people that you experience it with. This is hilarious. My mum thought I was in a video call with you and she kept saying I'm not here in her broken English. Chub, you don't know what I'm doing on my other screen. I might be in a video call with your mum. I've got my own life. Things are going on as well. Okay, Moo's managed to pull this Molten War Golem back to us, so we kill that too. Right, let's see what the rare drops. Does the rare drop anything that actually is needed? I don't think the rare drops anything we specifically need. There it is. Panzer the Invincible. Let's see what you drop, if anything. Okay, where are you? Panzer the Invincible. Oh, actually, you do drop some really cool stuff. Okay, mostly tank stuff. Alright, you, my friend. Give me tank things. Let's keep shouting so Moo does more damage. We already got the 200 weapon from him. I got that earlier and I sold that. What's the chance of it dropping? Okay, soot-encrusted footwear. That is for the casters. Do not need. Yeah, we got that. What's the rare one? They're actually all the same chance of getting, to be fair. You quit WoW because your guild didn't raid unless they had 100% pre-raid best in slot. That sucks. Really good boots again. I don't need them. They're cloth. Cloth is not good for me. Take them for healing if you need them. Have you played any Doom? After looking for an MMO for ages, I kind of found a place in the IP. Do you mean Doom, the first-person shooter? I have partaken in the Dooms. It's kind of silly that your raid isn't going to raid unless you're 100% pre-best in slot, because what that's basically saying is that their skill level isn't high enough that they need to be carried by mechanical advantages. Like, if your skill level is high enough, then I'm sure you can probably play the game with some disadvantages. I'm not saying that mechanics don't matter. Of course they do. But if you won't play with someone unless they have the highest possible mechanical advantage, are you saying that your skill level isn't high enough to even, you know, cover a tiny bit of a problem? If someone says, hey man, we don't have the best in slot, I'll be like, okay, cool. In that case, we're going to have to find some way to mitigate the problems we're going to have. We're going to have to find some way to take on the problems. We're going to have to mitigate them. And that's A-okay. I'm going to kill this thing here. Because this thing is a caster. I don't want it casting things on our lovely team. Stop casting. It's also just about ensuring people who attend the raid have invested the effort. I mean, yeah, I get that. I understand, but there's a level of difference between you haven't invested the effort and you don't have the best drops. If you show me someone who is 100% geared but only 50% capable, I would rather take someone who is, you know, 80% geared and 80% capable. I also find that the reason that they want to do that is because they want to almost guarantee success before they try. If you are not willing to accept a level of failure, then you do not deserve whatever the victory would give you. Right, where's Hope? There's Hope. Josh, you don't know if they're capable. Of course you don't, and you won't know. You straight up won't know until you go and actually play with them. But being willing to teach someone is part of the process. Soapy says, Josh, you told me Arthas did nothing wrong, but my husband is telling me the law and I think he might be a bad guy. Okay, Soapy. Okay. So Arthas, he killed a few people. Those people were going to die. Those people were highly likely to die. And if he hadn't killed them, he killed his dad. Everyone's going to die sometime. And if he hadn't killed them, they would have turned evil. And then he would have had to send soldiers in to kill them. And there's a chance the soldiers he sent in could have been killed. which means that by preemptively killing the people who were ill, he saved a lot of lives. You see, what you have to understand and respect about Arthas is that he would kill 1,000 people to save one person. Now, if he'd have sat back and done nothing, what would have happened? Tell me what would have happened. They would have turned evil. Then there would have been a big war. Kings have to make choices. That's called good kinging, right there. Myth, if you ever meet Josh at a convention, don't cough. If someone coughs at a convention, the whole place is being purged. But there was a war. Yeah, but like it was a small war. Whereas what he prevented was a big war. You're a king. You're going to have a little bit of war. And at some point, let's be real, he found a really cool big icy sword. And like, if you find a cool sword, you're going to want to use it at some point. There was effectively an entire world worth of warcrafting to have. Like, it wasn't just called World. It was called World of Warcraft. Hello, Pepper. Arthas... Right, I'm not going to say that Arthas did nothing wrong. I'm going to say that the things that Arthas did wrong were things that, within context, made more sense than they didn't. Is that fair? Does that make sense? Like, we can all be a bit annoyed when someone gets a little bit murdery. But we do also have to, you know, at some point be willing to admit that maybe it was necessary murder. What about Garrosh? Ah, right. Okay, so the difference between Garrosh's murder and Arthas's murder is Arthas is a human, which means that all of his decisions are taken with the best of intentions, whereas decisions made by orcs are taken with the worst of intentions. Our glorious purge, their hideous slaughter. What you fail to remember is that aesthetics matter. And so Arthas, good-looking, attractive human prince. Every decision he makes, objectively correct. Garrosh, he was an orc, wasn't he? Yeah, incorrect. Wrong decisions from the start. You know what? I remember when these dwarves were way too difficult for us to kill. Now look at us. Now look at us, absolutely chewing through them. However, I am taking a lot of damage, so I might want to give myself a bit of a moment. Do I have any health potions? I do, actually. That's great to know. Let me just try and get the hammer down for this one. So I've hit you enough. I want to get the... There's the hammer. Then we switch back. It's giving Arthur, but Scandi, Sand. Inju, are you on the drugs again? Oh, Inju, I'm glad that you're on the drugs, because this might affect your ability. Now, we are being, for some reason, swarmed with bots. Seems that Twitch has a new bit of a bot wave going on, so we're getting a lot of bots joining. Red Sky's been doing a damn good job at keeping them pretty much all off us. But more are appearing. So do be aware that we might need you to purge some bots in what I'm going to call the Arthas maneuver. I can't do shit, can't sit upright properly without passing out. Inju, you've got to sit back and watch the world burn then. You just sit back and watch everything go to shit, that's fine. Hey, we took it down. Right, let's get some cool sexy stuff from the chest of the Seven. Alright, Seven, give me your cool stuff in the chest. The Wraith Scythe. Cool. And the Impervious Giant. So we've got a one-handed axe, steals life from the enemy. Maybe that one. Xeno, that is definitely a bot. So, cool big Impervious Giant. Armor. Do I need that? 159 damage, increases hit rating, increases critical strike. Never going to use it. No. I mean, I'll greed them both, but, like, I don't want them. If I get them, I'll sell them. Now, time for the horrible room. Bots are electric. Water and electric don't mess well. Therefore, bots aren't ghosts. Yes, that's true. It is weird that the bots are being unleashed now. Okay, change loot. Well done, Hope Grey. Right, stay on Hope. Get ready for the whirlwind. That's such a wild build, lol. Where is everyone coming from? Right, Moo, go and find the enemies. Oh, that's cool. You can just send in a stealth rogue to find the thing we need to find. That's actually really clever. Why did they even say that? They say that because the vast majority of Twitch streams would simply take that as a compliment. If you imagine that a bot goes into a stream, they don't know what they're on about, and they say that's a wild build, if they go into like a League of Legends or a hero shooter or any kind of PvP-based game, that would make sense within context of that specific game. It's a generic enough compliment. Which means most people are going to see it and go, oh, thanks, that's really cool, and then interaction has happened. Also, if you guys just say things that are obviously looking like bots and someone bans you, that's kind of on you. Do I prefer tactical and slow-paced like WoW or fast-paced like Neverwinter? I think both have a point and a purpose, and I enjoy both provided that the system leans into what it's trying to do. As long as the system decides what it is and what it's giving the player, both can be fun. Right, we're pulling these enemies mostly to us this way. This is a Black Rock Depths run indeedy. Can I say your build is moist? I would be upset if you didn't, to be honest. This stream is pretty poggers, chat. Are we cooked? Oh my goodness. All the gamer words are being said today. Poggers, cooked, chat. I don't think there are any more. Got any new gear today? Just so much. W's. Ah, there we go. That's the gamer letter. We got any 6s and 7s in chat? Don't worry about banning anyone yet, Red Sky. Wait until there's like a really stupidly obvious bot. Oh, guys, was a patrol just south of us. Everyone be super quiet, and they won't know that we're there. There he is. Got him. I've marked it with the skull over there. I cannot do basically any damage to these guys before CD just rips them apart. CD is doing so damn well as a mage. Moo, watch your health. Moo's dead. Minor problem. Priest, get Moo back up if you can, please. Moo's just having... Is it difficult as a mage? I wouldn't say it's difficult, but you've got a huge amount of responsibility. Like, there's a lot of stuff relying on you to be good. I've got the whirlwind attack, but even that's not doing too much. So you cannot pickpocket the torch. I've got it. I have the torch. Pass to Moo. We'll get the thing. Sure, if we can do that. Can't trade. Can I... Did that trade? Moo. I can't trade it to you. Oh, you've given him one. I've got the other. Gotcha. No way. Is that Runes of Magic? It is indeed. It's actually the first expansion of Rift. Yeah, for some reason, a huge amount of bots are visiting. Don't know why. A little bit scared. A little bit confused. But we are making do as best we can. A little bit turned on. You know, you never know. Okay, so Moo, I have one torch. 4 minutes left on the torch. That's lit. Ah, we're in. Excellent. Oh, okay, cool. Moo's pulled the dungeon. CD, watch your health. There's no point in me saying it on stream because by the time I say it, we're already a couple of seconds behind. So my advice is not going to be heard by any of the people that I'm actually playing with until it's like 10 seconds too late. A bot from here just DM'd me. Yeah, Dad, that's going to happen, unfortunately. As the stream grows in popularity, people are going to make bots. Bots are going to DM people. There's very little I can do about that because that would involve something that has to change systemically with Twitch's back end. I can't stop people DMing other people. You guys can put your, you know, DM stuff onto don't DM. That's pretty much it. Josh, we haven't advertised gamer subs all day. Yeah, go and buy some. Good, glad that worked. That was fast. Yeah, do it. Go and buy some gamer subs right now. Okay. Let's go straight to the end. Straight to the end. Hopefully, I'm going to put on defensive stance so I avoid a huge amount of damage of the fire. Then stick on this. Then have a potion. Then start fighting. Right, let's try and get... Okay, you've been hammered, which means I can now start sundering. More powerful spell is already active. Alright, Moo's already got it then. Come on, Moo, it's all on you, bro. ABC, always be sundering. Beautiful! Did we change the loot back? Guessing we didn't change the loot back? Lava Stone Hammer. Two-handed mace, strength, stamina, improves critical strike. It looks cool. It is a two-handed hammer. It's not the Iron Foe. I don't think I want to use that. It's a hell of a lot of damage, though. Strength, stamina, critical strike. Looks very cool. I can take that for a two-handed hammer. It's decent two-handed. I'll use if no one else wants. It looks cool. Alright, cool. You guys okay with that? Sweet. Excellent. I'm not going to use it now, because using it now would unfortunately mean that I have to level up my two-handed hammer skill, which I don't currently have very good stats on. It's basically just 5 gold. That's what that is. Now, if Iron Foe drops, that's when we're all going to be a little bit... Ooh. That's when everyone gets a little bit angry. Are we going to kill the Emperor? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. We got here fast this time. Remember, this is the 3rd time we've done this dungeon today. And I think that we got here fast because Hope Grey has been leading us in the correct way, and Moo has been killing things quickly. You didn't get your level. Ah, you'll get it soon. You'll get it soon. Do we pull to here, then hang back here? I don't think we'll get Iron Foe or the other one. That's just not going to happen. You miss old Josh. Farm dead mines all day, Josh. Cooler, listen. We have to advance, all right? The future comes at you fast, and you've got to adapt to it. You've got to be willing to change, to do new things, to be different. You've got to be willing to change. I'm sorry that I'm not the same man that you knew. Josh sold out. I started progressing. I took that money and I started getting all the drops. But I'm still Jenny from the block. I used to have a little and now I do have a lot, but I'm still Jenny from the block. You have to remember that. It's a very important setting to still be there. I just started dungeon maxing. That's what I did. I'm fighting in a different set of mines. Yeah. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. Don't be. If you are fooled, stop being that. Couldn't think of a new rhyme for Jenny. No. Many would have worked. Many would have actually gone pretty well, to be fair. Right, my job is going to be to spam the skill that does the thing. The hammer skill. That's the one. Imperator, you've just said pain. What's pain? Is it the fact that I don't know the name of my skills yet? I don't know that it's called Thunderclap. I can't remember that immediately. I can just remember it's the big hammer one. Inju says, my whole face hurts. I'm sorry, is it from laughing at how funny I am? Is it from the extreme comedy that you are experiencing while being here? I bet it's from that, isn't it? Honestly, yes. This is hardcore comedy. All right, comedy's legal again, which is good because I've been locked up for so long. I'm ready to unleash the comedy. Josh, stop! I'm in extreme pain. Divik, sorry. Comedy doesn't stop. How I wish I had your confidence, Josh. Thanks, healing. So do I. You're hoping against Iron Foe. I've never seen it drop. It won't drop. It might drop. Can you imagine if it did? Ooh, just imagine. It will. One day it will. It's a numbers game. Eventually it will happen. It'll take some time, but it will. Have we changed the loot back? Group loot uncommon. Yes. It's been changed. I will not be treating myself to another glass of mead soon. I think I'm doing okay. I've been tainted by the double thingy. What was it called again? Savage Gladiator chain. You have friends who've been trying to get the mount since vanilla. Honestly, seems like a skill issue. What you forget, guys, is that loot is rolled when the dungeon instance is created. Which means if you don't get it, you were never going to get it. That drop already exists. All we need to do is go and find out what it was. We're not creating the drop right now. We are revealing what it's always been. They refer to it as the dungeon seed. And what that means is that every time you go into a dungeon, it is grown from a beautiful... Blizzard plant their seed deep within you. And through exploration and adventure, you reveal what it's grown into. That's the beauty of this game. And that's the adventure we're all going on. Is the dungeon seed wet? It could be. We will reveal that. Inside you are 2 dungeon seeds. One of them will germinate into the dead mines. The other might be a hammer. I'm really glad that I do not at least know how to say, I wish Josh would give me his seed. I'm glad that you don't say that as well, Inju. because you're not getting Iron Foe. Okay, this is mine. Iron Foe's mine. You're not allowed to have it. A goth elf is raiding. God, I'm glad you turned up now and not 20 seconds ago. Good lord. If you'd have turned up 20 seconds ago, this would have been a different stream. A very different stream. Okay, how far back are we going with these guys? All the way back here? Let's go. Hello, Raiders. You arrived at a time. I'm not going to say best or worst. I'm simply going to say it is a time. Things have happened. Stuff has been created. Damn, you missed it. Yes, you did, and thank God for that. But let's continue to kill these dwarves. I'm nearly halfway to my next level anyway. God damn, this is great. It can still be that stream. It's not going to be. It will be on the clip channel, don't you worry. Or it will be on the full replays channel. That will happen too. That will happen too? God, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I think if we do this entire dungeon like 2 or 3 more times, I'm going to get a level. And that's going to be great. And I'm going to be happy with that. This whole Twitch stream must be purged. I think the best meme to come out of this so far has been our ghosts wet. I hope you get the epic drop. Thank you, so do I. Hope? Where you going, Hope? You good? Oh, okay, cool. Back down, here we go. Now we start to get some damage out. There we go. Okay, now we're doing some damage. Now we're doing some deeps. How many wolves are inside you? I have some I need to get rid of. Are we distributing wolves to make sure everyone has exactly 2 inside them? Okay, Josh, ever heard of resistentialism? It's a theory to describe seemingly spiteful behavior manifested by inanimate objects. WoW as a game is out to make you suffer, and once you've suffered enough, then stuff drops. Have I suffered enough? Honestly, no. Not yet. I think I need to suffer a bit more. Inju, I would like you to keep a note of all the messages you send today, and then I would like to analyze them with you when you are less high. Because I think that would be a good time for one of us. I'm very excited to see where you think this conversation went to. Because I've been on incredibly strong painkillers before, and I guarantee it's going to be interesting. Some of you are just here for Inju at this point, and you know what? I get it. I'm vibing to it as well. It was yesterday. Inju. For you, the day that you got high and made comments on Twitch was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was Tuesday. Ruby, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. You got a date with your nurse thanks to painkillers when you broke your arm. Still have no clue what you said. My brain just pictured you there going, I'll do it again if you don't go on a date with me. And she was like, well, fine. Well done. Obviously, you're very, very... You're very attractive when you're drugged up. It is a Tuesday. I pulled out the bison memes, and it actually is a Tuesday. I'm just scrolling back up to double check what Inju's saying, because this is great. Oh, you want to talk to me about the Michael Jackson's involvement with Sonic 3 for the Sega Mega Drive and some of his work on the music? Yeah, absolutely. You can talk about that. We spoke about that before. It was great. I had a good time with that. I'm looking forward to having that conversation again. Right, are we ready? I think we're ready. Let's go. Is everything dead? I think everything is dead. Let's kill the girl first. And by that I mean take down the princess before so she can't heal the dude. You know what's going on. Yeah, he did. That's how we met. It is how we met. Stun them when they get here, Moo. Let's do this. You just really like Sonic. You're sorry. Don't ever be sorry for really liking Sonic. I'm pretty sure I've got a Sonic the Hedgehog money jar around here somewhere. I'll find it after I've, you know, killed this woman. What a sentence. You could interrupt Moira, can't you? Yeah, you can. Okay. Now it's time for solo focus DPS. Let's go. Tell you what though, damn son, there's some damage being done here, my goodness. I don't have anything else. Moo forgot poison, damn it Moo. Alright, where's execute? Soon as we hit level 21%, then we're execute. That's fine Moo, don't worry, we nearly killed this dude. Let's get a nice drop to end it. That'll be a good run right there. We got the Royal Scepter and the Imperial Duel. That's Princess. This dude... Oh, same thing. Oh, they share drops. I didn't realize that. Right, Royal Scepter, offhand stamina, intellect, spirit, useless to me. Imperial Duel increases attack power by 32. That's actually straight up better than mine, isn't it? Yeah, that's a good necklace. 7 stamina. So more stamina, less strength, but also 32 attack power. That, I think, is good for me. Therefore, I'm going to need it. Moo, you may also need that. In fact, everyone can need that, to be fair. It's a good thing. Also, give me some coins. Right, let's see who gets... CD gets Imperial Duel. Hang on, Imperial Duel is attack power, not spell power. It's attack power, not spell power. You fool! I cannot believe that we have just had an Imperial Duel ninjaed. What loot drama! Loot drama! God, you bring one mage. No, it's fine, don't worry about it. It's okay. I guess we'll have to do it again. Josh, this is karma. How? That's fine. It's okay. We go again. But not today, because I've been streaming for like 8 hours. At least it wasn't the hand of justice. I would have cried. Right, 2 more. Absolutely destroyed. Perfect stuff. Let's go. CD, genuinely don't worry about it, okay? You were silly. We forgive you. It's a mistake. It's an internet mistake. Inju, write this down in the book. You cannot trade it within the party. In Classic, you cannot trade between the party. It's only a game, guys. We're not... Hang on. That's a good polearm you just sent me a picture of. Right, are we ready? I'm worried that CD is just frozen. You good? Painkiller Finland says you can trade it with the party. Okay, Painkiller Finland, are you sure you can trade it with the party? Are you absolutely 100% sure you can trade it with the party? You can't. For the next 2 hours, yes. Right, Finland. You can't until you get to the other content. You can't do that here. If you can do that in heroics, that's a different thing. It tells you in blue text that you can't do that in this dungeon. Raid items, not dungeon loot. That's in heroics and raids, but not dungeons. Gotcha. There we go. Okay. Well, thank you for the runs, guys. You can raise a ticket with the moderators. It's dungeon loot. It's going to be irrelevant in like 3 or 4 days' time. Right, guys, thank you so much for joining me for these runs. This has been super duper fun. Who is streaming right now? Who wishes to pop over and say hi? You know what? MZ's streaming. We like MZ. Go and say hi to MZ. Let's go and raid, because she is pushing partner as well. So it'd be super cool if you guys could do me a favor. Just to say hi. Because she is pushing partner, she is super close, and she has never played World of Warcraft before. This is her first ever MMORPG. So show some love and be nice, because she is a brand new hunter. Apart from that, take care, good night, God bless.